It opens on a brutal battlefield, stained a deep, dark crimson like an unwashable sin, as a voice rings out, chillingly calm. A mercenary who doesn't die is just useless trash. The sound is as soft as a whisper, but the scene that follows is ruthlessly detached, with soldiers walking slowly through a sea of corpses, their faces completely blank. They lean down and coldly drive their swords into the motionless bodies just to make sure no breath remains. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of tearing flesh echoes steadily, dry as the battlefield's final heartbeat, while a knight hoists a great sword high in the air. The reason they command such a high price: the heavy sword comes crashing down, its steel blade piercing a corpse's chest as blood spurts out warm for a brief moment before turning cold, is because they are willing to die for their employers, even if we have to listen to that cheap philosophy from the mouths of our clients every single day. A faint sigh escapes, filled with utter exhaustion. What else is there to do? But that question dies the moment it is born. After all, that is just the mercenary life. Jake stands alone on the ramparts, detached from the pile of corpses below, yet not truly any different from them, as the wind blows through his cloak, cold as a curse. He looks toward the distant, hazy horizon and mutters, his voice dripping with contempt. Nobles really are sickeningly predictable. He laughs, a laugh completely devoid of joy. When they need us, they promise us land and honor, speaking grand words as if they've already granted us titles. The smile twists, turning bitter and venomous. But when the time is right, every single one of them turns their back, building a mountain of lies just to wash their hands clean. The wind keeps blowing and the corpses stay put, and Jake understands perfectly well that on this battlefield, only those who die early truly escape. Jake stands tall on the ramparts, his gaze fixed straight ahead. But what you just said goes way too far. I must have misheard you. Amidst the howling wind sweeping through the fortress, the two men face each other in an atmosphere as taut as a bowstring. Jake and the commander-in-chief stand on opposite sides of an invisible battle line. Right, Commander-in-Chief? The man in silver armor stands motionless, looking imposing as his cold eyes stare straight at Jake, and without a shred of hesitation, the Commander-in-Chief replies, "You didn't mishear anything. I just told you to go die." Jake tilts his head slightly, as if he can't believe his ears. "Commander, have you forgotten who I am?" The Commander-in-Chief answers immediately, "I haven't forgotten that you are the captain of the Wolf Fong Mercenary Corps." Jake bursts into a loud laugh that echoes across the ramparts. "Ha ha! You know exactly who I am, and you still say that. I didn't know you were such a joker." He continues, his tone laced with sarcasm. "I know that's not an order, because if it were, you wouldn't be asking a worthless mercenary like me to die an honorable death on the battlefield, just like those noble knights of yours." The Commander-in-Chief remains silent, the wind rustling through his cloak and leaving a heavy void between the two men. Finally, his voice drops low. "Perhaps I was too crude. Forgive me if I gave you the wrong impression." Jake frowns. "The wrong impression?" Cutting straight to the chase, the Commander-in-Chief says, "I simply want to give you one final mission." He begins to explain the situation. "As you know, with our string of consecutive losses, defeat is already certain." Behind Jake, the city sinks into a sea of fire, with black smoke billowing up into the night sky. Ultimately, the blades of the traitors have turned on the ancient guardian family of this land. They are at the throat of the Crawford family. Jake lets out a soft, mocking laugh. "Well, that's just how things turned out." He speaks out loud, but his thoughts are completely different. "I get it, Commander. Looks like it's time for me to pull out." For someone with unmatched talent in the Empire to be cornered like this makes it crystal clear. At least he's a rational thinker. What a shame, but giving me a final mission at this point. Does he want me to find an escape route? If so, I might as well finish the job. The Commander-in-Chief speaks up. "The mission is simple. Tomorrow, those traitors will launch a total assault. Hold them off with me, even if it's just for a moment." He pauses for a beat, "until the Lord safely retreats." "No, if even that is impossible." The distant ramparts collapse in smoke and fire, and his voice drops low, a fierce, murderous intent erupting from him. "Then until I die." The Commander-in-Chief pulls out a brilliant red gem. I will pay the rest of your commission with this when you withdraw. A gem of this size is enough to cover your men's operational costs for 3 years. Before he can even finish, Jake slaps the gem right out of his hand. The commander-in-chief is stunned. What is the meaning of this? Jake replies coldly, I should be asking you that. Jake's eyes blaze crimson, fury erupting within him. Just because I'm always smiling. Do you think I'm an idiot? He snarls. You're using us as meat shields? Even if we help, it will only buy a little time. You want to throw us away just to buy time for your master to run? Fine. Let's say some miracle happens, and we do buy you some time. Then what? The image of soldiers impaled on wooden stakes flashes through his mind. You think those bastards will just let us walk away? The commander-in-chief looks straight at Jake, a complex look in his eyes. You are mercenaries, not knights. The enemy knows that too. So after I die, the army will scatter. Jake cuts him off. Exactly. That's just how this business goes. He looks at him defiantly. But you understand perfectly well, don't you? To those monsters, our mercenary corps is... Memories come rushing back. A dark forest. Corpses strewn everywhere. Nothing more than a sworn enemy that must be killed at all costs. In the dark forest, a wounded knight leans against the base of a tree, coughing weakly, cough, cough. The commander motions with his hand, and another knight immediately runs over, bending down to help his comrade up. But in the next split second, the wounded man draws a knife. It isn't a rescue, it's an ambush. The cold, sharp blade pierces through the armor and drives straight into the neck of the man who just rushed over, blood spurting everywhere and staining the night. The remaining knights stand frozen. The attacker slowly raises his head. Beneath the helmet, crimson eyes reveal themselves alongside a cruel smile as a knight screams. It's a trap. They aren't allies. It's the Wolf Fong mercenaries. The night forest instantly erupts into chaos. The commander panics and screams. These bastards dare disguise themselves as dead soldiers. A close-up shows his face twisted in rage. You honorless scum! Jake steps out of the shadows, his voice dripping with irony. Honor! The sword swings a clean, decisive strike, and the head of the man who just uttered those words flies off his neck, rolling down to his feet. The battlefield falls silent for a moment. Jake looks around, his gaze cold and entirely devoid of mercy. The memory fades away, and he returns to reality on the ramparts. I've taken the heads of plenty of commanders. You must know that by now. Jake leans in close to the commander-in-chief's face. Right now, those bastards are burning with more rage toward us than toward your master. Don't tell me you're actually banking on that, using us to draw their attention. The commander-in-chief responds with a cold stare. You do better to focus on completing the mission. Otherwise, I'll have no choice but to kill you and take command of the mercenary corps myself. Jake had been on guard early on, and he instantly leaps backward to open up some distance. His voice sinks, heavy with disappointment. I actually thought you were a bit different from the rest of the nobility. But it turns out you're the absolute worst piece of trash. The commander-in-chief remains unbothered. My apologies. And those words are sincere. Jake grits his teeth. Save it. This reality is actually for the best. The head of a bastard like you. His hand tightens around the hilt of his sword, his eyes overflowing with murderous intent. Isn't worth a single regret, even if I hand it over to the monsters waiting out there. The commander-in-chief asks slowly, Are you thinking of offering my head to the traitors to beg for your life? Jake replies bluntly, Yeah, I'd love nothing more than to just turn you in and run. Half of the commander-in-chief's face sinks into the shadows, terrifyingly chilling. But I'm sure you've already made arrangements to stop me. If that's the case, then as captain, I'll just have to fulfill my responsibility. A knight sits on a pile of wooden crates, inside of which are the heads of 2 commanders-in-chief. The rebels will be satisfied with the heads of 2 commanders, and in exchange, they'll spare my men. The commander-in-chief is stunned into silence. 2. Sacrificing his own life just to save his subordinates? He can't believe it. You plan on offering your own head too? Jake looks at him, his eyes filled with sorrow. They're the ones I dragged into this. I promised them that even if we started from the bottom, we could reach our dreams. He stands under a night sky thick with smoke and fire. They trusted me and followed me all the way here. So I have to take responsibility for that. Jake raises his sword and stands tall. Because I am their leader, the commander-in-chief is struck speechless, an undisguisable look of admiration appearing in his eyes. He lets out a bitter laugh. Haha. Yeah, that's right. Now, that is a true leader. He buries his face in his hands, his voice choking up. What a shame. If only it weren't Crawford. If only you were my master. The final battle begins. Jake charges forward, channeling all his strength, hatred, and responsibility into this single strike. The commander-in-chief stands still, his eyes tinged with sadness. His final words echo softly. Don't forgive me, Jake. Blood spatters across a white background. A close-up shows blank, lifeless eyes, while Jake thinks to himself, I figure it would end like this. But Jake's head detaches from his body. He hadn't expected the gap in power to be this massive. This damn thing called talent. His consciousness begins to fade. Well, looks like this is the end. Jake's face blurs into a white light as he smiles with relief. I told them to run if I wasn't back by now. So even if I pass on, I don't have to worry. I've always been ready for this end anyway. The light swallows everything up, but I've always wondered about one thing. Jake asks himself, what if I had been given the same chance as you? What if I had been given the same chance as you? Within his hazy consciousness, a voice rings out. Young master. The sound grows clearer. Young master, please. A servant stands beside the bed. Please wake up. A blond young man opens his eyes. Who are you? A hand raised high comes crashing down and a hard slap along with a shout. Please wake up, sir. Dazed, he grips his burning cheek in utter confusion. What the hell? What is this? His thoughts are a chaotic mess. Did I just get slapped? Why all of a sudden? Which bastard did it? The servant cries out through his tears, please snap out of it, sir. Then he calls out loudly, Young Master Lucian. He freezes in shock. Waking up in an unfamiliar room, Lucian realizes he is sitting on a bed. Right beside him, an orange-haired youth drops to his knees, sobbing uncontrollably. No matter how he looks at it, this is bizarre. Utterly shocked, he looks down at the pale, smooth hands in front of him and gasps internally. Something is completely wrong. Lucian questions himself. First of all, where are his rough, calloused hands? These aren't just clean. They look like the delicate hands of a young master. The crying beside him shows no sign of stopping. Lucian turns to look at the orange-haired youth who has buried his head in the bed, trembling from crying so hard, and thinks to himself, who the hell is this guy? He remembers just beating someone within an inch of their life, and now here they are, crying till their eyes are swollen. The youth keeps crying until he suddenly raises his head, his tear-filled eyes wide and alert. Through his tears, he wails, Thank goodness, young master. I thought you were really dead. My heart almost stopped. If that happened, I, as your personal servant, would be in deep trouble. But more than that, it would be a massive tragedy for the family. Lucian can only stand there with a completely baffled look on his face. What kind of nonsense is this guy spouting? He looks blankly around the room, repeating the words he just heard in his mind. Young master, personal servant, family. Not a single one of those words has anything to do with his life. Besides, he was definitely dead back then. The vivid image of his head flying off flashes clearly in his mind. A death so absolute, there was no saving him. So why? His neck is perfectly intact. The room falls into an eerie silence. And after piecing everything together, only one answer remains. Right now, he has taken over the body of a stranger. Lucian steps out of bed. A thought flashes through his mind, and it's a remarkably handsome body at that. He stands frozen in front of the mirror, observing his own reflection. While the orange-haired youth stands behind him, he reaches out and touches the surface of the glass. A quick glance at this body tells him it is dripping with elegance. It belongs to a noble, and a noble from an incredibly wealthy family at that. His gaze sweeps across the lavish room with its golden decor before looking at Han through the mirror. First things first, he needs to gather information. Lucian speaks up. Han, I have something to ask. Han immediately responds, Yes, sir. You can ask me anything. What year is it? Han looks bewildered. The year, sir? Your mind must still be foggy from the medication. It is the year 846 of the imperial calendar. Lucian stands frozen. What? 15 years before I died. An image of himself floating amidst a temporal clock wheel appears. So I've traveled back to the past? There is no understanding how or why this happened, but obsessing over every detail won't solve anything. Lucian's gaze turns sharp. For now, he must focus on what he can do. He continues, "My personal servant. You have a death wish today, don't you? You have a death wish today, don't you? Anstammer sin terror." Young master, what are you suddenly talking about? His voice drops to a harsh tone. A mere servant dares touch his master without permission. He steps in close, his voice chillingly cold. Did the rules of this place change while I was unconscious? If not, then answer me. Who am I? Han bows deeply in sheer terror. Please forgive me, young master. I was in such a panic just now that I forgot my manners, sir. Han keeps his head lowered, his voice clear. Young master, you are Lucian Valdec, the third son of the great Valdec family. Lucian is stunned, the name Valdec echoing in his mind. The Valdec family I know? The Valdec family, a prestigious house that supports the entire empire, standing alongside the emperor for generations, possessing power that rivals the imperial family itself. I'm pretty familiar with this family because 15 years ago, I actually worked here as a guard for a few years. But then he died and woke up right back where he used to work, under a completely different identity. Lucian looks at himself in the mirror, unable to help his skepticism. As the third son of the House of Valdec, he lets out a soft chuckle. Huh, how ridiculous. Jake spent his entire life enduring all kinds of humiliation just because of his low birth. And now I'm being given a chance? Right before he died, he had wished, if I were given the same chance as everyone else, I wonder how high I could climb. Now I've been given the chance to find out, haven't I? Fine, if that's what you want, then keep your eyes wide open and watch. Lucian throws the balcony doors wide open, letting sunlight flood the room. He looks out into the distance, his eyes burning with ambition. Watch how high I can climb, and watch the kind of life I'm going to live. The Valdec estate unfolds beneath the sun, breathtakingly grand and utterly magnificent. Lucian walks down the long corridor with Han, muttering to himself in mild admiration. The Valdec family really is cut from a different cloth. I traveled to all sorts of places back when I was a mercenary. His eyes drift across the exquisitely decorated walls, soaring ceilings, and elaborately carved stone pillars. But this place is by far the most luxurious. Besides, I need to familiarize myself with this place as fast as possible. As he walks, Lucian gets lost in thought, catching the subtle glances tracking him from behind. Ever since he showed his face, the servants throughout the mansion seem to be whispering among themselves. Is that really young Master Lucian? He's finally come out. How long has it been? Lucian notices the unusual atmosphere clearer than ever. Everyone is looking at him with strange eyes. He asks softly, Han, is it just me, or is everything feeling incredibly weird around here? Han replies with a perfectly casual tone, That's only natural, young master. You've been locking yourself away and refusing to see anyone but me. The image of Lucian kneeling in a dark room flashes through his mind. For a whole year and 2 months. Lucian smirks slightly. What's that supposed to mean? What could someone like Lucian possibly be lacking to lock himself in a room like that? Servants bustle back and forth across the grand hall. Even if I don't understand the logic of these nobles, Lucian can't just carelessly live his life like this. Especially not when the Empire's guardian giant stands right there with unshakable principles and beliefs, Grand Duke Sigmund. A man like him would never just stand by and watch his own son self-destruct. Lucian contemplates. Meaning, Lucian is either such a troublemaker that he's on the verge of being disowned, or there's a big enough reason for the Grand Duke to pretend he doesn't see it. Until I get a clear grasp of the situation, I need to avoid the Grand Duke for as long as possible. Before the thought even finishes, Lucian senses footsteps approaching, and a calm, steady voice rings out. So the reports that you had fully recovered were actually true. Lucian is startled. The man places a hand over his chest and smiles respectfully. It's been a whole year since I last saw your face like this, young master. This butler is absolutely overjoyed. Young Master Lucian, are you experiencing any discomfort while moving around? Lucian instantly recognizes the person in front of him. All right, this gentleman is also a part of the Valdec family. Head butler Edwin, a man who had come to this mansion in his youth as a hostage from a rival family. Thanks to his extraordinary talent, he was entrusted with managing all of the family's affairs. The right-hand man of Grand Duke Sigmund. Lucian thinks to himself, this is bad. I ran straight into the one person I wanted to avoid the most. There's no way he won't notice the mannerisms of a street thug. My only saving grace is probably the fact that the head butler hasn't seen Lucian for an entire year. Lucian tries to keep his cool, taking a deep breath. If that's the case, I just need to mimic. The vivid image of the commander-in-chief from his memories surfaces, the noblest person he had ever known. Lucian offers a polite smile and bows his head just enough. Thank you for your concern, head butler Edwin. He continues in a gentle tone. Thanks to you, I've gotten much better. Since I've been locking myself away and slacking off for so long, I came out to check on how the family is doing. I didn't expect to run into you here. It seems luck is smiling on me. Lucian asks further. So, I take it the family is doing well? Edwin stays silent for a brief moment before replying. Yes, young master. House Valdec remains as rock solid as ever. And it is truly a blessing that you are in good health, young master. Luciano's. Then again, how could there be any trouble with the head butler on the job? It looks like he doesn't suspect a thing. Good, let's just roll with it. It seems I worried for nothing. I can put my mind at ease now. Since it's been so long since I last went out, I'm feeling quite exhausted. Lucian waves his hand as he speaks, preparing to take his leave, when Edwin suddenly chimes in. Forgive my presumption, young master, but I must ask you to postpone your return. His voice drops low. Grand Duke Sigmund wishes to see you immediately, young master. Lucian is stunned by his words. Lucian stands before Sigmund's desk. The Grand Duke sits in the master chair, his imposing aura radiating a heavy pressure. Father and son stand facing each other, the air in the room so thick that it feels like the slightest movement could shatter it. Sigmund looks at Lucian with a piercing, cold gaze. I will only ask you one question, Lucian Valdec. His low voice crashes down like a sledgehammer. You. Why are you still alive? Lucian stands opposite his father, Grand Duke Sigmund, in a massive, imposing office, the suffocating atmosphere causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Caught off guard by the question hurled at him, Lucian shows clear bewilderment and stammers back. What do you mean by that, father? Sigmund stares with cold eyes, his voice dropping low. I was planning to let it slide. Without giving Lucian a moment to breathe, his tone grows harsher. I could overlook you neglecting your duties and throwing a groundless tantrum, using your mother's death as an excuse. Sigmund's gaze briefly drifts to the portrait of a noble woman hanging on the wall, presumably Lucian's mother, as his hand grips the armrest tight. But you went too far. Locking yourself in your room for a whole year to rebel wasn't enough. He looks straight at Lucian, his gaze weighing heavily on the boy's shoulders. You even dare to treat your own life so lightly and try to destroy yourself? Lucian breaks out in a cold sweat from the tension, a chaotic thought echoing in his mind. Is that actually true? A memory abruptly yanks his mind back to the moment he lay on the hospital bed, just waking up from his coma, as a light bulb goes off in his head, making him blurt out, wait. The image of Han, crying hysterically, returns with total clarity. Didn't that guy throw a massive fit, crying his eyes out? Lucian speaks up quickly, trying to explain things to his father, stammering, Father, I believe there's been some kind of misunderstanding. But Sigmund coldly cuts him off. This is your last chance. Sigmund commands, his voice leaving no room for argument. Speak everything that is on your mind. His finger taps a rhythm on the armrest, each thud sounding heavy. Doesn't it all stem from that? The very reason you deliberately acted out to the point of shoving sleeping pills down your own throat. Lucian is struck speechless. What? His identity. Lucian Valdec, the third son of the Grand Duke. Memories come rushing back in a torrent. Back when he was working as a guard 15 years ago, the guy had died around this exact time. The image of a coffin covered in white flower surfaces. Grand Duke Sigmund Valdec, a powerful man who had 4 sons, each carrying the blood of a different mother. During his 10 years working here, he had crossed paths with the young masters and their mothers countless times, Yet he didn't have a single memory of ever meeting Lucian or his mother. That poor mother had died early from illness, and not long after he took the job, Lucian Valdek had also closed the lid on his coffin. The coffin slowly seals shut completely. He had suffered the same tragic fate, and back then, I simply thought they were both just too weak, so I didn't pay it much mind. But it turns out there was a real reason behind it. And considering his mother's death piled on top of his unstable position within the family, the pressure was just too much for a kid to handle. That's why he chose an extreme way out, swallowing a massive dose of sleeping pills, hoping to get some attention from his father. But by locking himself away for a whole year, he hadn't accounted for how frail his body had become. That body couldn't withstand the effects of the drug and ultimately collapsed. Lucian catches his breath. What a headache. I thought the Grand Duke was just being overly harsh on a kid he hadn't seen in a year. He looks at Sigmund sitting majestically in front of him. But now that he knows the circumstances, it feels like this reaction is completely justified, no matter how great the Grand Duke is. He must have gone through a lot of misery as a father with a son like that. That being said, now isn't the time to be worrying about other people's feelings, and Lucian sweats cold out of fear. I've currently got one foot in the grave. The surrounding space feels like it's crashing down. This is the ultimate ultimatum he could possibly hear. The sound of a wonderful future collapsing. If he says even a single word that doesn't align with the Grand Duke's wishes, he imagines disastrous outcomes. Being banished to a remote monastery, thrown out to the northern border, or living life as a ragged beggar. Lucian grits his teeth, his eyes flaring with determination. How ridiculous. I finally got a new life like this, and I even had to pay for it with my old one. There's no way in hell I'm going to ruin my precious future over some family drama that has nothing to do with me. Lucian takes a step forward, taking the initiative to speak. Since you've asked me to speak my mind, Father, I will do just that. First, for tarnishing the noble name of Valdek with my insolence and causing you so much worry. Lucian bows deeply. I respectfully offer my sincerest apologies. Head butler Edwin stands to the side, watching in astonishment. This fault lies entirely with me and no one else. There are no excuses to be made. No matter what punishment you decide on, Father, I will obediently comply. Words won't change what's done. So can we move past this now? Sigmund is stunned. What? Lucian steps closer, his voice firm. What happened cannot be undone. So, with this life that I fought so hard to keep, I will no longer bind myself to the past, and I will live my future to the fullest. He smiles at his father. For that reason, as a father rather than the Grand Duke, could you give me a word of encouragement? Sigmund listens in silence as Lucian keeps talking, an erring child sincerely repenting before his father, while parents would voluntarily open their arms to embrace them. Under the laws of nature, isn't that just what a father and son are supposed to do? Edwin is completely dumbfounded, unable to believe his eyes. Even though the atmosphere has clearly shifted, is that really young Master Lucian, the boy who used to cower at absolutely everything? The Grand Duke maintains his silence, observing his son. Lucian's face is filled with confidence, not flinching in the slightest under his father's gaze. Sigmund taps his finger on the chair, his voice dropping low. You dare lecture me on the duties of parenthood? I suppose if you live long enough, you really do see everything. A prolonged silence wraps around the entire room. Lucian smiles gently, maintaining his composure and polite demeanor. In his head, a thought rings out, just as I thought. Instead of tiptoeing around, a direct, upfront approach is the right answer. Rather than a cowering mouse, the Grand Duke Valdek, I know, prefers a ballsy wild dog. Just as Lucian's train of thought wraps up, Sigmund speaks, his deep voice echoing through the quiet room. It seems a near-death experience has taught you how to be reckless. He leans forward slightly, his sharp eyes never leaving his son. Very well. Since you spoke of sincerity, I will ask you this. Lucian Valdek, what do you plan to do from here on out? Lucian's eyes shine with unmistakable resolve, no longer avoiding contact, as he answers decisively. First, I'm going to rebuild this ruined body. For a split second, the image of his fight with the commander-in-chief flashes in his mind. Perhaps it's because the bitter sting of being decapitated hasn't completely faded yet. Lucian continues, his vision seemingly set on a much distant goal. In his mind, The image of the commander-in-chief holding a glowing sword appears, and he clearly declares, "I am going to take up swordsmanship seriously." Sigmund raises an eyebrow slightly, unable to hide his skepticism. "Swordsmanship? You?" Lucian responds calmly, "Yes, of course. I'll have to fix this weak body first." But he thinks for a moment and adds, his voice carrying an incredibly natural ease, "Well, if I eat well and sleep well, won't everything just work out fine?" Sigmund looks at Lucian with an unreadable expression, as if reevaluating the sun standing before him. And then he lets out a rare chuckle. "You certainly know how to talk." The sunlight streams through the room's window as he concludes, "Fine. Whether it's recklessness or something else, time will tell." He turns to the head butler standing nearby. "Head butler, deliver that item once again." Hearing this, Lucian thinks to himself, that item will prove better than any empty words whether this is just hot air. Meanwhile, Edwin still hasn't fully recovered from his shock over the recent turn of events, as he bows his head slightly and replies, "Understood, Your Grace. I will see to the preparations immediately." Lucian still can't hide his curiosity, a question echoing in his mind. What exactly is that item? The scene shifts to the outside of the mansion, where the atmosphere has suddenly become lively. Workers hustle back and forth, constantly moving large chests into the courtyard, while two men strain to carry a chest that looks incredibly heavy. Just a single glance is enough to tell that the items inside are of extraordinary value. The lid of the chest is popped open, revealing the inside packed with gold, silver, and jewels, glittering brilliantly under the daylight. Lucian and Han stand frozen at the sight, and Lucian can't help but blurt out, this is insane." The clear blue sky stretches wide above the magnificent mansion. So this is what a top-tier noble family is like. Lucian's eyes are glued to the massive pile of pocket money in front of him. That item turned out to be an astronomical amount of allowance. He picks up a gold coin, feeling the cold weight in his palm, his voice filled with disbelief. "This is just for 1 month? If it's this much." Lucian lets out a smug laugh, confidence written all over his face. "That's right. With this much, I can completely overhaul this pathetic body." He flexes his skinny muscles while holding up a bottle of elixir, his eyes full of excitement. "I can create that elixir inside a vibrant greenhouse where sunlight pours through transparent glass panels. The space is filled with blooming flowers and sweet fragrances." Grand Duke Sigmund strolls leisurely through the garden, with head butler Edwin by his side. Edwin quietly observes the familiar scenery, a wave of private thoughts swelling in his heart. This is the place the Duchess took special care of during her final years. He continues to reflect. It has been a very long time since the Master set foot in here. That much is understandable, but for him to suddenly return to this place, the image of Lucian surfaces in his mind. It's because of the change in young Master Lucian. Even though he lost the Master's favor a long time ago, he is still the child of the Duchess whom the Master loved with all his heart. Sigmund continues to walk deeper into the greenhouse, leaving Edwin standing there with his unfinished train of thought, and a moment later, the Grand Duke's cold voice rings out, truly pathetic. The way he always rolls his eyes away, dodging as if he's terrified of something. The way he cowers like a stray dog when I raise my voice even just a little bit. Edwin pauses slightly as Sigmund continues. His attitude is a far cry from hers. So I thought he had only inherited his mother's looks. But today, for the first time, Edwin is stunned. I realize that I might have been wrong. He asks, his voice dropping low. "You saw the way the child looked straight at me and spoke his mind, didn't you?" Edwin bows his head and replies, "Yes, he didn't flinch in the slightest. It was truly a calm and dignified attitude." Then he adds, "Young Master Lucian's true nature is polite and profound, so I believe he is merely a bit behind the other young masters. But regardless, your blood flows through his veins, Master." Sigmund lets out a soft laugh. That remains to be seen. The things waiting for that child aren't problems that can be solved with mere words. Edwin shows clear worry. "Master, I'm afraid there's going to be an issue." Sigmund glances at him. "An issue?" Edwin responds immediately. Young Master Lucian's previously suspended allowance has been restored, but evidence of embezzlement has been uncovered. In Edwin's mind, The image of Geordie holding a letter with a cold gaze appears. Investigations show that the second young master, Geordie Valdeck, is involved. He continues his report. In addition, he dismissed the head maid caring for the third young master and planted his own person in her place, deliberately making it clear that he intends to monitor him. Sigmund clicks his tongue. Though he's a boy with a vision, his weakness is his narrow-mindedness. He crosses his arms in thought. I understand his animosity toward the third child's maternal family, but to go to this extent, Edwin tentatively asks, should I take separate measures? Sigmund stops him immediately. No, head butler, don't get yourself involved in this. But isn't this a bit too harsh on someone who has just started walking again? Sigmund slowly shares his thoughts. If he knows how to manage his own surroundings, things like this won't affect him at all. Consider this the price the third child must pay for not snapping out of it sooner. A challenging glint appears in his eyes. This is fine. Let's see how he handles it. If he can't even take care of this, then there's nothing to look forward to. Though the Valdeck bloodline is the key, the image of a powerful lion striding under a blue sky surfaces, the symbol of noble blood, which is both an advantage and a burden. But if you want to open the door, you have to turn the key with your own hand. A few days later at the mansion, the maids gather around whispering. How many days has that kid been like that? Is the young master locking himself in his room again? Han stands outside, his face a mix of anger and worry. It has been 3 days since the allowance was restored. In his mind, the memory of the day they received that money echoes. The young master said that his chat with the Grand Duke went well and that the allowance had been restored. The gold and jewels in the chest were dazzling, but given the relationship between them, that couldn't have been an easy feat. Lucian stood with his back turned, lonely in the middle of the large room. Han could clearly feel the weight of the courage he had summoned all his strength to display. Master must have gathered every ounce of his courage. Han fiet till sin silence. Now, Master was trying to move forward with a heavy burden of emotions on his shoulders. In stark contrast, Lucian seemed incredibly pleased with the money in front of him. He smiled blissfully. If it's this much, that's right. With this much, he declared excitedly, we can completely remodel this pathetic body. I can create that divine elixir. The image of a mystical potion appeared, something that could transform a sickly body into a powerful human being. Lucian buried himself in the gloomy alchemy lab. The air here was thick with the scent of medicinal herbs and manna. Sweat trickled down his forehead, but his eyes burned with determination. Lucian glanced toward the door, thinking to himself, that kid Han must have a lot of questions, but seeing how he guards the door exactly as ordered, he seems to be a loyal guy. It was hard to believe that the son of the Grand Duke was touching alchemical tools that he had never touched in his entire life. Under the bright full moon, a rare herb glowed, searching for an extremely rare herb because it only blooms under the moonlight. Not to mention, its practical applications haven't been clearly developed yet. That was the moonlight herb, a flower possessing a mystical beauty. On top of that kid emptied his pockets just to buy it. Lucian urged Han, it's still not too late. Buy more moonlight herbs. Right now, he might look like a madman, but his eyes flared up. Just 1 year from now, its value won't just increase 10-fold, but 20-fold. Lucian lay in the middle of the field of moonlight herbs, a thoroughly satisfied smile on his face. He cheered. Its price will skyrocket through the roof. A hearty laugh rang out, containing the excitement of someone seizing their own destiny. Come to think of it, you really have to admire the boldness of alchemists. At this point in time, the success of that potion wasn't truly clear yet. Yet, they still hoarded all the moonlight herbs in the Empire beforehand. It was a once-in-a-lifetime gamble with the very fate of their guild. Lucian touched the first finished potion bottle. Well, it's all thanks to that audacity that we have this. He lifted the glowing potion bottle. It was Nita, the drink dubbed as the beverage of the gods. Opening the bottle cap, a surge of red vapor poured out. Attaching the word God to the name of a medicine was once considered a dangerous act of blasphemy. But when its miraculous effects were made public, all criticism vanished, replaced by roaring praise. Lucian smiled with satisfaction. For thousands of years, there has been an absolute, undeniable truth. A warrior's strength is predetermined from birth. That is an unbreakable limit. Innate talent is in the hands of fate, and a person's aptitude cannot be changed. No matter how desperately they struggle, they cannot escape their predetermined limits. Or at least, that's what people used to believe. A shooting star tore through the night sky. But there was one thing that shattered that cruel law. A figure radiating a massive amount of energy. Nita, the key to breaking all limits. Just by drinking it, people who had absolutely no talent at all could turn into capable swordsmen. Lucian looked at the potion bottle in his hand, telling himself, of course, the effectiveness of my version can't be identical to the original. It's no different from a mass-produced item. But to revive this ruined body, there is currently no better remedy. Consider yourself lucky, noble brat. Memories flashed back to the blood-stained symbol of the Alchemy Guild. When the ensuing chaos spread across the entire empire, the Alchemy Guild was the first thing to be burned to the ground. My formula, the thing that overturned the balance of power, was deemed too dangerous to exist, and so the formula was erased. That being said, Jake's reflection appeared in the potion bottle, but I managed to recreate something close to it, thanks to all sorts of clues I gathered. Of course, most people died from side effects during the testing process. But oh well, enough lingering on nostalgia. Lucian drank it all down, thanks to the meal. The transformation process began. What happened next was what really mattered. The product of humans converting natural power into their own. Mana spread and surged. The quality and power a person could unleash differed terribly, depending on how well they could circulate it. The process of dispersing and recalling mana throughout the body was being executed. Right now, I am using Nita to force open the blocked pathways in this body. But the pathways were already open. What the hell is this? The reaction differed depending on each body when receiving mana. Strangely enough, he didn't feel any pain at all. Instead, mana was surging freely, as if it were returning to its origin. Even the body of a newborn baby has impurities that cause obstructions, but Lucian didn't. He wondered to himself, could it be that Lucian is one of those so-called geniuses? A panoramic view of the town, soaking in peacefulness under the radiant sunset. He stood by the window looking out, then turned back inside to stare at the closed door, his face unable to hide his anxiety. In the hallway of the luxurious mansion, Han was pacing around restlessly. His master had locked himself in the room for too long. Suddenly, the click of the door latch rang out from behind. Han spun around with a start. Right at that moment, Lucian walked out with a calm demeanor and spoke up. Nothing happened while I was away, right? Seeing his master safe and sound, Han was overjoyed to the point of tears. He couldn't help but shout, "Young master, don't you know how much time has passed while you were in there?" Wiping his tears, he complained in self-pity. "No matter how much I called, you didn't answer. You strictly forbade me from entering under any circumstances." Han sniffled, his voice choking back a sob. "So I was worried that something happened to you." Looking at his sobbing, loyal servant, Lucian listened in silence. Han hiccuped. "I was really worried." Touched by that sincerity, Lucian smiled gently. His glowing golden eyes exuded wisdom and power, a sign of a massive change taking place deep within. Han called out blankly, "Young Master Lucian." His intuition told him that there was something very different about the young master he had always taken care of. Han observed Lucian closely with a look of suspicion. "It's definitely the young master. So why do I feel like it's not the real young master?" Noticing that look, Lucian thought to himself, "This kid Han really does have sharp senses." Makes sense. He has watched over Lucian longer than anyone else. It seems he has noticed some kind of change in his young master. Lucian placed his hand on his chest, assessing his own condition. "My appearance needs time and nourishment, so there are no sudden transformations. But the inside is what matters. A heart beating powerfully, symbolizing the awakening latent strength. It was transforming at an unbelievable pace. It was Lucian's innate physical constitution that was making this miracle happen. I can be sure." Standing before the image of a giant decorative chess piece in the hall, Lucian silently positioned his own immense potential as a key piece on the world's chessboard. This kid's potential is on par with the figures who can change the world. A grand ambition began to spark. Lucian snorted, smiling confidently about his plan. "If everything goes smoothly, This body can surpass where I was during my mercenary days within a year. Turning to Han, he said, "Now that I think about it, Han, I realize it's also thanks to you that I snapped out of it." Han asked back blankly, "What do you mean by that, sir?" Lucian placed his hand on Han's shoulder in a friendly manner, laughed, and said, "Rewards and punishments must be clear, right? Listen carefully, Han. I'm only saying this once." With an ambiguous smile, he made his request: "Sell everything you have, even your underwear, and buy as much as possible. You'll get to tag along for the ride." Lucian's triumphant smile showed clearly. He enticed Han. "Let's climb to the sky together." In his heart, he couldn't help but admire. I'm really envious of that person. In my time, there are no nobles like this." Han completely didn't understand what was going on, only able to blurt out in utter confusion, "Young master." Lucian's new life gradually fell into place. He and Han were taking a leisurely stroll in the forest, enjoying a rare, peaceful scenery. Lucian whistled as he walked, his mood incredibly relaxed. He silently marveled at his current, comfortable life. How great! Why is life so comfortable? Fine delicacies are always served on time, and the rooms are cleaned without me having to lift a single finger. They even prepare the blankets and mattresses. Everything is perfect down to every detail. Recalling his painful past, he smiled bitterly. In the past, skipping meals was practically a daily routine. Thanks to these wonderful things, I can fully focus on my recovery. However, there was still one matter weighing heavily on his mind. But there's one thing that keeps weighing on my mind. At this point in time, there's a guard of the Valdek family named Jake. According to the guard captain, there's no one who matches Jake's description even a little bit. And my position has also been given to someone I've never seen before. After pondering for a while, he reassured himself. To be honest, maybe this is better. Meeting another Jake at this time would be both unpleasant and distracting. I don't think I'm ready to face my past self. Meeting again would probably just feel embarrassing. Behind him, Han stared at his master's back with a worried look over his recent strange behavior. He stammered, "Young Master Lucian? Does the young master really intend to go in there?" Han repeated, his voice trembling as he remembered the entrance to the dark sword training ground. "You once said you never wanted to set foot in the training ground again." Lucian turned around in surprise. Han affirmed firmly, "Yes, it was you. After the second young master beat you up during a practice session, you said you never wanted to return here again." Lucian silently deduced. Looking at how Han reacts, I can roughly guess what happened. For the son of a Grand Duke, swordsmanship is practically mandatory. It allowed the second young master to use violence to instill fear into little Lucian. A painful memory flashed back. Under the guise of sword training, the old Lucian was beaten black and blue, left gasping for breath on the floor, so that Lucian would never dare to return to the training ground again. Looking at the blue sky through the gaps in the leaves, Lucian began to reassure Han. "I understand why you're worried, but it's fine. That's all in the past now." Hearing him declare that the painful past was over, Han looked at Lucian with eyes full of hope. Lucian turned around and continued walking confidently, laughing as he said, "Just trust me and follow along." The training ground appeared in all its grandeur, equipped with the most modern facilities. News of Lucian's appearance quickly spread. The guards rushed to report back to the instructor. He asked back in disbelief, "What? Really? The third young master came here on his own?" The guard confirmed, "Yes, absolutely correct. He is walking around the training ground with his personal servant." The instructor stroked his beard calculatingly, thinking to himself, "What on earth is that kid thinking, crawling all the way out to this place? There's no way he forgot what happened that day. Whatever, this might actually play into our hands." He ordered, "Inform them immediately." Flashing a sinister smile while stroking his beloved beard, he secretly calculated, "I'll prepare a lavish feast to welcome them before they arrive." Meanwhile, Lucian observed his surroundings, silently evaluating. "I thought they just had good gear, but this scale is beyond imagination. Not only is there an abundant supply of backup weapons, so there's no need to worry about weapons breaking, but there's also a massive field for high-intensity training." He didn't expect such a wonderful facility to be privately owned, but then his face darkened slightly, a pang of bitterness rising in his heart as he remembered his old comrades. If we had a place like this back then, would those kids have been able to hold out just a little longer? Suddenly, Supervisor Hendrik appeared from behind, interrupting his train of thought. He spoke in a sarcastic tone. "Oh my, turns out my eyes really didn't deceive me." He approached with a fake expression. "It really is the third young master." I was so shocked that I found it hard to believe at first. "I still remember the time, young Master Geordie was instructing you a year ago, when you bolted like the wind without even looking back. That image is still vividly printed in my mind." Wearing a mocking face, he sneered. "It was just like a sheep being chased by a wolf. Is that why? It seems you are still afraid of this place." Glancing at Han with utter contempt, he continued to taunt. "Which is why you brought a personal servant into the sacred land of warriors." At this point, Han could only bow his head anxiously, feeling helpless against the insults directed at his master. Hendrik greeted Lucian with blatant disrespect. "Long time no see, third young master." He deliberately brought up Lucian's trauma of being abused. "A year ago, I personally assisted the second young master to correct your posture. Do you still remember?" A close-up of Hendrik's triumphant face showed him grinning fiercely. What a fun time that was. The image of Lucian trembling while holding a wooden sword in the past, a dark memory that Hendrik was deliberately digging up, seemed to flash before his eyes. Hendrik laughed out loud, believing Lucian would forever remain the same weakling as back then. But contrary to his expectations, Lucian only chuckled, a mysterious and dangerous smile. "Huh!" His eyes turned ice-cold, radiating a terrifying killing intent as he stared straight at the man opposite him. "Look at this bastard, this is going to be fun." Through Lucian's narration, the image of a knight appeared in total glamour. They were warriors clad in shining armor, gripping greatswords, kicking off heroic legends. In the eyes of the world, they were the embodiment of honor and loyalty, people who usually came from noble families. Because of that, a knight was expected to master martial arts and etiquette from a young age. They were the ones bestowed the title of knight by a lord. Under the majestic dome of the palace, the knight knelt to receive the knighthood, marking the official recognition from monarch. And only then was their existence complete. However, behind that glamorous facade lay a naked reality that Lucian knew all too well. In the end, they were just hunting dogs wearing expensive chains. That was why Lucian thought to himself, a man must be loyal to the Lord who grants him wealth and glory, and must respect those who carry noble blood. His gaze locked onto the middle-aged man opposite him. Hendrik, with his thick, full beard, stood there in a challenging and arrogant posture. Yet he dared to show such an insolent attitude. In the middle of the massive training ground, the size difference between the two became even more pronounced. Of course, Lucian's disadvantageous situation probably contributed to it. But Lucian saw much more than that. In his mind, the image of an invisible red chain tightly wrapped around Hendrik's neck appeared. But he was only acting this bold because he had someone backing him up. Looming behind the large knight was the silhouette of Geordie, wearing a meaningful smile. He was the one pulling the strings behind this arrogance. Lucian's eyes flashed with an icy glare. If I could, I would have started with a more brutal method to straighten out his mind. Lucian's imagination painted a bloody scene. He held a cold, sharp knife, swinging his hand to throw a decisive line toward Hendrik, who was tied tightly to a spinning target, making the guy tremble in sheer terror. But immediately, reason pulled him back to reality. Doing that would mean the Grand Duke wouldn't let it slide. The authoritative figure of Grand Duke Sigmund seemed to cast a shadow over his thoughts, reminding him of the price to pay for impulsive actions. Around them, other knights were also fixating their eyes on the scene. He assessed the situation. After all, knights are the core strength of a family and a valuable asset. Punishing outside of official procedures will only create useless tension between the Lord and his subordinates. Lucian coughed slightly to hide his emotions, telling himself, "Not yet. It's not the time." Regaining his calm, he stood up straight and clearly announced, "How ridiculous. If it's just because of what happened before that I avoided the training area, from now I'll visit frequently, at least to learn the sword." Hendrik replied in an impatient tone, "Like you said, a year has already passed. Shouldn't we hurry up? Draw your sword, third young master." He burst out laughing, a laugh full of utter disdain. "You're so funny, young master. Now you're too old to start learning the sword. Lucian raised an eyebrow and asked back, "Too old? At the age of 16? Hendrik immediately asserted firmly, "Let me tell you, anyone past the age of 15 is considered past their prime. Once you're past your prime, it's pretty much over." He began to ramble on in a superior tone. Swordsmanship is a legacy, a secret art created by ancestors. They grant enlightenment to those who follow those movements and are the core essence of ancient wisdom, capable of evolving the physical body. However, it only matters to those whose mana pathways are open. And since that path closes at age 16, it won't have any value other than regular physical training. Hendrik stood, stroking his beard, a triumphant look on his face, then concluded with a viciously sarcastic remark. Swordsmanship without enlightenment is nothing more than a useless, empty shell. He leaned his face close to Lucian, hurling insults. "Come to think of it, it seems to suit you perfectly, young master. This is an opportunity for you to become the master of the greatest meaninglessness in the Empire. That way, you can save time and find your true calling, right?" The surrounding knights began to follow suit, looking at Lucian with eyes full of pity mixed with mockery. And if it turns out not to be, tending the garden every day works too. After all, everyone has a role that suits them. Crossing his arms, Hendrik felt immensely satisfied, thinking to himself, look at you, totally speechless." In his narrow mindset, that flawed knowledge was the absolute truth. In the first place, the myth about mana pathways closing at age 16 was a fabrication. With just a bit of research, anyone would know it was total nonsense, but that didn't matter. And when the time comes, I'll just play dumb, because by then, my goal will have already been achieved. He looked at Lucian, imagining a fool, like a strangled sheep, unable to utter a single word of resistance, frozen in fear while letting a family retainer insult him, only showing a pathetic face to the world, exactly like last year. Suddenly, Lucian's voice rang out, cutting off his train of thought. "But Mr. Hendrik," Lucian casually adjusted his sleeves and calmly questioned him back. "For some reason, that doesn't match what I remember. Don't you think something's off? The mana pathways don't close at age 16, but around age 25. So from what I understand, there shouldn't be any problem learning it now." Hendrik frowned, asking back skeptically, "Huh, are you sure about that?" Lucian continued to set the trap. "I think you're mistaken. Does Mr. Geordie think so too?" "Of course, that's just common knowledge," Hendrik replied, completely off guard, lightly running a hand through his hair, his demeanor still full of smugness. "Well then, that's that. I wouldn't dare argue if you bring him up." "Yep, just as I thought, because Mr. Geordie himself said so." Lucian shook his hand and turned to look at his servant, letting out a pessimistic lament. "Han, it looks like the Valdek clan is doomed." He placed his hand on Han's head, an action that seemed partly comforting and partly theatrical. "You must think so too, right?" "True. It's not like you have any other choice." Han panicked at suddenly being dragged into the conversation. "Young master, what does this have to do with me?" Lucian suddenly faked an outburst, his shout echoing across the training ground. "This is something so basic that even stray dogs know it. Yet a man of that age got it wrong. It's unbelievable just thinking about how many talents were robbed of their chances because of this piece of misinformation. Oh, it breaks my heart to the point of tears." He held his head and lamented, utterly shocked. "To think my own brother is such an airhead." "What are you talking about?" Lucian punched his own chest, looking completely grief-stricken. "Don't try to stop me. If what you said is true, this is an insult to the family name, an undeniable crisis." Then he suddenly flashed a chilling smile, his voice turning threatening. "Surely you wouldn't dare lie to me. Where's your lord's son, anyway? You aren't that stupid, are you?" Silence enveloped the entire training ground. Hendrik began to panic, stammering his defense. "Are you saying I intended to lie to you? What does that mean?" Lucian quickly shifted his attitude. "All right, please forget what I just said. It was a slip of the tongue, because this situation is just too unbelievable." He smiled deviously. "A knight of the Valdek house would never resort to such petty tricks, right?" Hendrik stepped back, absolutely terrified. "Of course, young master. That goes without saying." "Yep, just as I thought." Worry was written all over Hendrik's face. Lucian flashed a triumphant smile. "If that's the case, then this isn't something I can easily overlook. Lucian continued. Let me teach you what happens when you don't know how to watch your mouth. Mr. Hendrik, you don't realize the severity of this matter yet. Hendrik tried to keep his composure. What do you mean? If you simply intended to insult me, I was ready to let it slide. Lucian shouted, playing the part perfectly like a master actor. Not just you, everyone looks down on me. So how could I blame you for that? His voice hardened with heavy authority. However, this is a completely different matter when you, a knight, and my brother, a pillar of the Grand Duchy, hinder the cultivation of new talent based on false information. That is something I absolutely cannot tolerate, because it will weaken the strength of the Valdec Knights and bring about a grave threat to the safety of our people, the very foundation of this fief. Standing beside him, Han was deeply moved by his master's deeply responsible words. Lucian continued to press hard. As someone who carries the Valdec name, I have every reason to be furious. Seeing Hendrik tremble, Lucian knew he had hit the mark. Bulseye. Mr. Hendrik, I believe you now understand just how serious this is. He pointed his finger at Hendrik's chest, as if granting one final piece of comfort to a death row inmate. So you better get ready. I will report this to Father and ask him to issue disciplinary action. The name Father made Hendrik flinch, his entire body shaking violently. Lucian's eyes flared with a terrifying golden hue. Witnessing Hendrik's pale face, Lucian thought to himself with satisfaction. Wait a minute, he's shaking like a leaf just at the mention of Father. So why did he push things this far? Meanwhile, Hendrik realized with horror the terrifying change in the young master. Wait, since when did this brat get so bold? Before, he was as weak as a lamb, but now he's exactly like. Behind Lucian's back, the phantom of a giant wolf appeared, baring its fangs dangerously. Right at that moment, a hand wearing a sparkling ruby ring appeared. Geordie stepped out from behind. What's all the racket about? Hendrik rejoiced as if he had just found a lifeline. Master Geordie! Lucian smiled faintly, his eyes full of calculation. Perfect timing. You've finally decided to grace us with your presence. Geordie looked at Lucian with a cold gaze, his voice dripping with annoyance. You again, Lucian Valdec. Standing in front of Lucian right now was the second young master, Geordie Valdec. Geordie's sudden appearance instantly turned the atmosphere incredibly tense. Hendrik rushed over, sweating profusely and stammering. Young master, let me explain everything. The anxious knight tried to make excuses in utter panic. Actually, what I meant by all this was... But Geordie coldly cut him off with a single word, enough. The second brother's face broke into a meaningful smile. You don't need to explain. Right after that, he leaned close to Hendrik's face, his sharp gaze delivering harsh words. I witnessed your pathetic display with my own eyes. Geordie looked at his subordinate with complete disappointment. Getting led by the nose by a kid who isn't even half your age. How thoroughly disappointing. He placed his hand on Hendrik's shoulder, patting it reassuringly in a fake manner, but then immediately lowered his voice to a threatening growl. Hey, calm down, unless you plan on embarrassing me even further. After putting Hendrik in his place, Geordie strolled over toward Lucian and his servant. Seeing this, Han trembled and gripped his master's clothes tightly. Young master, what do we do now? Master Geordie looks absolutely furious. In stark contrast to Han's absolute terror, Lucian looked amused. Yeah, that face is definitely something worth seeing. Geordie approached with a cold face radiating killing intent. Even back when he was a guard, he was famous for his vicious temper, a brutal standard among the nobility. Because his power was weaker than the eldest son, he aggressively recruited outsiders, but most of them met a terrible end, because the moment he found someone useless, he would frame them with a crime and eliminate them. Lucian casually greeted him with a smiling face. Greetings, brother Geordie Valdec. Long time no see, second young master. Geordie looked at his younger brother with annoyance. I assume you've been doing well lately? He looked down at Lucian with utter disdain and snapped. You idiot. Lucian shrugged, wondering about his brother's attitude. What is this about? Whatever was said between you and Mr. Hendrik, I saw it all. Geordie flashed a sinister smile. How dare you bring shame to the Valdec name? Lucian still played dumb, questioning him back. Could you be more specific? Why is that considered a shame? Knowing he couldn't call him out directly, Geordie deliberately twisted the narrative to defend his subordinate. It's been a while since Mr. Hendrik taught theory, so it seems there was a slight misunderstanding. He pointed toward Hendrik standing in the distance, emphasizing, using my name to cause such pointless chaos is an undeniable mistake. He cannot escape responsibility for that. Geordie closed his eyes, pretending to be magnanimous. However, I have no intention of reprimanding him over this matter. Considering the blood he has spilled for the Valdec house, I know all too well the weight of that loyalty. Then, he turned to look at Lucian with a sharp gaze. Unlike you. Geordie poked Lucian's chest hard with his finger, saying mockingly, someone who couldn't even handle sword practice and ran away. Do you really believe you have the right to condemn him? Lucian Valdec, first of all, you must learn to respect the knights. He loudly asserted their role, pointing his arm toward the long line of knights standing there, because it is thanks to them that the Valdec family still exists. Playing the role of a kind older brother, Geordie declared, everyone, I apologize on his behalf for the commotion today. It was just a reckless mistake by a child. I hope everyone can be generous. Then he flashed a terrifying, calculating smile. From now on, I will personally keep a very close eye on my foolish little brother. Lucian watched Geordie with a mysterious smile. He thought to himself, oh, so you're going to play it this way, huh? He's pretty smart. The one I insulted straight to his face was him. Yet he not only twisted it into me insulting the knights to make them angry, but he also cleverly saved his own face. Lucian decided to go along with the game. Fine, I'll let you have this one, he blurted out. You really are something else, second brother. Geordie looked at him in surprise. Huh. Lucian bowed his head, acting remorseful as he began his theatrical performance. Even if there was a slight misunderstanding between Mr. Hendrik and me, you should have punished me for having the audacity to insult you instead, second brother. Lucian tightly clasped his hands against his chest with a deeply moved expression, continuing, but instead of doing that, you have granted me an invaluable lesson. He deliberately repeated the insults from earlier loud and clear. I called your head a hat rack, an empty skull. Standing beside him, Han panicked and rushed forward to cover his master's mouth. Young master, please shut your mouth. Lucian brushed his hand away, pretending to regret it, though his eyes were full of mischief. Anyway, I feel ashamed for letting such ridiculous words slip out. While veins were popping on Geordie's face from anger, Lucian shouted excitedly, praising him to the skies. Today, I've learned so much from your tolerance, second brother. He turned around to order his servant. Han, we must quickly write down the young master's teachings. Paper won't do it justice. It must be engraved on the finest silk. The surrounding knights looked at each other in utter amazement, while Lucian thought to himself, in return, I will use you to shed my weak image and deeply engrave my true image into all of their minds. It was a silent declaration of war that the weak third young master of the past was gone. Lucian laughed heartily and turned to walk away. Then, I'll take my leave. Do you mind? After all, staying near each other any longer won't do us any good. Geordie lost his temper, barking furiously. You bastard, you really don't know fear, do you? You think I'm just going to let you walk away like that? Lucian stopped and questioned him back. Did you forget? Father has been keeping an eye on me lately. Seeing Geordie's murderous glare, he calmly added, I have nothing to lose, but what about you? Lucian turned and walked away decisively. Then I'll take that as a yes. As he walked, he waved goodbye. See ya, brother Geordie. Han frantically chased after him. Young master, left behind. Hendrik looked at the backs of the two, timidly speaking up. Master Geordie, are you really just going to let him go back like that? His only response was a terrifying silence. Geordie's face was cast in a furious shadow, a heavy killing intent radiating from him. After leaving the training ground, Lucian and Han strolled together under the cool green canopy. However, Han was still completely shaken by what had just happened. The anxious servant asked, Young master, are you sure you're okay? You know exactly what kind of person Master Geordie is better than anyone. Seeing Lucian look at him with a gentle gaze, Han panicked even more, shouting in fear. He's never going to let this slide. Even if we luckily escaped this time, I know that scary, mustachioed knight will make me vanish without a trace. Lucian reassured him. I get it, okay? Calm down. The image of Jake suddenly flashed back in Lucian's memory. Come to think of it, only someone who has been through it can truly understand. When an incompetent superior makes things worse and then pretends to know nothing. I know exactly how awful that feels. Flashing a warm smile, he said to Han, that's not going to happen. Get up. A knight wouldn't do something like that. And besides, I won't let it happen anyway. He looked at the servant kneeling on the ground with absolute sincerity. You've suffered a lot because of me, Han. When a master acts stupid, it's the subordinates who pay the price. Especially you, being my personal servant. It must have been even harder. Han's eyes welled up with emotion. With a resolute gaze, Lucian extended his hand toward Han and solemnly declared, I promise you one thing. From now on, my foolish actions will never cause my people to be looked down upon or feel insecure again. So let's work perfectly together, Han. Under the pouring sunlight, Lucian and Han shook hands, marking a fresh start. Under the brilliant sunny sky, a panoramic view of the mansion displayed its luxury and grandeur. However, in stark contrast to that peaceful scenery, inside the castle hallways, Lucian and his servant Han were walking as fast as the wind. As he walked, Lucian's mind was spinning with calculations. He thought to himself, I was wondering why everything was so quiet after leaving the training ground. His eyes hardened as he continued to deduce. From what I know, that Geordie guy isn't the type to sit back and take a hit. Lucian's hand gripped the budget sheet so tightly it crumpled. He realized the truth of the matter. So he actually pulled a petty move like this, huh? Anger flared up, and he clenched his hand into a fist. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Han, running close behind, couldn't hide his frustration either, agreeing with his master. That's right, young master. This is absolutely something we can't let slide easily. Stopping in his tracks, Lucian turned to Han with a face full of determination. Are you ready? Han stood up straight, replying clearly, ready when you are, young master. As if waiting for exactly that, Lucian shouted in his long-suppressed rage. Messing with my allowance. Han was equally miserable, wailing tragically. And my bonus pay too. It all started with the budget estimate that arrived today. Before that, Lucian had been incredibly excited when he received the envelope. He had daydreamed about buying more moonlight herbs and getting everything he needed. That was the day he was positive his pockets would be full of cash. But then his smile completely vanished. Lucian's expression changed as he looked at the numbers inside. The paper dropped to the floor, and he blurted out in shock, The summary clearly stated, Lucian's allowance was cut by 75% and Han's salary was cut by 30%. That was an undeniable fact. A thought flashed through Lucian's mind. That damn young master messed with my allowance. He didn't do it himself, but through the head maid he planted in my villa. Lucian and Han stopped in front of a large door. He muttered, Embezzlement, even in noble society, is a capital crime punishable by death. Pushing the door open, Lucian thought bitterly. Yet he still managed to pull off something so ridiculous. His sharp eyes scanned the room. It's because there was a loophole on our side for him to exploit. After the third Duchess, Lucian's mother, passed away, the sight of the maids working in the hall reminded him of his mistake. Lucian had delegated the budget management to someone else. It should have been Dana, the loyal head maid who had been by his side for years, not that young maid over there. In front of them was the cunning face of the young maid, Jenny. She bowed to Lucian and Han with a fake gesture. This is the first time I've got to meet and greet you directly like this. Jenny smiled smugly as she introduced herself. A pleasure to meet you. I am Jenny, the newly appointed head, maid replacing Mrs. Dana. Without giving them a chance to react, Jenny continued in a patronizing tone. When I took office, I intended to bring the paperwork over for adjustments. But back then, it looked like the young master had absolutely no intention of stepping out of his room. She narrowed her eyes, asking mockingly, Has that period of being lost finally ended? Unable to stand that insolent attitude, Han barked. What kind of tone are you using with the young master? Lucian raised his hand to stop Han, his face strangely calm. Calm down, Han. She's not wrong. He smiled meaningfully. All right, let's skip the petty stuff. Tightening his grip on the estimate sheet, Lucian emphasized, the important matter right now is something else. He looked straight into Jenny's eyes, creating an invisible pressure. I'm asking you directly. Holding the paper out in front of her face, he questioned her, "Did you draw up this estimate?" Jenny flashed a challenging smile, mockingly admitting it. "No wonder you call me over. Turns out it's because of the budget estimate." "Yes, I'm the one who drew it up," she coolly explained. The young master handed over the authority to the former headmaid, and I simply took over and worked exactly according to what was handed down. Then she played innocent, acting aggrieved, "But I'm a bit confused. I worked so hard, yet I'm being interrogated out of nowhere like this." Finally, she added a razor-sharp, sarcastic jab. "In the first place, this is work the young master should be doing himself." Lucian looked at the paper with an ice-cold gaze. He admitted, "Yeah, I figured you'd use that as an excuse, since this matter was clearly an oversight on Lucian's part too." He gave a slight nod. "All right, I get that point. Maybe it couldn't be helped. But even so, there's still a part one absolutely cannot accept." Lucian analyzed. "The majority of the money provided by my father was allocated toward raising the maid's salaries. Considering how much they've suffered all this time due to my negligence, looking at it as compensation is fine." Pausing for a moment, he lowered his voice to a deep whisper. But right now, Lucian's gaze became incredibly terrifying. He demanded, "Why is it that Han's salary not only didn't increase, but was actually cut? Don't you think you're being a little too obvious?" Jenny sneered, replying in a voice so fake it made his skin crawl. "Oh, is that so? I must have been careless. Managing a household just comes with too many things to worry about." She looked around, searching for support. "My workload is totally overwhelming, and everyone here can vouch for that." Jenny turned to the servants. "Right?" The maids trembled in fear and quickly agreed. "Yes, Miss Jenny has been exceptionally busy lately, so we will make sure to assist her much better from now on." How could their timidity and sheer terror ever escape Lucian's notice? He observed them in silence, then tilted his head slightly and let out a soft sigh. He coldly ordered, "Let's go back." Han was utterly shocked. "Young master?" Just like this. Lucian turned and walked away with Han, feeling a bitter pang in his heart. This body is mine, yet my own hands and feet only listen to others. He walked on in silence, but then abruptly came to a halt. Without turning around, his voice echoed back. "Headmaid, I will ask you one last question. Answer very carefully." Lucian looked back, his eyes drilling into Jenny with a threatening glare. "Do you even know who the master you're supposed to obey actually is?" She replied insolently, leaving her implication hanging in the air. "About that." In her mind, a thought flashed. "Let me go ask Lord Geordie first and see." Night fell, blanketing the deserted streets. Lucian made up his mind. A rotten organization has to be completely uprooted if you want to survive. In a dark alleyway within the city, two disguised figures stood before a dilapidated-looking tavern. Han asked in confusion, "Young master, didn't you say we were going fishing to clear your head?" He looked around anxiously, filled with apprehension. Inside this place, however, the atmosphere was entirely different. It was a chaotic scene of a crowd roaring wildly around a fighting ring. Curses filled the air. "Hey, you worthless piece of trash, can't you fight properly? I bet my entire bonus on you today." Two fighters were brutally lunging at each other. The crowd continued their savage cheering. "Yeah, hit him harder. Smash him to pieces." Lucian smiled mysteriously beneath his cloak. He asked Han with a smug look, "Can't you feel it?" Then he answered himself in his thoughts, "That feeling that we're about to catch a big fish." Lucian walked up to the bar with confident strides. The bartender immediately growled, "This place isn't for kids like you to loiter around. Know what's good for you and get lost." He glared at him with a dismissive look, but that attitude flipped 180 degrees the moment Lucian slammed a heavy pouch of gold onto the counter. Lucian stood casually in front of the bar and muttered, "What kind of casino makes things this difficult?" He looked at the bartender with a provocative smirk and shot back, "Well, aren't you going to serve your guest?" The image of the headmaid, Jenny, flashed through Lucian's mind. She was smiling with an arrogant, self-satisfied look. He pondered and calculated. There was a good reason why he hadn't made a move to deal with the headmaid just yet. Under the grand chandelier of the luxurious bar, Lucian took a sip of his drink to let his thoughts drift away. First of all, Jenny wasn't just some ordinary headmaid. She was the daughter of the wet nurse who had raised Geordie since childhood. Acting rashly would only make everything much harder. While Lucian and Han were being enthusiastically doted on by the waiter, his mind never stopped analyzing. Second of all, things were in a state of chaos that went far beyond imagination. For an extraordinary situation that defied logic, it was only natural to employ an equally extraordinary method. Curving his lips slightly, Lucian told himself, in the end, there's no way the Grand Duke doesn't know about this. The imposing figure of Grand Duke Sigmund flashed across his mind. In other words, cleaning up this mess was also a test. If that was the case, he had to put on a real show. Having made his decision, Lucian casually sat down at a gambling table. The game began, and the cards were flipped over one by one. Lucian's skills were unbelievably exquisite. His hands glided over the cards as if he were dancing. As he played, he kept his train of thought going while making a little extra cash on the side. Lucian raised his head and asked triumphantly, "How many consecutive wins is that now?" Around him, a curious crowd had gathered tight, and incessant whispers broke out. His skill is seriously terrifying. But his opponent is supposed to be a seasoned veteran too, right? In stark contrast to the crowd's excitement, the dealer was trembling, breaking out in a cold sweat at the young master's terrifying streak of luck. He blurted out in utter despair, "I actually lost." Twirling a chip in his hand, Lucian threw out a taunt. "Are you planning to give up already? I was just getting warmed up." He looked straight into his opponent's eyes, his gaze filled with challenge. "Play a little longer before you leave." The dealer's voice cracked as he frantically waved his hands. "No, please, I'll stop right here." Standing to the side, Han held his head, his face a canvas of a million question marks. When on earth did the young master learn how to do this? With a thoroughly bored expression, Lucian propped his feet up on the table and groaned. "Fine. Who's the next opponent?" His eyes swept across the crowd, his tone dripping with disappointment. "I came all this way because of the rumors, and this is all you've got?" In reality, he was waiting for a real piece of prey. Now that he had cleaned them out to this extent, it was about time for that guy to make a move. Right at that moment, the large doors of the casino burst open. Lucian glanced toward the entrance, the corner of his mouth curving into a satisfied smile. Speak of the devil, a massive man walked in, every slow movement of buttoning his suit jacket exuding the dangerous aura of a kingpin. A long scar was etched across his fierce, rugged face. He stood looming over Lucian, speaking in a deep, gravelly voice. "How rude of me not to recognize such a distinguished guest visiting us. Please forgive my late greeting." He began to introduce himself. "I am Hugo, the manager of this place." Hugo gave a slight flick of his fingers, and his henchmen immediately dispersed to clear out the remaining guests. He smiled sinisterly at Lucian. "I am deeply, deeply sorry, but we are forced to close early today due to some private matters. If you visit us again next time, we will definitely show you the finest hospitality." The crowd of guests began to filter out, leaving the atmosphere inside the casino deathly silent. Hugo continued, "Even if it bothers the other guests, what does that matter? As long as young Master Lucian can comfortably enjoy his time here." Lucian looked at Hugo with amusement. "Oh, I haven't been out in quite a while, yet you still recognized me? I guess you really need sharp eyes to survive in a place like this." Hugo replied, maintaining his fake deferential attitude. "Once again, please forgive my delay in greeting you." Lucian said nonchalantly, "Don't worry about it. I just came to get a breath of fresh air. But it really is a surprise, young master. A guest who can pile up chips like this is truly a rare sight." As he spoke, Hugo's eyes hungrily locked onto Lucian's massive tower of chips. "If it's all right with you, would the young master allow me to be your opponent?" Lucian raised an eyebrow. "You want to step up yourself?" Hugo smiled humbly but with deep meaning. "I wouldn't dare. How could I ever be a worthy opponent for you? But as the one running this place, I do have a bit of skill." His eyes flashed with a crimson light, laying bare his raw ambition. Playing around just for amusement should be more than enough. Sensing the thick bloodlust, Han fearfully grabbed Lucian's arm and whined. "Yo, young master, can we please go home? We've already made so much money." The servant boy trembled as he looked at Hugo and whispered, "That man gives me a seriously bad vibe. I've met plenty of terrifying people back at the mansion, But that look in his eyes is truly rare. Lucian smiled to reassure Han. But in his mind, he made an evaluation. Han, it looks like he's not the type who just survives on luck. He caught a glimpse of Hugo and replied to Han, I suppose so. Hugo was smiling, a very corporate, polite smile. But Lucian knew exactly who was hiding behind that grin. In his memories, his moniker was Hugo, the very name that would later shake the entire underworld to its core. His footsteps began from the pitch-black alleys behind a city. It was a bloody sight left behind by ruthless purges. All he had in his hands was a brutal, savage body. Lucian recalled the image of Hugo walking alone past corpses strewn all over a dark alleyway. But before a man who possessed both violence and cunning like him, no obstacle could ever stand. He quickly rose to power, reaching his hands into gambling, smuggling, and all the way to contract killing, eventually dominating the underworld of 5 territories and becoming the Emperor of the Night. He then used the cracks within the Empire as a stepping stone to declare himself a Baron. The image of Hugo sitting on a throne of absolute power manifested vividly, carving his path into one of the warlords of the Empire. Returning to reality, Lucian faced Hugo, the two locked eyes evaluating each other. Right now, he was still green, but just as Han said, he was an extremely dangerous individual. Lucian let out a mysterious smile, because today, the image of a ferocious shark gliding through his mind, a metaphor for Lucian preparing to butcher his opponent, was meant to crush you. The cards were dealt, and the fateful match began. Lucian suggested, let's keep it simple. How about a single hand? Hugo replied instantly, fine by me. Furthermore, we won't put a cap on the betting limit. He laughed heartily. Since the young master has personally graced us with his presence, I can't possibly let you get bored. Lucian smiled brightly, completely ignoring Han, who was sweating bullets beside him. That's what I'm talking about. Finally, someone who actually knows how things work has shown up. Hugo looked at Lucian, a fleeting look of contempt crossing his eyes as he thought to himself, what an honor, young master. A brat who knows nothing but how to run wild using the reputation of the Valdec family, without even realizing how the words he just spoke will wrap tightly around his own neck. Hugo's hand flipped a card as he calculated. Actually, this works out even better. He glared at Lucian with cold, sharp eyes. Having his designated casino cleaned out of its capital wasn't part of the plan, but the waiter smiled and clapped his hands, signaling that the dealing was done. Hugo gloated silently. Impetuous kids like this, the more they lose, the deeper they sink. At this moment, Lucian smiled and gently glanced over his cards. Meanwhile, Hugo bared his teeth in a grin, his face flushed with the triumphant confidence of a predator. I'll gnaw you down to the bone, you foolish little brat living in a glass cage. Suddenly, Lucian blurted out, oh dear, my mind is really... Hugo paused and asked, is there a problem, young master? Lucian smiled radiantly, looking straight at Hugo. It's nothing major. It's just that before we start, I'd like to ask you something, if that's all right. Hugo replied in a calm tone, of course, young master. I shall answer honestly. Even though today is the first time we meet, I find myself liking you quite a bit. Glancing subtly at Hugo's 2 burly henchmen, he lowered his voice and continued. Just looking at the aura of your underlings is enough to guess the stature of their leader. Even if this isn't a legally operated establishment, managing a scale like this isn't something an ordinary person could pull off. Lucian continued, his tone conversational. If you had crossed the line, it would have surely reached our ears and been wiped out long ago. Hugo bowed his head humbly. Because I understand my place, I'm always careful not to displease the higher-ups. Lucian waved his hand and laughed out loud. There's no need to be so tense. Even though I'm a Valdec, I'm not the type of person who suffocates others. Then, abruptly, he rested his chin on his hand, his gaze becoming sharp as a dagger, pinning Hugo right where he sat. So just give me a straight answer. When do you plan to start large-scale production? Hugo blinked in confusion, completely lost as to what was happening. He asked back, what exactly do you mean by that, sir? Lucian delivered the final blow. Oh, come on, that thing you guys are preparing. The moment the words left his mouth, Hugo's eyes widened in sheer shock, his fake composure shattering to pieces. That illegal hallucinogenic drug. It was just a softly spoken sentence, but the atmosphere in the room instantly froze, turning suffocatingly tense. The servants standing nearby immediately stiffened, holding their breath as they heard the young master mention that forbidden poison. Standing behind him, Han couldn't hide his terror, his face losing all color until it turned completely pale. In stark contrast to the enveloping fear, Hugo maintained a chillingly calm exterior, but deep within his eyes, he was calculating his next move very thoroughly. However, that superficial calm quickly cracked under the invisible pressure radiating from Lucian. He began to lose his cool, sweat trickling down his temples as he stammered out, "Young master, what are you talking about? Hallucinogenic drugs. What on earth?" Lucian nonchalantly played with the chips in his hand, the rhythmic clicking sound echoing like a countdown timer, his voice dripping with mockery. "Oh my, you heard me loud and clear. So why ask again?" Without giving him a moment to steady himself, he went straight to the point. "The Logren family made you do it, didn't they?" Lucian's sharp eyes, along with his knowing smile, pierced straight through the man opposite him, cornering him completely. "I mean your little project to destabilize the Valdek family by distributing contraband drugs." Saying this, Lucian waved his hand with a bored expression mixed with disdain. He let out a sigh, his voice dropping low. "I never expected a Marquis to give such a low-class order. There are lines that should never be crossed." He tilted his head, his gaze cold as a blade boring into the man. "Am I right, Hugo?" At this point, Hugo broke out in a cold sweat, feeling the absolute dominance of the young master. Lucian didn't let him off the hook, dealing another psychological blow. "Oh wait, in this case, you're actually the one who's more impressive. Where on earth did you find the balls to pull off a stunt like that right inside the Valdek family's territory?" In the dim shadows of the room, Hugo sat entirely isolated on his chair, while Lucian's voice kept ringing in his ears like a death sentence. "The moment a problem arises and you get caught, every single person allied with the Valdek family will lend a hand to stomp you into mush. The punishment will be absolutely brutal. No one will be left out." The entire room seemed to grind to a halt. Lucian began to dissect the situation, his tones sounding as if he were reading right through his opponent's mind. "Hugo, your head must be a complete mess right now. A failed plan means this life you've exposed is forfeit." Lucian's hand pointed directly at the ominous Joker card resting on the table, getting shut down right in front of the worst faction of the Valdek family. In Lucian's mind, a script from his past life flashed by, back when Jake led a group of people to storm this place. Originally, this matter wouldn't be exposed for another 2 years. Around that time, the Grand Duke would finally receive a report about the drugs spreading throughout the territory. And despite his best efforts to clamp down and raid the headquarters, leaving the room completely ransacked, Jake could only gnash his teeth in anger amidst the ruins. Because by then, Hugo had already fled the city, but that painful blow from the past had now become his absolute trump card in the present. Hugo desperately squeezed out his last shred of hope, his voice strained. "Young master, it seems there has been some kind of misunderstanding." Lucian merely shot back mockingly. "A misunderstanding?" Hugo bowed his head, trying to pull off the most pitiful and pathetic face he could manage. "I'm just a poor man scraping together pocket change in a tiny shop. How could someone like me ever touch drugs?" He clenched his fists, the veins on his neck bulging as he shouted out in sheer desperation. "Someone who envies me must have spread malicious rumors. If you give me a chance, I will personally track down the source." Lucian let out a soft, mocking chuckle. Malicious rumors, you say?" He began to expose the man's hidden cards, one by one, slowly and ruthlessly. "If that's the case, then that production workshop you're funding is just an ordinary storefront." Lucian paused for a beat before continuing. "And that underground tunnel right here leading outside the city walls is just a dry sewer pipe. I take it?" Hugo froze in sheer horror as his life and death secrets were laid completely bare. Lucian asked one final time. "I will ask you one last time. How far along are you guys?" Hugo was completely overwhelmed, his throat tightening up so much he couldn't utter a single word. He looked up with a face full of despair, his mind racing frantically to calculate his options. "He even knows about the front business and the secret passage?" If it's reached this point, any excuse is completely pointless. Hugo's hand shook, blue veins popping out from sheer tension, his face darkening as a mad bloodlust flashed through his eyes. A dark thought crossed his mind. If that's how it is, should I just kill him? A brat with no guards around would only take a single strike to finish off. At this moment, Hugo's lackeys hiding in the shadows began to rustle, drawing their knives as they prepared to rush forward and assassinate the third young master of the Valdec family. Murderous intent flooded the entire room, but Lucian seemed to have eyes in the back of his head. He had read right through the man's dark malice. Think it over carefully. Go ahead and move, Lucian casually warned him, completely unbothered by Han, who was shaking with fear behind him. He flashed a challenging smile at Hugo. The stake for this hand is your life. His voice turned ice cold. Make sure you very carefully consider the position you've managed to climb up to. Hugo's hand shook violently upon hearing that threat, a cold sweat breaking out all over him as he snapped out of it, realizing his own stupidity. I'm so stupid. What on earth am I thinking? Laying a hand on a son of the Valdec family. Hugo shuddered as he imagined himself being brutally tortured if he dared to do it, sheer terror paralyzing his mind. How is it any different from seeking out my own death? Hugo closed his eyes tight, trying his best to calm down, and then dropped to his knees onto the wooden floor, bowing his head low in utter submission. No matter what, I have to survive. He banged his head on the floor, begging, please spare my life. Hugo looked up at Lucian, his eyes pleading for survival. I believe there's a reason why you personally came to find me. He continued, trembling. Otherwise, my head would have already been separated from my neck by now. Lucian smiled with satisfaction upon seeing that his prey had completely submitted. Hugo was now ready to throw away every last shred of his dignity. If you want me to be a dog, I'll be a dog. If you want me to bark, I'll bark. If you want me to crawl, I'll crawl. Seeing their boss on his knees, Hugo's subordinates frantically dropped to the floor along with him. The entire room erupted into a chaotic mess of begging. Please spare our lives. Please spare us. Young master. Lucian's hand lightly touched the stack of chips on the table, then slid a single chip over to Hugo. He stood up, radiating absolute authority, and said nonchalantly, well, keeping a dog around isn't a bad idea. After all, I did feel like I was missing an obedient errand boy. Hugo caught on like a drowning man catching a rope, hurriedly replying, thank you, sir. Please give your orders. I will do anything. He looked up at Lucian with a face full of hope, but Lucian leaned down, looking straight into the eyes of the man kneeling beneath his feet. But then he asked an insightful question. Wouldn't that be a little too boring? You don't look like the type who'd be satisfied with just being a hunting dog. Lucian suddenly placed a hand on Hugo's shoulder in a familiar manner, making a proposition that shook him to his core. How about this, Hugo? Do you want to try being a knight? Hugo was stunned. Those words were like an arrow piercing straight through his calloused exterior and striking the deepest, most hidden corner of his heart. Did he want to be a knight? Hugo lowered his gaze as memories of his long-lost ambitions came rushing back. It was once a dream he had desperately yearned for, but in the end, he had no choice but to abandon it. Over time, that reality had only become clearer. He remembered the days he used to put in every ounce of effort. No matter how much he refined his skills, the image of his past self holding a sword with eyes full of determination vividly resurfaced. No matter how many times he risked his life for a master, at the end of the day, he was still just a convenient tool for the aristocracy. He painfully realized that no matter how hard he tried, the status he was born into could never be changed. Yet, Lucian's invitation kept echoing in his mind. Do you want to try being a knight? Like a lost soul finally catching a glimpse of light, Hugo slammed his forehead hard against the floor, showing absolute submission from the bottom of his heart. If it's actually possible, I would sell my very soul for it. Can I really become a knight? Lucian's gaze was steadfast and brimming with power. He asserted, I swear on the honor of the Valdec family. If one day you can attain an honor and integrity that you yourself aren't ashamed of. Lucian stood up straight, a brilliant aura seemingly enveloping him as he declared, then a trivial thing like your birth status won't be able to stand in your way. He flashed a radiant smile, extending his hand toward Hugo. Hugo, do you want to live like a human being instead of a tool? Hugo looked at that hand, his eyes overflowing with sheer admiration and absolute loyalty. A few days later, beneath a crisp blue sky, the grand castle of the Valdek family stood in all its magnificent glory. Inside the grand hall, the maids were buzzing with gossip. Every single curious eye locked onto the stranger standing next to the young master. Lucian announced in a clear, resonant voice, "Let me introduce him to everyone. He's a talented individual I recruited from the outside." The appearance of Hugo, a massive man with a rugged, weathered aura, caused a small wave of whispers to ripple through the crowd. Lucian sat back comfortably in his chair and ordered, "All right, now go ahead and introduce yourself." Hugo stood tall and proper, his demeanor completely transformed from the man who had been kneeling in that dark room just days ago. He spoke clearly. "My name is Hugo. Starting today, I will be serving the young master." Hugo flashed a confident, well-meaning smile, but in the eyes of the servants, the ex-convict grin still had something incredibly terrifying about it. "It's a pleasure to be working with you all." Inside the luxurious office, the air turned thick and suffocatingly tense as Lucian summoned the domestic staff. Adopting the posture of an absolute superior, Lucian casually propped his feet up on the desk, his eyes not even bothering to glance at his subordinates, showing blatant contempt. A dry, hollow clap rang out, cutting right through the terrifying silence. Lucian spoke up, "Well, that covers the introductions." A dangerous glint flashed in his eyes as he delivered a sharp, decisive command. "Bring the head maid here." This sudden demand caught the servant completely off guard. His face went pale as he stammered back, "You mean the head maid, sir? Why are you suddenly calling her here?" Lucian merely let out a cold, mocking chuckle, loosely gesturing his finger toward Hugo. "Why else? This guy needs to introduce himself to her, doesn't he?" In Lucian's mind, the image of Jenny surfaced as an arrogant tyrant who always used her authority to crush the weak. He thought to himself, "I can't just let myself get scolded like last time, right? I absolutely have to report this to our busy headmaid." Lucian silently observed his subordinates' reactions. Everything was playing out exactly as he had anticipated. These employees had long passed the point where conventional methods would work. Of course, the answer was staring them right in the face. In their eyes, Lucian was just a frayed, useless rope that wasn't even worth holding on to. The room fell dead silent, with only the inanimate objects witnessing the suffocating tension. Lucian told himself, "Then I'll just have to make them understand." The servant stood deferentially before Lucian, trying to salvage the situation with a desperate tone. "Young master, please consider our circumstances." He gesticulated wildly, trying to shift the blame onto their situation to justify himself. "You know how it is, don't you? Lord Geordie pays special attention to the headmaid. We don't have any authority here." Chiming in, complaints began to echo throughout the entire room. "He's right. Please try to understand us. Why are you deliberately adding fuel to the fire like this? We just want to live a quiet life like we did before." Han couldn't take those cowardly words for another second. His face hardened, and he gnashed his teeth in fury before roaring, "You people better wake up right now. Have you completely forgotten your duties? The master of this place is young Master Lucian, not the second young master, Geordie." Hugo stood to the side, quietly observing the scene before chiming in, "Not the second young master, Geordie." Stepping forward, Hugo spoke in a highly confident tone that exuded raw, suffocating bloodlust. "Senior Han, please leave this matter to me." He smiled at Han, his eyes glinting with a sharp intensity. His razor-sharp words seemed to be far beyond their capacity to comprehend. Turning to Lucian, Hugo bowed respectfully. "Young master, I realize what needs to be done." Lucian raised an amused eyebrow. "Well, that was fast." Hugo's voice came out ice-cold, sounding as if it were echoing back from the underworld. "With bastards who don't know their place, hammering loyalty into their heads is a very simple matter. I ask for your permission one last time, though it might get a little violent. I hope to have your approval." Lucian smiled with satisfaction, his eyes shining with clear appreciation. He made an internal assessment. He certainly has a sharp mind. This is the primary reason I recruited Hugo. He felt incredibly fortunate that such a powerful card had chosen to stand on his side. Hugo had only just started with the hallucinogenic drug case. If it progressed any further, even he wouldn't be able to handle it. Without a moment's hesitation, Lucian patted Hugo on the shoulder. Of course you have my permission. That is exactly what I want. In the shadows, the figures of Lucian and Hugo loomed with a villainous air, their eyes glowing brightly. Lucian's encouragement acted like throwing fuel onto the fire of the monster inside his subordinate. Don't worry about a thing. Put on a spectacular show. As you command, Hugo replied. Meanwhile, the servant began to feel a sudden chill run down his spine, his intuition screaming at him that something terrible was about to happen. Hugo stepped forward, his massive frame completely towering over the petite servant, as an invisible yet incredibly heavy pressure weighed down on the room. The servant stammered in his own thoughts. Why does he look so huge? Fear began to completely take over his mind. Up close, he looks even bigger, and why the hell does he look so terrifying? Even so, the servant forced himself to brace up and self-soothe. There's absolutely nothing to be afraid of. This guy is ultimately just some street thug from the back alleys. Gathering a shred of delusionary courage, he tilted his chin up. Hey, it seems you know nothing about the situation around here. If you're smart, you'd better pick the right side. Do you have any idea how ruthless Lord Geordie is? He held the upper hand a long time ago. He still had no clue he was playing with fire. Hugo looked at the steward with absolute disdain, but the man merely scoffed. You want the kind of idiot who would risk his life for a few measly pennies, are you? He had no idea that Hugo's fist was already primed to explode. Hugo stood like a statue in the shadows, with only the whites of his eyes showing clearly, coldly letting out a single sentence that made the other man's limbs go numb. Those are pathetic words for a dog. The servant asked back with a thoroughly clueless expression. What? What did you just say? A lightning-fast punch smashed straight into the servant's face, choking the words right out of his throat along with the sound of crushing bones. The punch carried the force of 1,000 pounds, not only flattening the insolent fool, but also causing the surrounding air to seemingly explode. The crowd below was paralyzed with horror. They never expected Hugo to actually dare to use such brutal violence right in front of everyone. The steward went flying like a plucked bird, while Lucian casually whistled, his face full of enjoyment, as if he were watching a magnificent play. Hugo stood there tall and unmoving, like a god of war who had just executed divine justice. The man who had been acting so high and mighty just moments ago now lay slumped on the floor, his face swollen, covered in blood, and gasping for air. The price to pay for stupidity and betrayal was incredibly steep. This was a first-hand lesson for anyone else harboring similar ideas. The other servants trembled, and one pointed a finger at Hugo with a face full of disbelief as panic screams broke out. What the hell is that? Using brute force. They still tried to cling to their illusion of power, even if you were brought in by the young master. Do you think you have the right to do this? Hugo stood proud, his eyes closed in supreme confidence as a powerful smirk curved on his lips. I have more than enough right, because I happen to be an expert when it comes to educating arrogant bastards. The declaration hung over the servants' heads like a death sentence, and the room suddenly fell into an eerie, bizarre silence. The servant groaned in agony, his face deformed as he tried to crawl up from the wreckage of his shattered pride. Suddenly, I darted toward the door. Let me go. I said let me go. Jenny was dragged roughly into the room, her mouth never stopping its screaming. Jenny glared at the servants holding her down, her face flushed red with absolute fury. She still hadn't grasped the reality of the situation, still trying to play the superior. Do you people really think you can get away with this? The servant snapped back, seemingly beginning to fear Lucian's authority. Shut your mouth and just walk. Do you still not understand what's happening? Jenny was shoved down onto the floor. When she looked up, she froze dead in her tracks at the sight before her. You dare raise your voice at me? She was about to unleash a tirade, but the words suddenly caught in her throat. I will make you pay for what you've. Jenny's threat was cut short by a wave of pure, unadulterated terror. Before her eyes, all the arrogant servants from earlier were now bowing flat at Lucian's feet like devout worshippers, every single face riddled with anxiety and dread. A trembling voice broke out, shattering the heavy, suffocating silence. "Young Master Lucian, by your command, I have brought the head maid, Jenny." The report echoed clearly, marking the absolute collapse of Jenny's faction. Lucian still stood there, his back turned to everyone like an absolute sovereign savoring his victory in the dark. A faint smile played on his lips as he turned around and waved his hand. "Ah, you're here." Looking down at Jenny, who was kneeling on the ground between two servants, Lucian said nonchalantly, "I only told them to call you here, but it seems everyone got a little carried away, didn't they?" Jenny gnashed her teeth so hard they clicked, her eyes looking as if she wanted to rip Lucian apart and eat him alive. She still couldn't believe she had been reduced to such a pathetic state, screaming out in sheer desperation. "What is the meaning of this? Do you really think you can get away with this? If you think you can intimidate me, you are sorely mistaken. Lord Geordie will absolutely not let this slide." Even at this point, Jenny still tried to drag Geordie out as her final shield, foolishly attempting to negotiate. "If you stop right now, I will consider today's matter settled." Lucian scoffed. My, what exactly is settled?" Lucian's hand lightly glided over a leather whip, a small gesture that carried an incredibly brutal message. "This is just the beginning." Lucian picked up the whip, twirling it in his hands like a toy. As he looked at Jenny with the eyes of an apex predator, "Say whatever you want to say, headmaid, because today you're going to die right here." Lucian stood in the darkness, his golden eyes burning bright with murderous intent, leather whip in hand, ready to strike. Execution. Since ancient times, this remained the most transparent and highly effective method of deterrence. This approach was considered both morally justified in a society that revered discipline and absolute obedience, and it also clearly defined the target. When justice was served publicly beneath a cold, sharp blade, people didn't need to hesitate over who had to face punishment. This meant that a total internal purge was completely unnecessary. Inside the luxurious mansion, the air was thick with tension. Lucian stood there, leather whip in hand, facing the head maid, Jenny. Both sides were locked in a stagnant standoff, one side holding the crushing authority of the master, the other side showing the stubborn defiance of a mere employee. Jenny glared at Lucian with eyes full of resentment and defiance, looking as if she didn't even know what fear meant. In response, Lucian threw her a hollow look that was brimming with pure bloodlust. He thought to himself, just acting like this is more than enough. Lucian's hand tightened around the handle of the whip, making up his mind. Even if it's today, I must force the Grand Duke to see with his own eyes that the useless third young master of the past is completely gone. Without a moment's hesitation, Lucian gave a sharp gesture to signal his men. A servant immediately stepped forward, while Jenny still sat stunned, failing to adapt to the sudden transformation of the young master she had always looked down upon. Receiving the order, that servant lunged forward and grabbed her tight. With a brutal shove, Jenny was slammed down, forced to kneel miserably flat against the floorboards. Pinioned tightly by the servants, Jenny looked up at Lucian standing high above her, the leather whip held ready in his hand like a grim reaper deciding her fate. Despite this, she still tried to maintain her usual arrogance. "Young master, I advise you to think very carefully before you act. Do you truly intend to take my life?" She immediately pulled Geordie out as a threatening shield. "If you harm me, even if it's just a single scratch, do you really think Lord Geordie will just let this matter go easily?" Seeing Lucian's silence, Jenny pushed further. "Furthermore, my mother is the one who raised Lord Geordie from infancy, and as the daughter of his wet nurse, I am practically like a sister to him." Lucian coldly cut her off, his eyes dripping with blatant disgust. "Is that all you have to say? This is likely your very last chance. Are you seriously going to keep repeating those pointless words?" He curved his lips, mocking the pathetic state of the creature kneeling at his feet. "If the only thing you know how to do before you die is scream out my older brother's name, isn't that just too miserable?" Jenny's confidence began to shake violently. Lucian challenged her to play her final card. "If you have any other backup plans, you better bring them out right now." In the suffocatingly quiet space of the room, Jenny's voice grew feeble. She tried desperately to cling to that powerful name. "I only wanted to say that Lord Geordie will." Lucian leaned in close to her face, his low, menacing voice cutting right through her thoughts. "Hey there, headmaid. It seems you're under a massive misunderstanding. As for reasons to kill you, I have plenty." He coldly listed off a string of charges, from insubordination and treason to negligence of duty, inciting embezzlement, and more. Don't think that just because you share the same milk, you can forget your own lowly status like this. Lucian dealt a fatal psychological blow. "Do you really think that Geordie guy you keep screaming for can actually save you?" Jenny's eyes were now flooded with pure terror as she realized Geordie was no longer a safe protective amulet. Lucian calmly analyzed the reality. At most, he would just scold me a few times and call it a day. But if our father gets involved, even he will be completely helpless. Flashing a sinister grin, he continued, "Who knows, he might even think I'm properly breaking in a stubborn horse. Or he might even reward me for it. For all we know." Those words caused Jenny to completely fall apart. Lucian added, "Geordie isn't anything special either. He's just one of the heirs. Just like the person standing right in front of you," he said, his cold gaze reminding her of his previous warning. "I did give you a chance before, didn't I?" Jenny recalled her own triumphant smirk when Lucian had warned her the last time. Now, all that was left was a belated regret. This predicament is entirely of your own make. Terror completely consumed her, causing her hands to shake uncontrollably, leaving her without a shred of strength left to resist. She began to back down, begging in sheer despair. "I know my mistake now. Young master, please spare my life." Lucian merely offered a soft smile, a smile that carried absolutely zero warmth. In the blood-red light cast from the window frame, Lucian's shadow raised the whip high, preparing to deliver the final blow of punishment. He coldly declared, "Blame your own fate." Crisp cracking sounds echoed throughout the entire room, followed by the sight of blood splattering in streaks across the cold floor. In stark contrast to the horrific scene inside, the exterior of the mansion still maintained a facade of peace beneath the clear blue sky. Geordie, along with his servants, were sprinting frantically through the corridors, desperately trying to prevent the absolute worst from happening. Geordie's face was painted with utter panic. "This is impossible. Things shouldn't have escalated to this point." He couldn't believe the transformation in his younger brother. Just a few days ago, he had been cornered by Jenny to the point of running away. Yet now, he suddenly announced he wanted to kill someone. What on earth was going on? Amidst his doubts, he told himself, "And that's not the only suspicious part. Because I anticipated something like this would happen, I already dispatched people to keep watch over Lucian's mansion." He wondered why no one had intervened. How could the servants possibly fail to stop Lucian? Standing before the main hall doors, Geordie panted heavily. "Even though I prepared to handle this, everything is still spun completely out of control. This means he has already taken complete control of all the servants." The subordinate running alongside him tried his best to reassure him. "Young master, there must be an error in this report. You need to keep your composure first." That's right. Given his personality, there's no way he'd actually dare to harm anyone. Because to him, Lord Geordie is the most terrifying person alive. After all, they believed that Lucian's fear of Geordie was still very much intact. Geordie also self-soothed. "Right, this situation is indeed highly bizarre." But suddenly, Geordie's eyes went vacant as he heard a gut-wrenching scream echoing out from the other side of the doors. Without a moment's hesitation, he burst the doors open and rushed inside. The very first image that hit Geordie's eyes was fresh, crimson blood dripping down from the whip in Lucian's hand. He froze dead in his tracks when he saw Lucian standing casually beside Jenny, who lay collapsed in a pool of blood. Her back was completely shredded from the whip strikes, blood thoroughly soaking through her maid outfit. Geordie's fury reached its absolute boiling point upon seeing his close confidant brutally tortured. He roared, "What kind of crazy stunt are you people pulling?" Lucian casually turned around, flashing a welcoming smile as if absolutely nothing had happened. "Brother, did you come here for something?" Then he coldly and subtly dismissed him. "Apologies, I'm currently occupied. Please come back another time. Today, I am absolutely pulling this thorn out of my side, no matter what." Geordie didn't care and immediately ordered his guard. "Hugo, help her up." Hugo respectfully replied, "Understood, young master." Geordie continued to shout loudly, ordering his other subordinates to charge in. Oliver, Jurt, get over there and bring Jenny back right now. Geordie's subordinates simultaneously lunged toward Jenny, completely disregarding Lucian's presence. Right at that exact moment, Lucian softly called out Hugo's name with a completely expressionless face. If anyone dares to step within 3 paces of us, take the maid's head off. I will personally bear all the consequences that follow. Before the words could fully leave his mouth, Hugo had already pressed his sword against Jenny's neck per his master's order. Lucian glared, delivering a terrifying warning. Don't let a single person leave this place in one piece. Geordie's subordinates froze instantly, not daring to take another single step forward. Hugo tightened his grip on his sword, ready to execute the command. Please rest assured, Master. Your servant understands. The razor-sharp blade was already touching her skin. Just a single micro-movement would be enough to take her life. Jenny wailed through her tears. Lord Geordie. Geordie tried to use his authority to pressure Hugo. Drop that blade right now. If you dare defy my orders at a time like this, then not only you, but your entire family will have their heads chopped off and hung on the city walls as an example. Defying the threat, Hugo replied calmly, I cannot obey that order. Geordie was stunned. What? Hugo declared firmly. I only serve young Master Lucian. I have no reason to listen to someone who isn't my master. No matter what the consequences may be, as long as it's my master's order, it's my duty to carry it out. Geordie shook with rage, his fists clenching so hard his knuckles turned white and veins popped. He turned to question Lucian. Lucian, what crime did Jenny commit to deserve such a harsh punishment? Lucian casually listed the offenses in a flat voice, insulting a superior, defying orders, and embezzling funds. I'm just handing down a fitting punishment. Looking at Geordie with a cold gaze, Lucian asked back pointedly, You should be the one who understands this best, shouldn't you, brother? Geordie gritted his teeth, his face contorting as the truth was laid bare, exposing his humiliating defeat to the younger brother he had always looked down on. In the middle of the gloomy room, a faint blue light cast down from behind, highlighting the solitary yet commanding presence of the luxurious chair placed right in the center. It was the ultimate symbol of status that everyone coveted. First was the eldest son, Tristan Valdec. Next was the second son, Geordie Valdec, the one currently holding the real power and never hesitating to use any ruthless means to secure his position. The power within the family was clearly split between their 2 factions. To be precise, for Geordie, building up his faction's strength before Judgment Day arrived was the absolute top priority. He couldn't afford to make any mistakes. However, Geordie's careful calculations were now shaking violently. Not long ago, Lucian had publicly humiliated him, forcing him into the bitter situation of firing Sir Hendrik, losing a crucial right-hand man. With things getting so down to the wire, if he couldn't keep Jenny this time, a highly critical pawn for him, it would send a direct signal of failure to his subordinates, and it would undoubtedly mark the beginning of cracks of suspicion within his own faction. Geordie stood silently in the shadows, feeling the situation slip out of his control. His ringed hand clenched tightly, veins bulging to show his suppressed fury. In short, this was a complete dead end. With nowhere left to retreat, Geordie finally backed down, his voice hissing through his teeth. You win. Let her go. Hearing the order, Geordie's subordinates were utterly stunned. Hans stood frozen in his tracks, unable to believe the situation unfolding right before his eyes. On the opposite side, Hugo kept his knife pressed against the neck of Jenny, who was shaking in absolute terror, his expression completely cold. Lucian remained still, looking remarkably unfazed. He slowly turned around, a sarcastic smirk playing on his lips. How ridiculous. Do you really think you can just say the word and it all ends that easily? After you trampled all over someone's precious life. Lucian's eyes flicked to the crumpled piece of paper sitting lonely on the floor before staring intently at Geordie, continuing, You 2 brothers must think your tongues are plated in gold, expecting everyone to just blindly believe you. These nobles really are a pain. Right after that, his attitude flipped in a split second as he played dumb. Big brother, what are you talking about? When what? Geordie grimaced, unable to hide his annoyance and anger at that mocking attitude. You're just doing your duty as the third young master. Besides, this is a mistake that nobody can escape punishment for. Lucian turned away, his voice turning ice cold. If we just let this slide like it's nothing, how do you think others will look at this? But since my respected older brother has spoken up so seriously, I also want to end things right here. But then a satisfied, knowing smile spread across Lucian's lips. He raised his head, his eyes burning with a challenging fire. It completely lacks justification. Geordie subtly clenched his trembling hand in sheer outrage. He couldn't take this beating around the bush any longer and growled, gritting his teeth hard. Cut the crap. I want a straight answer. What exactly do you want? Lucian replied nonchalantly. According to old laws, anyone who dares touch someone else's property usually faces the same punishment. He lightly lifted the leather whip. Seeing this, Jenny couldn't help but shudder in terror, her face already drenched in tears. Lucian coldly declared, "They must compensate multiple times the value of what was taken." Hearing this, Geordie's face shifted. He instantly realized Lucian was targeting his wallet, nothing else. Beads of sweat started breaking out on the second young master's forehead, his expression incredibly tense. Lucian made a money gesture with his hand, a bright smile on his face that practically reeked of calculation. "In your case, brother, I'm sure you already know the exact number." At the main mansion of the Valdek family, Sigmund stood silently by the large window, listening to the report from Edwin, the head butler. His face didn't show much emotion, but the authority of the family head was present in his every breath. Edwin bowed respectfully. "And with that, the matter has been concluded as stated, sir." Sigmund picked up the report, his sharp gaze running over the lines before asking to confirm. "Head butler, is this report accurate?" Edwin calmly placed a hand over his chest, his voice steady. "I investigated it personally, my lord." Young Master Geordie paid young Master Lucian under the guise of compensation, totaling 10 times the original amount. As for young Master Lucian, he brought in an outsider named Hugo to quickly purge the spy network in the logging area. Sigmund sat down in his chair, listening with a pensive look. The result of that is the third young master's logging operations. That area is now being monitored more strictly than anywhere else. After hearing the report, Sigmund turned back to look out the window, his reflection appearing faint on the glass. A subtle, slight smile appeared on the family head's face. Just then, a knock came at the door. "Come in." Lucian stepped into the room, looking confident yet perfectly polite. "I heard you called for me, father." Sigmund turned around, his eyes scanning his third son. The atmosphere in the room suddenly grew heavy as father and son faced each other. Lucian thought to himself, "Strange, it feels like the way he looks at me has changed a bit." Sigmund spoke up, breaking the silence. "It seems like you've been causing quite a bit of trouble lately, haven't you?" Lucian smiled back gently. "It hasn't quite reached the level of big trouble yet, sir. I was just disciplining a servant whose own master couldn't even keep in line, though it did end up humiliating my older brother." Sigmund looked at Lucian with a stern expression. "He will definitely hold a grudge over this. Are you sure you can handle the fallout?" Lucian answered clearly, without a shred of hesitation. "I am fully prepared to accept any consequences regarding this matter, father. I was merely restoring order and hierarchy." Lucian's face lit up, a confident smile clear as day. "If we run away from what needs to be done just because we're afraid of the consequences, would the Valdek name even mean anything anymore?" Sigmund looked at his son, his expression unchanging as he calmly remarked, "You simply chose to do what keeps the family reputation from being tarnished." At that, he closed his eyes, smiled faintly, and continued, "If Geordie keeps provoking you relentlessly, you have every right to fight back. However," then his voice dropped, carrying a massive weight, "if that clash crosses the line, at that point, I will side with Geordie, regardless of who is right or wrong." Hearing this, Lucian flinched, his eyes widening in surprise as he asked back, flustered, "Father, what exactly does that mean?" Sigmund replied matter-of-factly, as if stating an obvious truth. "Is there really anything to be surprised about? Even if Geordie is a bit hot-headed, the achievements he has brought to the family are significant. Unlike you, who let a whole year go by in vain." As the head of the family, Choosing the person who contributes to the house is only natural. He pondered for a moment, then smiled, his eyes turning resolute. Those words just now. If I'm not misunderstanding, it sounds like you're telling me to surpass my older brothers, amass power, and bring benefits to the family. And then I'll get the answer to my own question. Sigmund looked at his son with a challenging gaze. Exactly. Lucian secretly realized. The point is he's intentionally applying pressure to force me into action. And if he's willing to state it this clearly, it means the succession structure is about to be finalized. Looking at his father's tall back, Lucian smiled to himself. That's why, before it's too late. He wants to push me to seize that opportunity quickly. Is that just how a father's role always is? Lucian had made up his mind. He slowly pulled out a prepared letter from his inner coat pocket, placed it firmly on the table, and said, "Father, allow me to speak frankly. What would you think if I told you I've already prepared a move?" Lucian smiled radiantly, full of confidence. "And it's a massive move at that, sir." In the family head study, the air suddenly grew incredibly thick and tense as Lucian presented an important report. The paper in Sigmund's hand was gripped so tightly it crumpled, reflecting the intense rage boiling inside him. The force from his hand was so strong, it seemed as though he wanted to instantly crush the person named on the page. Sigmund's deep, overwhelming voice rang out, breaking the silence. "Is this report accurate?" Facing his father's intimidating aura, Lucian didn't flinch at all, his gaze steady as he fired back straightforwardly. "If I fabricated this just to take credit, I'd confess right now. It's the absolute truth, without a single lie." He paused for a beat before continuing to lay it bare. "I caught the mole who was operating to distribute narcotics under the orders of Marquis Logan's house." His voice was sharp and confident. "You can verify it right now." Instantly, a terrifying pressure exploded from Sigmund, shaking the entire room. The wrath of the Valdec lion had truly been awakened. He roared the enemy's name, his eyes burning with fury. That shameless Marquis. Sigmund was absolutely furious, his shout booming like thunder. How dare he defile Valdec territory? Standing right in the middle of that storm of aura, sweat began pouring down Lucian's face. In his mind, he was secretly terrified. The pressure is heavy enough to choke me. So this is the Empire's shield, the head of the Valdec family. At this rate, I'm going to be the one in trouble first. Trying to steady his mind, Lucian boldly spoke up to pull his father out of his blind rage. "Father, if I may be so bold, could I add a few words?" Seeing the crushing aura ease up a bit, Lucian began analyzing the actual situation. "Even if we report this matter to His Majesty, Marquis Logan's house will definitely sacrifice a pawn to get away scot-free." He continued to expose the enemy's sophisticated methods, while Sigmund gradually fell quiet, listening intently to his son. Since all their interference went through subordinate merchant groups, on paper, there will be no traces of direct involvement. Lucian pondered, "Furthermore, if we intentionally dig deeper," and he delivered a sharp conclusion. "His Majesty has always been wary of factional infighting, so in the end, he'll just step in to mediate." Sigmund thought to himself, his ability to read the situation. Standing in a thoughtful posture with a hand on his chin, he acknowledged the harsh reality. In other words, even though they caused a massive scandal against the Valdec family, they'll only lose a bit of money, and the whole thing will be swept under the rug. But then Lucian's tone suddenly shifted, turning ice-cold and ruthless. "It's only proper that we take one of their arms off at the very least, right?" The room fell into dead silence. Sigmund looked at his son with a completely new light in his eyes. He slowly sat back down in his chair, completely withdrawing his intense aura from moments ago. With an intrigued look on his face, Sigmund asked, "Tell me plainly, what exactly are your intentions?" Lucian smiled confidently. "How do we make sure they can't escape? I already have that covered." Recalling the scene where Hugo and his crew were subdued, kneeling flat on the wooden floor, he began to recount. "Not long ago, a mole came to surrender to me. Though he doesn't hold a title, he was highly trusted by Logan and had climbed up to a high-ranking position." Hearing this, Sigmund suddenly remembered the previous report from Edwin, the head butler. Lucian had taken in an outsider named Hugo. He thought to himself, so the guy named Hugo the butler mentioned that day was actually this mole. Could he have anticipated this whole situation in advance? Tapping his finger on the desk in a calculating rhythm, Sigmund cut straight to the point. Are you planning to use a traitor to turn their own game against them? Exactly, Lucian replied instantly. On their end, they would never suspect that another high-ranking official would turn traitor. He further explained his trap. I've set it up so they think the plan is still moving along smoothly. So before long, Logan's key figure will be forced to show his face in person. Sigmund silently evaluated. This is no ordinary plan. However, with the seasoned experience of a family head, he still spotted a potential risk. Stroking his beard, he looked at Lucian with a sharp gaze and pointed out, however, your plan has a massive flaw. You are betting everything on a single variable. That traitor from the slums. His voice turned stern as he warned, a leopard can't change its spots. Lucian, you must etch this into your mind. Never walk even half a step with someone who can't be trusted. Hearing his father's lecture, Lucian only smiled faintly, a knowing smile. I'm not trusting him, father. I'm betting on his desire. Sigmund asked back, a flash of surprise crossing his face. His desire? He calmly explained. He said he wants to become a knight, make a name for himself across the empire, and etch his name into history. That is the burning desire of someone from the absolute bottom of society. Sigmund scoffed, showing his disdain. What overconfident words. But Lucian immediately followed up, his eyes shining with intense conviction. But as a man, that's a dream anyone would go mad craving. He looked straight at his father. I'm putting my money on that exact dream. In his heart, he thought to himself, just like the old me in my past life. Sigmund narrowed his eyes, pretending to be displeased to test his son. What an emotional reason. What do you plan to do if he ruins everything? Facing the interrogation, Lucian maintained his calm demeanor, but his eyes were sharp as knives. If that happens, I won't run from the responsibility. Even if I have to pay for it with my own head, I'll accept it gladly. Hearing that spirited response, the corner of Sigmund's mouth twitched up slightly in satisfaction. He leaned back in his chair and laughed heartily, completely shattering the tense atmosphere that had filled the room. Then he looked at Lucian with eyes full of approval. Once your health recovers, head out to the training grounds. I will pass down the lion-hearted sword technique to you. His voice rang out solemnly like a vow. From this moment on, you are also one of the official candidates to succeed as the head of the family. The scene shifted as the Valdec mansion stood magnificently under the deep blue sky, before gradually transforming as night fell. The silver moonlight poured through the window frames, wrapping the estate in a quiet, solemn dignity. In the library, Sigmund was calmly reading a book. Edwin the head butler stood respectfully behind him. He bowed his head, his voice filled with regret. It is truly deeply shameful. My lord, to think such things could happen right here in Kelheim, the very heart of Valdec. Drop it. Sigmund closed his book, cutting off the old butler. He turned back to look at Edwin and said calmly, I was the one who ordered you all to focus on the border. I know full well that alone was enough to drain all your energy. He added, his tone somewhat modest regarding his son's achievement. The fact that my third son discovered it first was probably just down to pure luck. Edwin continued to analyze the enemy. His goal wasn't money or expanding his influence. He clearly intended to tarnish your honor. Sigmund nodded in agreement. He plans to use this as an excuse to make a move in front of His Majesty. He smiled coldly, knowing exactly what state the Empire is in, yet despite his title as a Marquis, he only cares about saving his own skin. Pausing for a moment, he narrowed his eyes and thought, more importantly, what kind of man is this Hugo who's following the boy? Edwin reported the information he had gathered from his investigation. On the surface, he's known as a thug running a casino, but in reality, he's the leader of a rising organization that terrifies the entire underworld. The butler further remarked, he doesn't look like the type of man who would ever submit to anyone else. Yet the young master was able to seek him out personally and tame him as a subordinate. Lucian's change has truly astonished me as well. Grown up, you mean? Sigmund muttered, his gaze drifting off into the distance. He knew full well what kind of person Hugo was. That was a man who had rolled through the boundary between life and death. He was someone who had made a name for himself in that underworld full of deceit and cruelty. If he were the type to simply buy into empty promises about fulfilling dreams, he would have been stomped to death a long time ago. Sigmund analyzed astutely. He saw Lucian's potential. In Hugo's eyes, Lucian isn't just some young nobleman. The image of Hugo, standing with his back turned, looking toward the starlight, surfaced in Sigmund's mind. It was the absolute devotion reserved for a lord worthy of betting one's entire life on. Sigmund turned to Edwin, making a decisive call. Though it's a bit earlier than anticipated, since he has proven his capability, I will pave the way for him. Edwin was surprised. You mean, you're going to pass down the family's secret technique to him starting tomorrow? Edwin smiled and replied, That is a wise decision, sir. Have you chosen someone to teach the young master swordsmanship yet? Sigmund solemnly uttered a name, full of heavy weight. I will ask Sir Eisen. A look of slight surprise crossed Edwin's face as he said with some hesitation, though it is a bit of a shame to disturb his retirement years. Right at that moment, in another location, a pillar of brilliant blue energy suddenly shot straight up into the night sky, ripping through the thick fog as rolling energy surged wildly, signaling the presence of a heavyweight figure. Sigmund smiled knowingly, but I'm sure it will be a meaningful time for him as well. Night wrapped around the grand mansion of the Valdek family, the perfectly round moon casting its light down onto the stark white stone walls. However, in stark contrast to the peaceful exterior, a startled, panicked shout rang through the corridors inside. Is that really true? Han had tears in his eyes, his face completely distorted because he couldn't believe his ears. He stammered, What you just said? You're not kidding, right? Lucian just stayed silent as his panicked servant leaned his face in incredibly close. Han couldn't help but yell, Have you really become an official candidate for succession? Han weak-kneedly grabbed Lucian's hands and shook them violently, as if trying to wake his master from a dream. Lucian shook his head and sighed. How many times do I have to tell you the exact same thing before you'll believe me? Helpless, Han turned to the large man next to them for help. Hugo, do something about this kid. Instantly, a massive hand scooped Han up, lifting him clean off the ground like a tiny kitten. A steady voice rang out. Senior, please calm yourself. Maintaining his cool expression, Hugo logically analyzed the situation. Given the young lord's qualities, isn't this just a natural step forward? Furthermore, considering the path he will walk in the future, Hugo continued, leaving Han completely dumbfounded. It wouldn't look good if a senior, who is his right-hand man, got rattled to this extent. Han asked blankly, What? Han pointed a finger at his own face, his eyes wide with utter shock. I'm his right-hand man? His eyes began to glisten as a surge of emotion rushed through him. The corners of his mouth uncontrollably curled into a massive grin. Getting praised like that made Han squirm around in Hugo's grip, his tone doing a complete 180. Oh my gosh, come on, what are you saying? Right-hand man. He chuckled as he spoke. I mean, sure, it's true that I've served the young lord the longest, but I still have so many shortcomings. Besides, with an outstanding talent like you here, Junior, how could I ever dare claim that title? Lucian stood watching the hilarious scene play out. Hugo's flattery always worked on the humble senior Han. Meanwhile, Han kept teasing Hugo. Why do you keep doing that? Left-hand man, Junior Hugo. Lucian smiled in satisfaction, his eyes flashing with trust. Hugo, hired help with actual experience really hits different. Regaining his serious demeanor, Lucian spoke up to confirm what Hugo said isn't wrong. Before this is officially announced within the family, the fact that I'm only telling you two follows a similar logic. Lucian's gaze turned serious as he began to evaluate his companions. He looked toward Han, silently sizing him up. Han was timid, and his naturally weak disposition could easily become a vulnerability. However, he genuinely cared about me and possessed the sheer persistence to stay firmly by my side, even under the most adverse conditions. An image of Han's future flashed through Lucian's mind. That was why if he gained experience and grew, turning into a talent capable of managing internal affairs, he would become a more reliable backbone than anyone else. Lucian's gaze shifted to Hugo. On top of that, there was absolutely no room to doubt Hugo's capabilities. Looking at the warrior's towering stance, Lucian thought, I just need to clear a path for him to become a knight, and only then will I be able to unleash Hugo's full potential. A glorious vision appeared. Hugo in shining armor, serving as a knight under me, acting as my sharpest sword in the future. Lucian clearly defined his goal. Now was the time to prioritize quality over quantity. The image of the three of them, standing tall in the dawn light, felt like a promise. One by one, I just need to build them up the right way. Returning to reality, Lucian smiled at his two key subordinates. Things are going to get very busy from here on out. The vast room suddenly felt warmer with the determination of the three men. Hugo and Han listened intently to their master's every word. Lucian continued, "The path ahead is a journey I cannot make on my own." He extended his hand toward them, his eyes full of sincerity, "and it can only be completed together with you all." Hugo placed his fist over the left side of his chest, bowing with deep reverence. "I will not fail you, young lord." Han also clenched his fists, shouting out with pumped-up spirit, "Yes, young lord, just leave it to us." Time passed, and at the castle's swordsmanship training area, inside the vast and quiet main hall, steady footsteps echoed rhythmically. Lucian stood alone right in the center of the training grounds, the sunlight streaming through the towering glass windows. He closed his eyes, taking a deep breath to settle his mind. Memories of his past life flooded back. The image of a solitary traveler wandering through frozen, snowy mountains. Lucian narrated his past self. "I scoured every corner of the continent searching for just one thing." Beside a flickering campfire in the dead of winter, that traveler still brooded over a single obsession. The martial arts essence of the ancestors, the things said to elevate the realm of the blade, the sword technique. Lucian recalled his burning desire, and among them was a realm one level higher, advanced sword techniques, but reality was brutal. Holding a tattered map in his hand, he thought bitterly, "But after suffering like a dog, what I actually ended up with wasn't the advanced sword technique I had craved for so long. Nor was it the intermediate sword technique that only knight captains could learn, but rather a downgraded version used by mere apprentice knights." Manuals lay scattered across the old wooden floor. Even sword techniques weren't something someone without noble blood could easily lay hands on. The past Lucian, his face covered in scars, held the book in his hands like a priceless treasure. Just having the chance to learn a sword technique as a lowly mercenary is already a godsend. But that luck wasn't enough to save his squad. Standing helplessly amidst a battlefield piled high with corpses, he thought, "But those who were originally no match for me completely overwhelmed me after learning higher-level techniques. And every single time, I failed to protect my comrades for that exact reason." A hand reached up in vain amidst the pitch-black night. I was utterly tormented by a thirst and desperate craving for sword techniques. Snapping back to reality, Lucian's pale hand clenched tightly with determination. The chance has come. For someone like me, an unexpected opportunity has shown up. His golden eyes snapped open, blazing bright. The very thing passed down only to the succession candidates of the Valdek family and their most trusted inner circle. An ancient sword technique that far surpassed even advanced techniques. His heart hammered just thinking about it. The chance to learn the lion-hearted sword. Unable to hide his excitement, Lucian gripped his fists. Just how incredible must this swordsmanship be? Suddenly, he caught himself, realizing he was getting overly hyped like a little kid. He placed a hand on his chest, tried to regulate his breathing. "I'm getting way too ahead of myself before it even starts." Looking around the empty hall, he muttered, "There's still some time left before the swordsmanship lesson. I got so excited that I've been pacing around here since dawn." Deciding not to waste any time, he sat down on the floor. It's best to calm my mind by circulating my mana before the lesson. Lucian began to enter a meditative state. In his past life, there was no structured system. I learned swordsmanship by stealing techniques or scraping together fragments of knowledge, so I didn't even have anyone to call a master. A gentle smile appeared on his lips. Getting to live his second life really is a wonderful thing. He sat there silently and alone in the middle of the light-flooded hall. From high above, through the patterns of a stone railing, someone was watching him. The sky outside was a deep blue, with white birds soaring freely. A long shadow cast across the stone floor, signaling the arrival of an important figure. On the high balcony, a man was quietly observing Lucian meditating below. It was an old man with hair and a beard as white as snow, his sharp eyes filled with experience. Stroking his beard, he remarked, "Quite a bit of time has passed, yet he hasn't wavered even a single bit." Recalling their previous encounter, Lucian had always been timidly clinging to his late mother's back. He thought to himself, was there some kind of trigger? I completely failed to see any trace of his former weak self anymore. Below, Lucian remained immersed in absolute concentration, entirely unaware that he was being watched. In another luxurious room, Sigmund and the old man were sitting together, enjoying a drink. Sigmund spoke up, "Sir Eisen, would you be willing to become Lucian's swordsmanship instructor?" Sigmund's hand gently swirled the deep red wine in his glass. I thought there was no hope left for him. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. But looking back, there are some very remarkable aspects. Eisen raised his glass to take a sip. "It will serve as a brief amusement for you as well, my lord." Looking at his own reflection in the wine glass, Eisen continued, "If you've put it that way, his talent must be anything but ordinary." Sigmund let out a soft laugh. "Let me correct you. Talent? Is that what you call it?" His eyes flashed with amusement. "More than that, it's his mindset that's truly astonishing." Eisen listened in silence as Sigmund concluded, "You'll understand what I mean once you see it for yourself." Back in the present, Eisen stood on the balcony, looking down at the meditating teenager, an intrigued smile spreading across the legendary swordsman's aged face. He was none other than the Sword Saint, Eisenbreitner. Sword Saint, a title that echoed across the entire world, evoking absolute reverence. It was the supreme title reserved for one who had reached the absolute pinnacle of swordsmanship. A superhuman being who had completed the awakening process and reached the limits of mana circulation. A supreme title granted to the one who rose to the very peak of the blade. A rare existence even within the long history of the Empire. A man who, in the eyes of those pursuing the path of the sword, was practically a god. Lucian stood frozen in the hall, unable to believe his eyes as a living legend stood right before him. That man was indeed the Sword Saint, Eisenbreitner. He placed a hand over his chest, bowing politely. "It has been a few years since the Grand Duke's birthday. It is a pleasure to see you again, young master. It is an honor to be instructed by the Sword Saint. I look forward to your guidance and lessons, sir." Eisen smiled and waved his hand humbly. "I am merely an old man hiding behind a title that is empty in all but name." He looked at Lucian, his gaze slightly testing him. "Furthermore, you are a candidate to be the next head of the family. Why bow your head so easily?" Lucian raised his head, replying seriously, "While I cannot lower the standing of the house, how could I overlook basic manners?" His eyes shone with absolute sincerity. "Regardless of master and servant status, you are a man worthy of respect." Eisen froze for a split second at the young master's humble attitude before laughing in satisfaction. "If you are that insistent, then just do whatever makes you comfortable, young master. Thank you for your understanding, sir." Without wasting any time, Eisen moved straight to business. "Then let us begin training immediately." Lucian replied instantly, "Yes, I am ready." The Sword Saint pointed toward the large, sunlit doors. "Young master, let's start by running laps around the outdoor training grounds." Lucian immediately dropped into a starting stance, turning sharply to ask his instructor, "Are we starting right this second?" Eisen quickly spoke up to stop him. "Hold on a moment, young master." Noticing Lucian ask blankly, "Yes? Is there something wrong, sir?" He then questioned him, "Do you have no questions? Why do you have to run? How far do you have to run? Or what is the meaning behind this?" Lucian smiled and replied, "I am curious, but wouldn't you only ask because it's necessary, sir? There must be a reason why you didn't explain. As a student, I only need to follow my master's words." Eisen silently evaluated in his heart. That reaction and look in his eyes are completely different from other young masters. This child holds a pure admiration for swordsmanship. He smiled in satisfaction. "Now I understand what the Grand Duke meant. Very well, young master. Let us begin immediately." At the command, Lucian dashed off with excitement, heading straight for the large doors leading to the training grounds. Under the brilliant sunshine, he began running his first laps while Eisen stood on the steps watching him. Lucian maintained a steady pace, his face full of determination, each step hitting the ground rhythmically and powerfully. As he ran, he reflected to himself, Actually, there's another reason why I followed his words without asking anything. And that's because I already guessed the true purpose of this running. He is testing his disciple's character. In other words, measuring my potential. In his mind, the image of a sprouting seedling vividly emerged. Lucian recalled his past life. Back when I was a mercenary captain, I used to do something pretty similar. When giving a rookie a task that seemed completely trivial, all you had to do was watch their reaction and attitude to learn a whole lot about them. Returning to the present, Lucian glanced toward where Eisen was standing with a determined look in his eyes. I already showed him where I stand with a pretty solid answer. So now there's only one thing left: sheer endurance. I'll keep running until I pass out. An hour later, the more he ran, the more Lucian noticed something strange. What is this? This shouldn't be happening. I've been running at full speed this whole time, but I don't feel tired at all. He could clearly feel the change inside him. In fact, the more he ran, the lighter his body felt. All I did to recover my body was drink a few bottles of mass-produced Nita, and my only exercise was just taking walks. So how is this even possible? He ran past Eisen once again without slowing down at all. The Sword Saint watched him intently, his mind filled with conflict. I only told him to run to check his overall physical condition, so I didn't expect much from his stamina. But this makes no sense. Not a single drop of sweat is falling, and his breathing is as still as a calm lake. Even a knight who has trained their mana for years would find it hard to maintain this kind of composure. Eisen's hand subconsciously gripped the front of his robe at this unbelievable sight. He realized in sheer shock. Could it be? The image of Lucian meditating this morning flashed through his memory. The training ground seemed to spin before him at this earth-shattering realization. Eisen rushed over and shouted, "Stop! That's enough running." Lucian stopped in his tracks and turned to ask, looking as casual as if he hadn't worked out at all. "Yes? Is something wrong?" Eisen stared intently at him. "Are you actually using mana right now?" "Young master, let me ask you a question. What you did this morning, the way you cleared your mind and regulated your body, was that actual energy circulation and not just simple meditation?" Lucian replied calmly, "If you mean what happened at the indoor training ground, then yes, I was circulating my energy just like you said. I found that nothing works better than that to clear my thoughts." A cold sweat broke out on Eisen's forehead, just as I thought. I wasn't wrong. He stepped forward and grabbed the boy's hand, his voice urgent. "Forgive my rudeness, but I need to check your physical condition. Don't move, even if it feels a bit strange." A surge of blue mana began to flow from his hand into Lucian's. The powerful, swirling torrent of energy illuminated the mana pathway system inside the young man's body. Eisen's eyes widened in absolute shock. He stood frozen at what he had just sensed. A perfect flow of mana vividly mapped out in his mind. "I have my suspicions, but you have already reached the exact same limit of energy circulation that I have." He delivered a shocking verdict. "However, this isn't the end. You've actually surpassed the realm that I achieved." In Eisen's eyes right now, Lucian looked as if he were standing in the middle of a massive pillar of light. This child was forging a completely new path. In the vast, sunlit hall of the training area, Lucian stood facing Eisen. The old sword master was carefully holding the third young master's hand, his face etched with deep thought as he examined something extraordinary inside the young man's body. After a thorough examination, Eisen let go of Lucian's hand, his fingertips still tingling from the shocking sensation he had just felt. His hand trembled slightly, unable to hide his astonishment, and he looked up, pressing for answers. "Third young master, what is the meaning of this? Since when?" In contrast to Eisen's utter confusion, Lucian remained calm, simply looking up at his master. Eisen couldn't suppress his curiosity, looking straight into Lucian's eyes as he asked, "When exactly did you reach the absolute pinnacle of mana circulation?" Lucian asked back in confusion, The absolute pinnacle? What are you talking about?" Eisen continued, "I just checked your physical condition, young master." Outside, the sky was still a clear blue, and sunlight illuminated every corner of the training grounds. Eisen looked at his own hand and stated with absolute certainty, "The purity of your mana is as blindingly white as snow. There is no mistake about it." Eisen's words echoed over the mental image of a rushing torrent, symbolizing a powerful inner strength. "Furthermore, Your body has automatically adjusted itself to maximize your mana efficiency to its absolute limit. One could say you are in a state of absolute perfection. He described the process with a vivid metaphor, comparing the constant, ceaseless circulation of energy to a water wheel. This was exactly what top masters spent their entire lives training desperately to achieve, and only a select few ever reached this realm. Lucian listened, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. While I had a vague idea, I didn't expect his body to be this close to perfection. Lucian also recalled when he drank the Nita, the drink called Na, and had felt a similar sensation. If that's the case, then there's no need for me to hide anything anymore, because I have plenty of questions about my own body as well. And those are issues that only someone at the level of a Sword Saint can answer. At this moment, Aizen stood, waiting anxiously for an answer with a serious look on his face. Lucian looked straight at the old sword master and revealed the truth. If you want to know the answer, I started circulating mana about a month ago. My mana pathways were already clear before that. Upon hearing the answer, Aizen's eyes widened in astonishment. I've always heard that circulating mana causes pain and blockages, but you didn't feel anything like that at all. Showing only his back, Aizen sank deep into thought. This is truly far beyond my imagination. Even I had to spend decades of brutal training just to touch this realm. Maybe the legends about ancient swordsmen slicing mountains and splitting rivers are actually true. Then he turned back to the main topic. Third young master, forgive me for being so forward and asking this directly. Aizen hesitated for a moment, but finally voiced the concern weighing heavily on his mind regarding the position of the Valdek family heir. Do you have no intention of giving it up? A gust of wind blew past, sweeping leaves up into the deep blue sky, carrying with it Lucian's utter astonishment. Lucian looked shocked and surprised, blurting out in confusion. Master Aizen? What do you mean by that? You want me to give up the heir position? He frantically checked over his own body. Is there something wrong with my body? Like, am I unable to learn swordsmanship? Or is using mana going to put me in danger? Aizen's response rang out, completely contradicting Lucian's fears. In fact, it was quite the opposite. Lucian blanked out as Aizen explained with a dead serious expression. The third young master's body can only be described as a perfect vessel. He continued to describe that limitless potential. Not only can you extract the absolute maximum efficiency from your mana and body, a magnificent, radiant tree appeared in his mind's eye, symbolizing explosive growth, but you also possess the natural talent to step into an even higher realm. He stepped closer. In short, if the third young master dedicates his entire heart and soul to the way of the sword, his declaration echoed beneath the blue sky, then the title of the next sword saint is safely within your grasp. Lucian stood frozen in the strong wind, his red cloak fluttering wildly, his gaze fixed on the distance, as if weighing that grand future. An indescribable emotion welled up inside him. Me? I can actually reach the level of a sword saint. I knew Lucian's body wasn't ordinary, but this has gone way past my calculations. Thanks to the luck of learning the ancient sword technique, the Lionheart sword, I thought I had found a path to reach the realm I could only dream of in my past life. I thought I had finally seen the light guiding me to that level. The image of a hand gripping tightly onto a sheer cliff face appeared, symbolizing relentless effort. A young man with golden hair was pouring his all into climbing to the peak, his determined eyes locked onto the sun. I never expected to see an even greater summit than that. But perhaps things wouldn't be quite that easy. Lucian looked at Aizen and asked, "Are you saying I'm forced to choose between the two?" Because being the heir and pursuing the path of a sword saint can't go hand in hand. Aizen bowed his head, looking away as if avoiding his gaze. Precisely, third young master. To be more accurate, my time is running out. He raised his calloused hand in front of him. Even though the flow of mana allows me to move at this age where I have one foot in the grave, I can no longer deny the aging of my body. For me to pass down all my skills while I'm still alive, even if the third young master gives everything to the sword, time is just too tight. Lucian lowered his gaze, silently calculating. If I remember correctly, the sword saint passes away in 8 years. That's right. There really isn't much time left. He struggled internally. I want to accept the Sword Saint's offer and just focus on swordsmanship. But a bloody vision of the future materialized. The chaotic world of the future wasn't a place where strength alone could solve everything. The image of the family banner fluttering appeared. Those who could survive and walk out of that hell were the ones who held legitimate authority. Lucian clenched his fists, making a difficult decision. Even though this is the opportunity I've always dreamed of, I have to apologize to you. Standing in the middle of the vast training ground, Lucian clearly declared, Master Aizen, I want to live as a member of the Valdek family until the very end. He looked at Aizen with a sincere gaze. Even though you have made me an incredibly wonderful offer, I simply cannot accept it. I'm truly sorry. Aizen wasn't angry at all. Instead, he smiled kindly. I am the one who should feel ashamed for making things difficult for the third young master. His voice carried a tone of self-reproach. I don't know what I was doing when I was young, only to let this kind of greed crop up now that I'm old. He turned around, his back radiating a deep sense of loneliness. Perhaps I just wanted to leave my mark on this world through you. Third young master. Lucian silently watched the old man's retreating back, and then suddenly spoke up. Master Aizen. Aizen turned back in surprise upon hearing the suggestive tone in Lucian's voice. What if there is someone else? The dark silhouette of a swordsman appeared. The boy brought a finger to his lips, his eyes fierce and his expression full of confidence. If there's another person who possesses that talent, what would you think? The scene shifted to a brilliant blue sky, with tree branches rustling in the wind. The thunderous sound of horse hooves pounded against the ground, kicking up thick clouds of dust. A young man with golden hair was expertly steering a magnificent steed, making it leap over an obstacle flawlessly. The horse landed safely. From a distance, a butler came running over frantically. He waved a handkerchief as he ran, gasping for breath. Young master, the rumors about the third young master are actually true. The young man pulled back on the reins, looking down coldly at the panting butler. He snapped around irritably. What? So that ridiculous nonsense they've been gossiping about is real? Brushing his hair back, his face was filled with utter disdain. The story about that moron being recognized as a new heir? This was the fourth young master of the Valdek family, Joshua Valdek. Joshua leaped down from his horse and walked quickly toward the butler. The butler hurriedly reported, The rumors are true, sir. The Grand Duke has already added the third young master to the list of heirs, and it has now been confirmed that he is currently practicing swordsmanship with Master Aizen. Hearing that, Joshua gritted his teeth in fury. Damn it, nothing but irritating news. Dealing with those two older brothers is already exhausting enough. He roared. Where the hell did this new option for the neutral faction suddenly pop up from? Unable to contain his rage, Joshua slammed his handkerchief down onto the dusty ground. He rushed forward, grabbed the poor butler by his collar, and screamed his face. Couldn't that guy just stay quietly in his room like a piece of trash? The butler pleaded in terror. Please calm down, young master. Joshua shoved him away violently and barked. Calm down? Who could stay calm in a situation like this? What if the people I worked so hard to win over start wavering? Just the fact that I have to call that guy Lucian, who is the exact same age as me, brother, is enough to make me want to throw up. Joshua bit down hard on his hand, his eyes darting back and forth wildly. I can't just sit back and watch this happen. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes. There has to be a way. He turned his back, his voice dropping to a terrifyingly calm register. Butler, if Lucian has started practicing the sword, he's going to need a sparring partner sooner or later, right? The butler broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing the next command. Go prepare 2 very sharp swords for me. Joshua leaned against his horse, emphasizing every single word. They must be real swords meant for killing, not wooden training swords. He let out a wicked smirk. I just want to give him a little reminder. His smile grew wider and wider, revealing his dark ambition. To let him know that his worthless nature hasn't changed one bit. Lucian looked at the sword saint in front of him, opening with a probing question. If there were another talented individual, what would you think? He continued to persuade him, his eyes shining with confidence. Though it might take some time to find him, it will definitely be worth the effort. It will ensure that the name of Sword Saint Aizen is remembered for hundreds of years to come. At this point, Aizen was still listening intently. Lucian stated with absolute certainty. I'm talking about a genius of that exact caliber. Aizen fell silent, sinking deep into thought. He looked straight at Lucian, his voice lowering. I feel terribly apologetic, as it seems I have unintentionally placed a burden on the third young master. He smiled kindly and waved his hand. Just knowing that the young master cares this much for this old man is enough. Please do not trouble yourself over that matter. Thank you for your kindness, third young master. But Lucian still kept trying to convince Master Aizen. Thoughts raced through his mind. I guess it still sounds like wild fantasy, doesn't it? Even highly accomplished knights don't catch his eye. It's no wonder that someone who just started practicing the sword like me would be seen as speaking nonsense when offering to find him a disciple. Despite that, a confident smirk spread across Lucian's face. I guarantee you won't be disappointed. In his mind, an image from a different past emerged, a place covered in snow. If this current Lucian was someone whose talent was recognized by a sword saint, he remembered that person, the one who stood at the absolute peak, meaning there was definitely still someone out there in this world who possessed innate talent for swordsmanship. A young man with purple hair stood alone in the middle of a snowy wasteland. Even though in the past he had an entirely ordinary body and had only learned common, low-grade sword styles, a battle scene unfolded. The young man and numerous armored soldiers were rushing forward to attack him. In an instant, he vanished from his spot. Slash, slash, before the soldiers even realized what had just happened. Their necks were already sliced open by passing sword strikes. Lucian continued to think. Yet he used nothing but pure, unadulterated talent to sweep across the battlefield. He was truly the perfect incarnation of the sword. Images of the young man slaughtering enemies on the battlefield appeared. He stood there completely alone amidst a field of corpses. People called that young man, the demon swordsman, Felix. Lucian recalled the bond between them. He was my strongest subordinate, and he will also be the disciple who inherits everything from you. Returning to his training, Lucian held a wooden sword and stood in front of a wooden dummy. Aizen stood watching, looked at Lucian, and said, "All right, before we begin learning swordsmanship, I want to check the third young master's current level first. Try striking this wooden dummy. Start with a vertical slash, then a horizontal strike, and then a diagonal cut. If you've already passed the energy circulation training, controlling mana shouldn't be too difficult. Finally, show me an attack infused with mana." Lucian thought to himself. This is the first time holding a sword in Lucian's body, isn't it? Lucian swung the sword. Though he had to adjust his pacing and grip strength a bit, he had heard that Lucian used to learn swordsmanship in the past too. He fell into an offensive stance, his eyes intensely focused. Lucian executed a vertical slash, followed by a horizontal strike, a diagonal cut, and finally channeled mana into the sword. Lucian's eyes glowed a vibrant gold as he swung his sword to attack the dummy. The strike cleanly severed the helmet portion of the wooden dummy. The slash carried such sheer force that it whipped up a violent gust of wind, blowing away the surrounding dust. The dummy collapsed right along with it. Lucian looked completely confident after finishing the test, flashing a self-satisfied smile. As he thought to himself, since it's my first time with this body, the movements are still a bit awkward, but compared to a complete beginner, this level shouldn't be too bad, right? Lucian looked on, waiting for feedback, wondering if Master Aizen had expected more than this. Aizen silently looked at Lucian, then smiled and said, "While I had somewhat anticipated the third young master's capabilities, you have managed to surprise me yet again. To put it bluntly, it was absolutely dreadful." Lucian asked back in surprise. "Pardon?" Lucian gave a forced laugh and asked, Master Aizen? What exactly do you mean by that?" Aizen replied, "Exactly what I said, young master." He explained, "Though I do not know the exact reason. Whenever you swing your sword, you expose a countless number of terrible habits. You skip the basics and just slashed instinctively to survive from day to day. Exactly like a mercenary's swordsmanship." Lucian listened with a serious look on his face. Aizen continued to point out Lucian's mistakes. "You're focusing entirely on speed and power, which is throwing off the balance between your body and your mana. As a result, your blade has grown dull and you're leaving yourself wide open when you move. Besides, with that final strike, how long do you think it took you to channel mana into your sword?" Lucian replied, flustered, It was probably when I was trying to convert the mana, so it took about 1 or 2 seconds, sir. Aizen's voice turned stern. That word about that you just tossed out so carelessly. A close-up showed Lucian's eyes widening as a cold sweat broke out on him. Aizen suddenly pointed his wooden sword straight at Lucian's throat. He said, "That is easily enough time for an opponent to take your life. You need to start by understanding the weight of that window of time." He emphasized, because an enemy will never miss a window of opportunity, no matter how brief it is. Lucian broke into a cold sweat, thinking to himself, I didn't even notice until the blade was right against my neck. He blamed himself. That was seriously stupid of me. The image of Jake Wright before his death flashed through Lucian's mind. I almost had my head taken off without even knowing it. I can't believe I'm still being this careless. Lucian regained his posture, standing formally with his hands behind his back to take in the lesson. I will carve your words into my heart, sir. I will fix both my bad habits and my flawed attitude. Aizen looked at Lucian with a satisfied expression. He said, Third young master, no matter how good your physical body is, that isn't everything. If you rely purely on muscle power, you will never defeat those who are proficient in using mana. Then he turned his back toward the training dummy. If the body isn't stable enough to support the mana, the power will scatter and create a weakness, ultimately leading to your downfall. Lucian also turned his face to follow his Sword Saint master's gaze. Aizen continued, to awaken the true power of sword techniques, you must fuse those seemingly different forces into one. True powerhouses are born from that exact balance. Aizen began to channel bright green mana into his sword with a gentle motion, his arm moving too fast to be seen. Following the slash, the wooden dummy appeared to be completely unharmed at first, but then light completely enveloped the dummy, and with a loud boom, splinters flew everywhere. Aizen turned back to look at Lucian and said, This is the way of the sword that the third young master will have to walk from this day forward. A few days passed, and two swords were now clashing fiercely against each other. Lucian and Aizen were training intensely. He easily deflected each of the boy's strikes while reminding him, Third young master, do not let your mana flow break. In stark contrast to Lucian, who was struggling on the other side, Aizen's voice was light and natural. The more the body is refined, the easier it moves exactly as intended. Mana control must reach that level as well. He was even using only one hand. Furthermore, when using mana to reinforce the body, one must always hold back a portion of strength as a reserve force. His eyes never left the boy's movements, allocating his power to all the right places. Lucian leaped high into the air to bring down a heavy slash, but it was easily blocked. He pushed the boy back while instructing him, Only when everything blends into perfect balance will you be able to see the true power of swordsmanship. Lucian's body flew back quite a distance before he managed to break his momentum. Determination washed over his face. He exhaled exhausting breaths, but he had absolutely no intention of stopping. This reaction pleased Aizen. He began to channel mana into the wooden sword in his hand and said, All right, let's try applying what you just learned. We will begin defensive training. A reminder was voiced, but this time, I am taking the difficulty up a notch. And in the blink of an eye, Aizen materialized right in front of Lucian. Watch your enemy's speed and movements closely, then counterattack with the appropriate amount of force. He raised the sword in his hand high. Lucian's eyes widened, intently watching his opponent's every move. The core of Master Aizen's teaching was a fluid harmony, moving just like water. He pondered each lesson while watching the sword swing down toward his head, trying to bridge his current shortcomings and minimize energy waste to unleash maximum power. Still, Lucian gritted his teeth, steeled his resolve, and reminded himself, Don't get overwhelmed. Look straight ahead. The sword in his hand also gathered mana as it swung out. Their two swords clashed once again. Lucian gritted his teeth, pouring all his strength into holding his ground. On the opposite side, Aizen narrowed his eyes as a brilliant light radiated from the clashing power of both men. He carefully observed the boy's movements, raising his sword high once more. Aizen easily brought the match to an end and declared, That's enough for today's session. Young master, please remember the feeling of today very carefully. Along with that came a word of praise for Lucian. Keep this up, and you can become an outstanding swordsman. He only offered a tired smile before his body lost all strength, and he collapsed, sitting flat on the ground. Lucian looked up at his master and said politely, "Thank you for the lesson, sir." As for the training ground, it had been heavily damaged in several places from their fight. Repair workers were quickly summoned to take care of it. A few of them couldn't even believe it, asking themselves, just what kind of training has the young master been doing? They were also somewhat worried about Lucian's health. "Young master, are you going to be okay?" Inside the main estate building at this time, Lucian sat dazed in a corner, completely drained of life. He mumbled a few complaints to himself. Today's training session went smoothly enough, I guess. Next, he looked down at his own trembling hands and thought, unbelievable. Keeping up this kind of brutal training until the very last minute. Lucian's expression grew more serious. Is this to shake off the bad habit from my past life? He looked off into the distance and concluded, can't be helped. If it helps me improve, I have to accept it. Then he looked back at his cracked sword. Thanks to this, I'm starting to grasp everything a lot faster. Lucian's gaze shifted elsewhere, and his train of thought changed. But the more I look at it, the more mind-blowing it really is. His mind was filled with admiration for Aizen at this moment, creating high-pressure situations tailored exactly to my strength level, and then forcing me to react precisely with clear instructions. Lucian watched his movements and silently marveled. It sounds easy enough, but unless you can see right through my physical condition, it's absolutely impossible to pull off. I simply relax my body according to his instructions, yet I can feel a distinct improvement. Before this, I always believed that the ultimate sword manual was the only path to reach a higher realm. Things like balance, reserve force, and mana flow, I had never genuinely given them a serious thought even once. Lucian gently touched his sword, even though the things that truly matter have always existed within me. He gripped it tightly and thought to himself, if only I had deeply understood this teaching in my past life. Memories of the past were involuntarily triggered. Lucian's final battle against the commander, along with the stance that man had taken. Just how far could my sword reach against that guy? The commander back then had declared, drop dead. While Jake himself wasn't affected at all, just a little, the two of them rushed at each other to fight. A delighted smirk plastered on Jake's face. The flashback ended there, and Lucian wondered to himself, just how many exchanges could I last against him now? He frowned and muttered, is the training session over just like that? I'm still not quite satisfied. Then other thoughts surfaced. I wonder if there's a sparring partner around my level to trade blows with. When he caught sight of footsteps passing right in front of him, Lucian snapped out of it. Wait a minute. Joshua's silhouette caught his eye. That guy is... A call rang out, causing Aizen to open his eyes. Master, have you been well? Joshua greeted him with an excited smile on his lips. Your disciple, Joshua, greets you. He responded at a measured pace. It is a pleasure to see the fourth young master, indeed. What wind blew you all the way out here? Followed by a polite dismissal. Right now is the third young master's training time. If you have something to say to this old man, please come back later. However, Joshua quickly shook his head. There's no need for that. Master Aizen took the opportunity to ask further. If that's the case, the reason you came here is... Hearing this, Joshua didn't hesitate to admit it. That's right, he spoke up, his tone loaded with provocation. Since my third brother has finally decided to step outside and start training, as the younger brother who started learning before him, I just wanted to help refine his skills a little bit. An offer was put forward just like that. Third brother, Lucian, what do you say? Lucian's hand tightened around his sword, the smile on his face losing all of its warmth. Well, look at that. An excellent sparring partner just delivered himself right to my doorstep. Everyone present fell completely silent, until Aizen's voice rang out. Fourth young master, what are you saying? You plan to help train the third young master. Joshua just smirked upon hearing that and explained, don't we need real combat with each other to put mana operations into actual practice? Followed by an innocent-sounding declaration. I want to be that opponent. He shifted his eyes toward Lucian and murmured, as you already know, master, due to our current schedules, we brothers barely have any time to interact. If not now, it'll be hard to get another chance. Joshua's voice was filled with apparent sincerity. That's why I took the liberty of coming here. Please, master. On his side, Lucian slowly stood up, silently evaluating the situation in his mind. Seriously, the bloodline of this family really takes the cake when it comes to smooth talking. What? Helping with training. A disdainful smirk played on his face, as if you're here to help train and bond. Not only did he show up here uninvited, but he even brought a real sword in front of an older brother who hasn't even been formally learning for a week. Yeah, with just that much, he figured it out almost instantly. The intent is so glaringly obvious it almost looks childishly innocent. His goal is clearly to crush me to solidify his own position. Lucian thought to himself as he observed Joshua's smile. Since this is happening under the guise of helping an older brother, it won't cause any issues. Next, he thought, and with the Sword Saint watching, this live combat will carry even more weight. To think even a wet behind-the-ears brat dares to try and suppress me like this. Do you have no intention of giving up? Master Eisen was advising him to drop out of the succession war. Lucian observed his actions. If I just leave things as they are, he'll end up in an awkward position. Next, he took a few steps forward. A declaration was made. Master Eisen, please accept my younger brother's offer. Eisen was caught completely off guard. Third young master, Lucian was still smiling brightly at this moment, acting as if his youngest brother's intentions were incredibly precious. He also began to play the part of a kind older brother. Of course, I can't just turn a blind eye to this rotten attitude and the ridiculous notion that these sweet-talking lies can fool anyone. This cannot slide. However, his spoken words were completely sarcastic. I will personally educate this clueless youngest brother of mine. He slowly walked toward Joshua. Today is the last time I'll indulge your tantrums. Don't put Master Eisen in a difficult position any longer. On the side, Eisen himself was watching and thinking. He must have seen right through the fourth young master's intentions, which is why he chose to confront him head-on. Ultimately, Eisen came to a decision. In the end, blood ties are a bond that cannot be broken. If both of you want this, I will grant it. Then he voiced a warning to the two facing each other. However, this sparring match will be the last one, and if I sense any danger, I will bring it to a halt immediately. Both Lucian and Joshua replied in unison. I will keep that in mind. He turned to Joshua, placing a hand on his head as he continued. Let's make this an amazing sparring match, little brother. Joshua looked visibly annoyed, but he could only manage a smile. Sounds great, brother. The arena was quickly prepared. Eisen took on the role of the referee, laying out the rules at a steady pace. This is not a battle to inflict injuries on one another, but merely a sparring match to test what you both have learned. He instructed them thoroughly. The third young master must enter the match with a mindset to learn, as this is his very first live combat experience. Everyone in the arena nodded as they listened. The fourth young master must take responsibility as the senior who took up the sword earlier. Both of you must fight in a way that does not bring shame to the reputation of the Valdek family. Both opponents place their hands on the hilts of their swords. If you are ready, draw your swords as a signal. They drew their weapons and fell into offensive stances. Joshua was silently brooding on his side. Lucian Valdek, since when did you start acting like such a big brother? The rage inside him kept surging higher by the second. Every time you open your mouth, it's always little brother this, little brother that. You're just acting high and mighty because you happen to be born slightly earlier. And then Joshua steeled his resolve. Fine, let's see if you still dare to open your mouth by the end of this match. His eyes glared widely. This wasn't about who was born first, but who was truly the superior one. Joshua's facial expression didn't escape Lucian's notice at all. What a vicious look in his eyes. I doubt someone would pull a face like that, even if they ran into their worst arch-nemesis. He also tightened his grip on his sword and thought to himself, still, this cold and heavy sensation. Lucian's expression shifted along with his internal thoughts. It's already been 2 months. He recalled his past as a mercenary. If this were before, I would have used dirty tricks to win already. But then he smiled with absolute confidence. Today, I will face this battle under the identity of the third young master. Lucian glanced in one direction and continued his random thoughts. If I accidentally use a sword technique from my past life. The person he was observing was none other than Eisen, it definitely won't get past Master Aizen's eyes. And Lucian carefully pondered. No matter how insidious and cunning the guy tries to be, he's still just a naive kid who hasn't experienced the real world. And so, he finally came to a decision. Since he's my younger brother right now, I'll go easy on him out of courtesy. However, Joshua on the opposite side spoke up mockingly. Where did all that confidence from earlier go? Why do you keep sneaking glances at me? He continued to enthusiastically provoke him. Now that you're holding a real sword, are you finally starting to feel scared? Don't worry too much. Although people often say serious accidents happen during live combat with real swords, that only applies when the skill levels are evenly matched. He even went as far as to make a seemingly kind offer. If you're still afraid, I can switch to a wooden sword for you. This time, it was Lucian's turn to cut him off. Yeah, that would be for the best. The smile on his face completely lost its humanity. I'm taking back what I said about going easy on you. That is, unless you want to get hurt. For a disobedient younger brother, getting a proper beating is the absolute best medicine. Lucian's choice of words irritated Joshua. Little brother, he fell into an offensive stance. Joshua's footsteps accelerated as he charged straight toward Lucian. His eyes widened, his mouth murmuring a declaration. I will make you regret those words. Facing this action, Lucian also quickly set up his defense. However, just as expected, holding back his strength while teaching him a lesson wasn't going to be easy. He observed his opponent's movements while thinking to himself. Joshua also received instruction from the Sword Saint. His foundation and movements are not at a level that can be taken lightly. Lucian's brows furrowed. Besides, I've used up almost all my mana during that sparring match with the Sword Saint just now. Lucian's brows furrowed. Besides, I've used up almost all my mana during that sparring match with the Sword Saint just now. Lucian's foot slowly lifted, and then he channeled mana down into it. Lucian took a defensive stance, watching Joshua close the distance between them, applying the Sword Saint's teachings on how to focus power and operate mana, and then counter by launching a strike right back. In the blink of an eye, he appeared right in front of Joshua, intending to seize his split-second opening. Aizen was completely taken aback, and Joshua's attendants were so shocked their jaws dropped. Joshua himself was still in a state of utter disbelief as he listened to Lucian's voice, gritting his teeth to deflect this incoming strike. A triumphant smirk appeared on the boy's face. Otherwise, you might just lose your tongue, you know? The sword in his hand came crashing down with immense power. Little brother. The sky at this moment looked somewhat gloomy as the two iron swords clashed together. Joshua struggled desperately to hold off Lucian's attack. Both of his hands were trembling wildly, while his opponent was flashing a smug smile. Lucian finally spoke up mockingly. Listen up, little brother, a true man. At the same time, Joshua awkwardly picked himself back up, determined not to easily fall to his knees before anyone. He was so furious he gritted his teeth, shut up, and successfully pushed Lucian back. Shut your filthy mouth, followed by an attack that sent Lucian flying back a considerable distance. Joshua declared in a rage. That was only a single strike. Your survival, just now, was nothing but pure luck. He immediately rushed forward to attack again. You won't be so lucky next time. A sword strike infused with mana was unleashed just like that. The more Lucian retreated, the faster Joshua charged forward. He managed to deflect Joshua's relentless onslaught. A look of sheer smugness plastered Joshua's face at this moment, while Lucian remained perfectly calm as he parried the blade. He countered, and Joshua gave tit for tat. His expression gradually turned fierce. Lucian's face mirrored a similar attitude. The sword strikes were unleashed with ever-increasing power. Aizen and the butler, who were standing on the side watching, could no longer hold back. Joshua's butler hesitantly suggested, Master Aizen, this match is getting far too violent. Should we stop it here? He wiped away his sweat as he explained. Young Master Joshua has always viewed young Master Lucian as a rival. Because of their close age, they've always been compared to each other. That has only deepened his resentment. Therefore, whenever it comes to young Master Lucian, he throws all reason out the window. Next, he voiced his own anxiety. If a mistake happens and someone gets hurt. Hearing this, Aizen finally replied, You're worrying too much, head butler. A proud smile graced his face. The fourth young master might be a bit hot-tempered, but he isn't stupid enough to forget his own standing. Right now, he's just venting his anger in a crude and childish manner. Aizen's voice carried absolute certainty. If there is anything you need to worry about, it should be quite the opposite. This left the butler somewhat confused. What do you mean by that, sir? Aizen's expression turned serious almost instantly. He watched the two fighting and silently noted, "Indeed, if we look at the gap in their strength, that logic doesn't quite add up." Aizen was silently evaluating them in his heart. The third young master was born with a magnificent innate physical talent, but he lacks the time and experience to utilize it properly. In contrast, the fourth young master only possesses ordinary talent, but he has constantly honed it through brutal, relentless training. Joshua and Lucian's swords clashed once more. This means that even in a match where sword techniques aren't being used, the gap between the two of them is simply too wide to be bridged by mere luck. Aizen observed Joshua's face and thought to himself, and yet, the fourth young master is letting his emotions dictate his movements, rendering his own advantage completely useless. Next, he looked back over at Lucian. Meanwhile, the third young master is calmly biding his time, waiting for an opening. Aizen's fingers tapped gently against his arm. For him to maintain this level of composure when facing a live blade, he has undoubtedly overcome his own fear first and foremost. An observation was made regarding Lucian, who displayed such incredible calmness. Unless he's an idiot who doesn't even know to fear death, he must possess the unyielding willpower of someone who has stared death in the face countless times. Aizen's expression grew increasingly grave, and for some reason, my gut tells me it's the latter case. On this side, the movements were taking a heavy toll on the arena floor. Joshua and Lucian continuously swung their swords at one another. He questioned in a raised voice, "Where did that arrogant attitude from earlier go, huh? You should have listened to me while I was still being nice." Then he issued a declaration. "If you beg me to sheath my sword, I might actually agree to it." Lucian, on his side, thought to himself while defending, "This kid, is he seriously enjoying this?" Then he issued a declaration. "If you beg me to sheath my sword, I might actually agree to it." Lucian, on his side, thought to himself while defending, "This kid, is he seriously enjoying this?" While fighting, Lucian calculated, "Initially, I plan to end this match with a single blow, because there is no enemy easier to handle than one who easily falls into a provocation trap. The only mistake was that Joshua is better than I anticipated, and I don't have enough mana to bring him down in just one strike. Right now, I don't even have enough mana to reinforce my body. If that's how it's going to be." He finally came up with a plan. "I'll pour everything I have into the next clash." No sooner said than done. Lucian swung his sword forward with all his might. Joshua's eyes widened, completely stunned by this strike. Lucian's sword suddenly became incredibly heavy. Does he really still have this much strength to spare? However, he quickly reassured himself by observing Lucian's signs of exhaustion. No, looking at the state he's in, that's impossible. And then he let out a smirk. He's just squeezing out the last drops of his remaining strength for a final struggle. With that, Joshua raised his sword high and declared, "I'll put an end to this ridiculous match right here." He brought down a powerful strike. Lucian, on his side, had yet to make a move. However, his gaze shifted, accompanied by a declaration. "All right, that is exactly what I wanted." Joshua struck the ground hard, sending a thick cloud of white smoke billowing up. However, he had only hit empty ground. Did he really dodge my full-force attack? Joshua was visibly bewildered. "All right, I can still understand that. But if my eyes aren't playing tricks on me," he recalled Lucian's recent expression. He was smiling just now. "I'm sure of it." Was all of this calculated? At this moment, Lucian finally spoke up. "Joshua Valdek, you completely failed to account for a follow-up strike on that last swing, didn't you?" Followed by a questioning remark from him. "You didn't realize at all that my exhaustion was just bait." Lucian wore a smug expression as he continued. "And that's exactly why you're the younger brother, and Juan the older one." The more Joshua listened, the more annoyed he became by his brother's words. He was determined to strike back. "Save those annoying lectures until you actually beat me." The sword in his hand was swung forward. Unexpectedly, the silhouette of something had already appeared. Lucian's foot blocked his sword, and then he pinned Joshua's hand straight to the ground. He struggled to break free, but Lucian had no intention of letting that happen. I will, don't worry. Lucian's smile became increasingly merciless. What do you think you're going to face next this time? Joshua looked up, his voice trembling as he called out, "Brother." Lucian himself was raising the sword in his hand, preparing to strike down with a gleeful look on his face. "You only call me brother when you're backed into a corner." Next, only Joshua's blood-curdling scream could be heard. News of the duel between the two brothers spread quickly throughout the entire clan, and loud chatter echoed across the room. "Have you guys heard the latest news?" I'm talking about young Master Lucian completely overwhelming Master Joshua. Two servants walked together, locked in continuous discussion. "Oh, stop talking nonsense. Young Master Lucian clearly just started training. How could that even happen?" "I thought so too at first, but the Sword Saint himself witnessed the whole thing with his own eyes, I swear." Even the maidservants were talking and laughing. "I heard the fourth young master showed up looking incredibly cocky, but when he left, he looked completely defeated. I also heard that he actually burst into tears at the end." Naturally, there was a reason the story spread so fast, and also a reason why it was a bit exaggerated. They cheered when they saw Hugo. "Hugo, you came at the perfect time. Please tell us all the details of what happened that day." On the other side, Han made an appearance. "Perfect timing. Han, is it true that the Sword Saint himself praised young Master Lucian's talent?" Hugo rubbed his chin and remarked with a look of surprise, "The news spread that fast?" This was supposed to be kept strictly confidential. Meanwhile, Han himself proudly shared, "When young Master Lucian subdued Master Joshua, do you know how shocked I was when he confiscated his younger brother's sword as a trophy?" Perhaps very few people realized that all of this was orchestrated by a single person. A low hum resonated throughout the room. Lucian stood relaxed, looking outside and humming a tune. He licked his lips and muttered calculations to himself, thinking the conditions were absolutely perfect to stir up some rumors. Then he scoffed and said to himself, "Be grateful I decided to stop there, little brother." He recalled the ugly look on Joshua's face at that moment. Lucian raised the sword in his hand high, a wicked smile spreading across his face. "So now I'm your brother again." A miserable scream was heard immediately afterward. Joshua's face was deathly pale as he repeatedly begged, "I was wrong. Brother Lucian, please." Lucian, on his end, remained sullen and gave no reply. However, his sword slammed into the ground instead of hitting Joshua. The force of that strike was so powerful that it snapped the other man's sword in half. At this moment, Lucian finally spoke up, "Joshua, don't ever think about pulling a stunt like this ever again, or things will get really ugly." The smile on his face was thoroughly menacing. "Know when to stay away from trouble and start acting your age," accompanied by a friendly reminder, "If you heard me clearly, you'd better take it to heart." Up until now, he glanced to the side while making that assessment, thinking it should be enough to keep his annoying little brothers quiet for a while, and now that things at home were temporarily settled. What Lucian was looking at was a piece of paper, and he muttered a question to himself. Is it about time to start dealing with the Logan family? Then, in another location, Sigmund questioned with a cold expression on his face. "I assume this is the confidential report Hugo sent you." Lucian, standing opposite him, bowed respectfully and presented, "Yes, father, it is." He pointed out the contents inside the paper. "In 3 days at Vestra, he has arranged a meeting with a representative from the Logan family." Hearing this, Sigmund asked back, "The Vestra region?" His hand tapped rhythmically on the desk. "Absurd," followed by a remark. "Even if that place is practically abandoned, it's still right next to Kelheim." Lucian admitted unhurriedly, "Yes, they certainly chose that spot thinking you wouldn't keep an eye on it." "Father," Sigmund's face grew pensive. "It really is a blind spot." He turned his head toward him and questioned, "Then why did you decide to bring this matter to my attention?" This statement caught Lucian a little off guard. "I thought I had already given you full control over this situation." He honestly stated his purpose. "I need more power." These words left the older man visibly astonished. "Power?" Lucian unhurriedly explained his thoughts. "Just because a predator has been lured into a trap, it doesn't mean I have the necessary means to take it down." Hearing this, Sigmund felt somewhat satisfied. "And so you came to me, the one who holds those means." He directly pointed out his purpose. Some might call that a logical decision. "Yet, despite your earlier claims about proving your worth, it seems you are merely trying to ride my coattails," followed by a questioning remark. Do you really think people will acknowledge an achievement that isn't your own? Faced with this statement, Lucian just remained silent and didn't reply. Sigmund continued his lecture. A hunter only gains a reputation when he brings down his prey through his own efforts. If you can't finish it yourself, then it's nothing more than an empty victory. He slowly raised his hand. I gave you the opportunity and the authority to handle this yourself, yet you chose safety over taking a risk, and then quickly slammed it down on the table. Is this really all you're capable of? The pressure radiating from Sigmund was immense. Give me an answer, Lucian. Only now did Lucian reply in a soft voice. That doesn't matter. If that's what it takes to end the hunt. He kept a blank face, entirely unaffected by Sigmund's pressure. Then that is the path I won't hesitate to take. He glanced over upon hearing this bold statement. Lucian continued to present his thoughts. If the way you describe it is truly the path of nobility, then perhaps only those who already possess great power can afford to walk it. While innocent people live in fear of a monster, claiming it's brave just because we face it alone is ultimately nothing but foolish recklessness. Even if successful, it would still be a foolish act resulting from poor judgment. And in the end, I would lose everyone's trust. And then he reached a conclusion. The true meaning of the hunt is not the killing, but what we protect. Lucian continued as he lightly touched his neck. As long as I can ensure the threat is completely eliminated, why should I care if others see my achievements as incomplete? He added a somewhat naive remark, saying, That's right, I have no intention of playing a brainless saint either. His hand then reached toward some flowers, and Lucian roughly crushed them, letting the petals drift through the air to emphasize his point. It's just that if the person I hand the credit to proves incapable of standing on their own, then it becomes blindingly obvious who truly deserves to inherit it. Hearing this, Sigmund remained silent. His demeanor softened quite a bit as he spoke. That answer is enough. Sigmund lifted his teacup with one hand and replied, To have someone challenge me directly like this. I wonder how many years it has been since someone last did that. I certainly never expected to hear such words from you. This remark made Lucian visibly excited. I gave an excellent answer. Lucian, if you are a man, you must have absolute faith in the path you have chosen. Sigmund drank his tea while softly continuing. If you let a few words shake your resolve, you will never amount to anything. Hearing this, Lucian asked back, Was all of this just a test? Sigmund didn't hesitate to admit his intention. Yes, I wanted to see if you would flinch when facing authority. Next, he began to explain, Unless you are lost because you're still searching for your own truth. Otherwise, who would follow a leader who can't even defend his own beliefs? Every word carries weight, let alone becoming the head of a clan. Such a person isn't even worthy of being called a man. Lucian listened while thinking to himself that he had known all along, as his father was well aware this task was beyond his current capabilities, which made him curious why the man had taken such a harsh stance. He let out a sigh and assessed the situation, thinking that honestly, nothing in this world is simple, but at least the discussion seemed to have ended on a good note. Next, Lucian couldn't help but ask, Father, what about the support for this campaign? Sigmund unhurriedly offered a solution. I will provide you with the means you requested. He held the paper in his hand as he continued. Given the current situation, a large force would draw too much attention. Then he turned his eyes toward Lucian and added that they would probably move in small groups to avoid detection. After listening, he just smiled brightly and accepted the advice. You are absolutely right, Father, so if possible, I would like to request a few of the clan's elite knights. A week had passed, and we arrive at the Vestra territory, where a remark was made. This place is nothing but a dilapidated pile of ruins. Lucian looked around while continuing. The actual condition of this city is even worse than the rumors. I can barely sense any signs of life in the surrounding area. Hugo heard this and replied to him. Despite being quite close to Kelheim, this place has been completely drained of resources. Its role as a vital transit hub was stripped away by other cities long ago. Now this land is just a ghost town, a haven for drifters and the homeless. They discussed with each other as they walked. It is precisely for that reason that I chose to set up our base of operations here. At this moment, Hugo suddenly turned to look at Lucian and wondered, By the way, Are you really not going to tell me? How did you know every single detail of your subordinate's plan? To those words, he only gave a light smile. It seems even you, senior, were completely in the dark about this. Next, he presented his own thoughts. I will have an answer for you when the time is right, but for now, let's focus all our attention on the prey right in front of us. Lucian crossed his arms, questioning unhurriedly. You set the trap carefully, right? Hugo nodded in response. Of course, young master, everything is ready. Inside the workshop, we arranged everything to perfectly match the fake information we leaked to them. The room has been thoroughly prepared to serve as a perfect smokescreen. He continued to explain. As for the item you requested, young master, it is also ready. The only thing missing is the reinforcements to take them down. But right in the next second, Hugo was caught off guard by a question from Lucian. It wouldn't feel right if we had to rely on my father's reinforcements, would it? He hurriedly denied it. Not at all, sir. Considering the gravity of the matter we are dealing with this time, I understand very well that we cannot afford to make even a single mistake. Then looking down at his hands, he thought that he just felt very disappointed with his own weakness, wishing he had enough strength to settle everything neatly by himself. Hugo then offered an explanation. I could have helped you shine, young master. Lucian placed a hand on his shoulder and replied seriously. Hugo, it's not that I don't understand how you feel, and then gently reminded him. But remember that our journey has only just begun. Don't let impatience cloud your judgment and sway us from our chosen path. The next words were spoken with a mocking tone. Besides, you're only 30 years old. The road ahead was still long, and Hugo's mood lightened up because of it. Young master, actually, I'm only 23. Next, he also sincerely explained, 30 is still a long way off for me, and our age gap isn't even that wide. Young master, this mind-blowing truth left Lucian completely agape. The space between the two of them fell into a dead silence. Lucian turned his head away, tried to avoid the topic. Right, well, since you're still in your early 20s. Unexpectedly, the more he spoke, the more it hurt Hugo's youthful soul. Please don't correct it anymore. It only makes me feel worse about myself. Several crows in the sky were continuously circling. Lucian stood rooted to the spot, looking around and quietly evaluating. In any case, the deciding moment is drawing near, but why isn't there any sign of them appearing yet? Their conversation was interrupted by a call. Third young master. Hugo reacted almost instantly, his hand grasping the hilt of his sword and quickly drawing it. Unexpectedly, before he could act, he was stopped by a hand, followed by a remark about being too slow. This movement caused Hugo to feel concerned, thinking his speed exceeds the limits of an ordinary person, and with his weapon tightly gripped like this, he couldn't budge even a bit. He grimaced, his vigilance heightening, thinking this is the first time anyone has beaten him in terms of pure physical strength. And now he was subdued by this guy and rendered useless. However, Lucian spoke up again at this moment. Step back, Hugo. He softly explained, this person is not our enemy. However, Lucian's expression couldn't hide his own awareness that the killing intent radiating from the man was directed right at them. What is your true purpose in coming here? The identity of the person who just appeared was thus revealed. The Blackguard. Hugo stepped back, both to protect Lucian and to keep his distance from the man, then turned around to wonder. Young master, could it be that the reinforcements you mentioned earlier are actually the legendary Blackguard? It was said that the Blackguard were entrusted with the most confidential and brutal missions of the Valdek family, an army of shadows that answered only to the Patriarch. Lucian confirmed unhurriedly. That's right, Hugo. They're the hunters sent here to help us carry out this mission. A few other members appeared as well, all of them collectively known as the Blackguard. A member of the squad spoke up. Greetings, third young master. His expression was extremely serious. What I just did was merely a small test to gauge your bodyguard's reflexes. The Blackguard harbors absolutely no ill intentions. In Lucian's mind, he was constantly calculating, thinking that even in his past life, their existence was kept so well hidden that he had once doubted whether they actually existed. He frowned and thought to himself that it seemed the terrifying rumors about them being like demonic entities were not exaggerated at all. And then he cautiously assessed the surroundings, thinking he couldn't even sense them getting close. And despite his high state of alertness, even standing right in front of him, They could mask their presence so perfectly that he couldn't grasp it at all. Every single one of them was a truly terrifying monster. Finally, Lucian let a smile grace his face. He thought of Sigmund and mused that this was truly beyond his expectations, as his father had granted him an incredibly powerful backing. Very quickly, they moved inside a building. The one who began the briefing was none other than Lucian. I believe all of you have been clearly instructed on every detail of this mission. The Logan family has fallen into our trap and is currently on their way here. Just as planned, he seriously explained. Therefore, you have only one objective to execute. Capture the mastermind behind all of this alive. As for the others, you are authorized to eliminate them all. Once they dare to cross that line, we have no need to show any mercy. Afterward, Lucian began assigning tasks. I leave all remaining decisions to your discretion. His demeanor was observed and noted by a member of the Blackguard, who thought that at first they assumed the Grand Duke had deployed them here just to keep the third young master from getting his hands dirty. But it seemed that wasn't the only purpose. Even when faced with an unexpected situation, he maintained the composure and aura of a true young master. And right now, he was also quietly evaluating their strength to prepare for any contingency. Later on, he boldly ventured a guess, wondering if this family would enter a new era along with the young master. Finally, they spoke in unison. We are ready. It was already late afternoon when the meeting concluded and the carriage rolled slowly down the road. When it stopped, the door was quickly opened. Philip's cursing echoed even before he stepped down. What a long and boring trip. A maid delivered a letter, and he thought that if it weren't for his father's orders, he would never have set foot in this godforsaken place. Philip slowly stepped out of the carriage, his expression filled with utter disgust. Let's settle everything quickly and go home. Philip's eyebrows furrowed as he muttered an observation. The air here is foul and absolutely nauseating. Philip Logan, the second young master of the Logan family. The sky at sunset was a brilliant crimson, and a clicking sound echoed as a door opened. Philip Logan and his two bodyguards stood before the meeting point, and Lucian rushed out, speaking in an obsequious tone. "Oh, young master, please forgive me. I had no idea such an esteemed guest would visit. I've been terribly impolite." One of the bodyguards drew his sword, pointing it straight at Lucian and shouting, "Stop right there. If you come any closer, I'll take your head off. Stand there and state your identity." Lucian bowed deeply and replied in fear. "Please forgive me, Sir Knight. This lowly one is only following Lord Hugo's orders to come here and guide you." Flashing a sly smile, he continued, "A worthless person like me isn't worth your concern, sir." Philip Logan jerked his chin up and ordered, "Sheathe your sword. Talking to a peasant like this is truly a disgrace to me." The bodyguard sheathed his sword, and Lucian hastily said, "Thank you for your immense mercy, sir." Philip Logan jerked his chin up and ordered, "Sheathe your sword. Talking to a peasant like this is truly a disgrace to me." The bodyguard sheathed his sword, and Lucian hastily said, "Thank you for your immense mercy, sir." Philip Logan jerked his chin up and ordered, "Sheathe your sword. Talking to a peasant like this is truly a disgrace to me." The bodyguard sheathed his sword, and Lucian hastily said, "Thank you for your immense mercy, sir." He must be the Marquis's young master. As expected, the guards only numbered around 10, and they were probably just apprentice knights of the Logan house. His gaze shifted to the burly knight walking beside Logan, thinking the man sticking close to that kid was the most formidable one among this crowd. Aside from those notable points, he had even brought along maidservants. What a total mama's boy. Suddenly Philip Logan snapped irritably. "Are you just going to stand there dazed instead of leading the way?" Lucian hurriedly replied, "This lowly one is seeing a noble up close for the first time, so I got a bit flustered, sir." Logan said disdainfully, "What a backwater peasant." After saying that, Lucian quickly ran ahead to lead the way, but he turned his head back to look, his eyes filled with suspicion. But why does that maid look so familiar? There's no way such an absurd thing could happen, right? Yeah, probably not. It's just someone who looks like her. The whole group stepped inside a wretched warehouse. Philip Logan covered his nose with a handkerchief, grimacing as he complained, "The inside is more wretched than I imagined, and it stinks so bad I can barely breathe. That peasant Hugo, did he embezzle the funds our family provided?" The exterior is clearly just a front to fool everyone. From the staircase, a voice echoed. Isn't it the contents inside that matter? Philip Logan immediately asked. Who are you? That person is Hugo. He flashed a smile and replied, I am Hugo, the manager here. It is an honor to meet you, young master. Handling important items requires extreme caution, hence the slight delay. Logan said mockingly, daring to show your face before me like this. It seems you have no intention of playing any foolish tricks. Hugo replied, Haha, would I really dare to abandon the protection of the Logan family over a few measly coins? I've sent regular reports every single time, yet you've still come all the way here, young master. It seems you're quite impatient as well, aren't you? An item powerful enough to completely bring down Helheim. A terrifying image seemed to be Hugo's imagination regarding the capabilities of the item. He laughed out loud and said, Let me show it to you right away, young master. Philip Logan flinched slightly, while Lucian stood beside him, laughing inwardly, thinking this guy Hugo really has the guts of a lion to casually blurt out those lies without trembling in the slightest. Philip Logan flinched slightly, while Lucian stood beside him, laughing inwardly, thinking this guy Hugo really has the guts of a lion to casually blurt out those lies without trembling in the slightest. He turned and ordered Lucian, Hey, peasant, go receive that thing from your master. Lucian obediently replied, Yes, sir. Lucian stepped up to Hugo and said, Chief, please give me the item you prepared. Hugo handed Lucian a glowing cylindrical object. The two exchanged a meaningful glance with each other. Lucian gripped the item tightly in his hand and shouted, I have received it. Lucian raised the item high, preparing to throw it quickly and accurately. With that, he swung his arm and threw the item hard toward Philip Logan's group. The item soared through the air, and Lucian continued, I shall pass it over to you. Philip Logan shouted in panic. What the hell are you doing? Have you lost your mind? Do you even know what that thing is to dare throw it like that? At the exact same time, a knife flew through the air, aiming straight for the item. The moment it shattered, the item emitted a blinding flash of light. Logan was stunned, and the light caused the knight to hastily shout, Young master, please step back. The blinding light engulfed the entire space of the warehouse. Lucian and Hugo knew beforehand, so they proactively shielded their eyes with their hands. The people of the Logan house, caught off guard, were completely blinded by the light. The light emitting from the warehouse shone all the way outside, and frantic screams echoed out. Oh, my eyes, my eyes. Logan screamed in panic. I can't see anything. What on earth happened? Guards. Where are the guards? Logan dropped to his knees, clutching his head and cursing, A bunch of useless trash. When we return to the family, you will all face the most brutal punishment. Logan clutched his head and wailed, Why is no one answering me? As the light gradually faded, a faint call was suddenly heard. Young master. Philip Logan hastily replied, Yes, I'm right here. Come protect me. Hurry up. A tall shadow approached, his voice barely a whisper. Sir, you need to run. The knight's face was covered in blood as he struggled to speak. That bastard betrayed us. Philip Logan watched in horror as the leader of his guard collapsed. What the? Logan looked around at the horrific scene of bodies strewn everywhere. The subordinates who came with him had all been wiped out. In another corner, a white-haired shadow knight was coldly ending the life of another soldier. The maids who came along witnessed the brutality and huddled together in terror. A voice echoed, explaining, The projection mana stone emits a blinding light when subjected to a certain amount of force. Because it's hard to preserve and highly expensive, it's rarely used. Lucian and Hugo stood there watching Logan. Even so, the Marquis's entire guard had been taken out in that mere fraction of a second. A burly Shadow Knight swung his blood-stained sword. The Shadow Knight captain reported, All dangerous elements have been eliminated. I will escort the women and the ringleader back to Kelheim immediately. The corners of Lucian's mouth curved slightly as he recalled his father's words. Experience the true weight of the man who sits in this position for yourself. Now I finally understand. Logan backed away in a panic. Stay back. Logan was on his knees, screaming, I said stay away from me. Do you have any idea who I am? He wept bitterly, trying to use his status to threaten them. I'm the noble fourth young master of the Logan family. The white-haired Shadow Knight looked down at him coldly and said, Your fate will be decided by Grand Duke Valdek. Come with me quietly. Philip Logan gritted his teeth and trembled. What? Did he say Valdek? No way. He looked over at Lucian and realized, could it be that the guy disguised as a peasant is actually the young master of the Valdek family? Knowing he couldn't escape, he turned and snapped at the maids. If that's the case, we can't let them take us back there. What the hell are you doing? Guards outside. Why aren't you coming to protect me? Did the guards outside all die too? Lucian thought to himself. It's over. There are no dangerous elements left to worry about. Suddenly, Logan screamed a name. Felicia. Lucian flinched, his eyes widening in surprise. What? A maid stepped forward, and Logan commanded, I give you permission to hold a sword. Fix this for me. Lucian couldn't believe his eyes. There was no way. Everything from her face to her name was identical. The maid kicked the sword hard, sending it spinning through the air before catching it cleanly in her hand. The moment she gripped the weapon, her entire aura shifted. Her face turned ice cold as a suffocating killing intent erupted from her. The moment she gripped the weapon, her entire aura shifted. Her face turned ice cold as a suffocating killing intent erupted from her. In his absolute panic, Philip clung to the maid's skirt in front of him like a lifeline. He called out, Felicia, get me out of here. Like a drowning man clutching at a straw, he promised everything. If you do this, I'll do anything for you. Philip kept spouting empty promises. I'll make sure you're never insulted because of your mother's lowly blood again. But the only response he got was a chilling silence from Felicia. Her face was shrouded in shadow, masking her emotions. Seeing Felicia standing completely still, Philip barked angrily. Hey, say something? Isn't protecting me the whole reason you exist? Finally, Felicia spoke, but her tone was as cold as ice. Shut your mouth if you want to live. Then she raised her sword and dropped into a combat stance. She said in a chilling voice, I am so sick and tired of your stupidity. Standing opposite Felicia was the white-haired Shadow Knight, who looked at the scene with utter disdain. Unbelievable, hiding behind a woman without a single shred of dignity left. Then he turned to Felicia. I highly commend your fighting spirit, but don't throw your life away over a reckless burst of empty courage. This is mercy extended to you both, a child and a woman. He seemed to give his opponent some time to decide, but he was met with Felicia's unwavering gaze. Her eyes glowed an eerie, mystical violet, and the sword in her hand pulsed with an enchanting purple light. He asked back, Is that your choice? Very well. Then he lightly tapped his toe against the ground. Swoosh. He vanished. With terrifying speed, the white-haired Shadow Knight rushed forward like a phantom, swinging his sword straight at Felicia. She quickly brought her sword up to parry, the clashing steel producing a blinding flash and a shockwave. Even with the tip of the blade thrusting right before her face, Felicia didn't show a hint of panic. Her violet eyes flared up, radiating a terrifying killing intent. Without giving her opponent a chance to react, Felicia moved with lightning speed, her eyes locked on her target as she exhaled a soft breath, perfectly composed. With an explosive burst of power, Felicia swung her sword in a counterattack, deflecting the white-haired man's blade and forcing him to take a step back. Felicia's face remained terrifyingly calm. The battle raged on with fierce intensity as the two blurs clashed, their blades swinging at breakneck speed, generating piercing metallic screeches. Felicia fluidly leaped into the air, unleashing a heavy downward slash that forced the white-haired Shadow Knight onto the defensive. The white-haired Shadow Knight was also caught off guard by Felicia's skill and speed. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise, as if he had just realized something. A vicious strike swung through, and fresh blood sprayed into the air. Felicia spun around with a sweeping slash, her blade still dripping with fresh crimson blood. Lucian thought to himself, her reaction time is so fast, it's as if she's predicting the future. Unorthodox movements without a single hint of hesitation. He rested his chin in his hand, deep in thought, seemingly recognizing the maid's true identity. He rested his chin in his hand, deep in thought, seemingly recognizing the maid's true identity. Even back then, he possessed an elegance and demeanor that completely mismatched the mercenary world. The image of a person resting under a tree exuded a refined, serene grace. Felix stood out due to his slender build and delicate features, possessing an androgynous beauty that made it hard to look away. Lucian continued his reasoning. Now I get it. The illegitimate daughter, Felicia, left the family and disguised herself as a man to live under the name Felix. Back in the fight, the white-haired Shadow Knight touched the bleeding scratch on his face, inwardly stunned. If my defense had been slow by even a single beat, my head would definitely be off my shoulders. Fresh crimson blood dripped onto the wooden floor. I still have a lot to learn. I underestimated you before seeing the fangs you were hiding. I still have a lot to learn. I underestimated you before seeing the fangs you were hiding. With that, a burst of crimson energy erupted from him, swirling like a fiery storm that enveloped Felicia. She quickly raised her sword to guard. Felicia gritted her teeth, sweat pouring down her forehead as she thought to herself, "This guy's a master tiers above me, someone my current self can't possibly defeat. I can't even count on luck anymore." Furthermore, she glanced up at the upper level and thought, "There's a swordsman of the same caliber up there too, not to mention an entity that surpasses them all. There is absolutely zero chance of survival." Even though she knew the odds were slim, Felicia's eyes still flashed with determination, thinking that if this was going to be her final strike, she didn't want to leave any regrets. The observers watching the fight from above couldn't help but admire her inwardly. Incredible, she can still maintain her resolve even in this situation. On top of that, she's directly facing Nixon's killing intent. When Lucian stepped out of his position, the Shadow Knight captain was slightly surprised. A drop of blood fell into the puddle on the wooden floor. Drip, signaling the continuation of the match. A drop of blood fell into the puddle on the wooden floor. Nixon and Felicia rushed at each other, his speed so blinding that he left nothing but a blurry afterimage. Two waves of sword chi clashed against each other, one purple and one blue. Now, there were only streaks of light twisting around one another. Both of their eyes were strained to the absolute limit to keep track of the fight. The two swords clashed, sending sparks flying. Then Lucian's voice rang out. "Enough. Both of you stop right now." Both Felicia and Nixon froze, looking toward the source of the voice with expressions full of surprise. A powerful blast of energy threw them both backward. Lucian appeared in the center of the room, his expression deadpan. Lucian's face was cast in shadow, with only his eyes glowing brightly as he spoke. "That's enough." Looking toward Felicia and Nixon, he declared, "I will not tolerate any more bloodshed." Nixon, acting aggressive, protested angrily. "Third young master, you gave us full authority over this matter. If we let her live, her potential will become a massive threat to the Valdek family." Nixon, acting aggressive, protested angrily. "Third young master, you gave us full authority over this matter. If we let her live, her potential will become a massive threat to the Valdek family. I understand your concerns completely. However, if we keep going like this, someone is definitely going to lose their life. I am the third son of the Valdek family, Lucian Valdek. As the one in charge of this mission, I have a proposal for you, Felicia." Felicia's eyes widened, completely taken aback by this unexpected offer. Lucian extended his hand toward Felicia and continued, "We will settle this with a duel between the two of us. If I lose, I will let you leave this place safely. But if you lose, drop your sword and surrender quietly." The atmosphere was incredibly suffocating as Lucian and Felicia stood facing each other. Lucian looked at Felicia with a smile and a completely friendly gaze. Felicia, on the other hand, still didn't understand what was happening. Her eyes went round as she asked back, "A duel with you? Young master, what do you mean by that?" Before Lucian could answer, Philip Logan screamed angrily from behind, "Felicia, what are you waiting for? Accept that offer right now. The only thing you should be thinking about is my safety. Because of these useless fools, don't you feel any pity seeing your own brother suffer like this?" Felicia's hand tightened around the hilt of her sword. Philip kept rambling on. "Prove that you're actually useful, unlike them. Prove that you don't share the same blood as that mother of yours." But a cold voice immediately cut him off, Shut up. It was Lucian, radiating a terrifying killing intent. They're not people a piece of trash like you can just casually talk about. Don't insult the people who sacrifice themselves to protect you or Felicia ever again. It was Lucian, radiating a terrifying killing intent. They're not people a piece of trash like you can just casually talk about. Don't insult the people who sacrifice themselves to protect you or Felicia ever again. I declare to everyone present here that I will take full responsibility for the consequences of what is about to happen. Even if I lose, I expect everyone to honor my word. Raymond and Hugo, standing below, were also struck by the young boy's imposing presence. Lucian Valdec, third young master of the Valdec family. I challenge you, staking my honor on it. Felicia, draw your sword for your own sake. Another silence filled the room. Nixon stepped closer to Raymond and asked quietly, Raymond, are you really just going to stand by and watch this? Nixon expressed his worry. Even though I didn't use my full strength since the goal was just to subdue her, she not only blocked my blade, but even managed to injure me. Looking at her swordplay and mana control, it's obvious she's never had proper training. But the moment our swords crossed, all of that became meaningless before her exceptional talent for swordsmanship and those sharp eyes. Nixon concluded with absolute certainty. With the third young master's current strength, he will never be a match for her. The young master's boldness and judgment are truly impressive, but combat strength is a completely different story. We need to make a move. Raymond fell silent for a moment before replying. True, I share the same thought. However, just this once, let's observe the situation and see. Nixon was surprised. What do you mean by that? The moment the third young master borrowed my sword to issue the challenge, he told me exactly what he realized when he crossed blades with her. He spoke of the mysterious girl's talent for swordsmanship and her sharp eyes, Raymond affirmed. That means the third young master understands his current situation perfectly well. Let's just keep watching to see what kind of picture the third young master is painting. Meanwhile, Felicia was also quietly sizing up her opponent. She thought to herself, Lucian Valdec has a completely different vibe compared to any noble I've ever known. Not only did he disguise himself as a servant to scout Logan's forces, he is even stepping up personally to accept a duel that seems entirely unnecessary. It's impossible to understand what his real intention is, but one thing is for sure, he is absolutely no match for me, she told herself internally. However, since you've granted a lowly person like me an opportunity like this, I won't forget your kindness. Lucian replied as well. If I am subdued by you, I will take the humiliation and leave this place quietly. But if I beat you, then on the flip side, you'll have to come with me to Kelheim. Seeing that Felicia was ready, Lucian spoke up. It seems you've made your decision. Seeing that Felicia was ready, Lucian spoke up. It seems you've made your decision. Lucian also got into position, ready to take on the attack. Felicia thought to herself, I don't want to leave any unnecessary injuries on him. I'll take him down with just a single strike. Determination filled Felicia's eyes, and then she rushed straight at Lucian with an explosive momentum. She leaped high into the air and slashed down. Lucian was no slouch either, already in stance to meet the attack. Clang! The sound of clashing metal rang out. Felicia's eyes widened in sheer shock. This makes no sense. He actually blocked my strike? Not only that, but Lucian used his strength to push Felicia back. Felicia flipped in midair and landed safely on her feet. A cold sweat broke out on her skin. She couldn't believe her eyes. Neither his breathing pattern nor his reaction time should have been able to keep up with her movements. So how on earth did he block her sword? Pure bewilderment was written all over her face. The battle raged on as the two continuously traded blows, sparks flying with every clash. Lucian thought as he fought, I'm sure you won't be able to understand it at all. Felicia was completely pushed back, unable to counterattack. She was exhausted from burning through too much mana during her clash with the Shadow Knights. And even if she was intentionally holding back some strength, just in case, the gap between her and me right now was still blindingly obvious. A close-up of Felicia's face showed her struggling to hold her ground, but I understood her even better than she understood herself. Her habits, her weaknesses, and even the trajectory of her blade. In the past, though our encounter was brief, we fought each other with brutal intensity, turning each other's skills into our own. Felicia, my body remembers only you. A section of the blade snapped, right in half. On the sidelines, Raymond and Nixon were staring with slack-jawed shock at Lucian's performance. Hugo couldn't hide his surprise either. And then, the inevitable happened. Felicia's sword snapped in two. Philip Logan watched, his entire body trembling with fear. Of course, the time I spent with her could only be called a brief exchange of martial arts. Even so, she was generous enough to teach me swordsmanship. A flashback image showed Felicia teaching Lucian swordsmanship, even knowing that they might become enemies one day. Back in the present, the broken piece of the blade fell onto the wooden floor with a clatter. Lucian pointed the tip of his sword right at Felicia's neck. The duel concluded with the third young master's victory. Felicia panted heavily, her eyes still filled with absolute shock. Lucian looked at her, thinking to himself, "With this, I'll pay back a portion of the kindness I've owed you since back then." Under the star-filled night sky and the bright moonlight, the grand white castle of the Waldeck family stood in serene silence. On the balcony, Sigmund stood quietly, his eyes gazing thoughtfully into the deep, endless night. He spoke in a calm, steady voice, breaking the silence. "How is he?" "That child, Lucian." The person standing behind him was none other than Raymond. Sigmund continued to ask, "Does he possess the necessary capability to protect the Waldeck family in the future?" Raymond closed his eyes, as if recalling what he had witnessed, then slowly replied, "He possesses an unshakable resolve." Raymond closed his eyes, as if recalling what he had witnessed, then slowly replied, "He possesses an unshakable resolve." Sigmund explained, "The reason I deployed all of you for this mission is because the matter truly is that grave. It is still too early to pass judgment on the heir." Raymond realized his mistake and immediately apologized. "Forgive my slip of the tongue." Sigmund turned around. "It's fine. If your report isn't exaggerated, then that is indeed a highly impressive evaluation." Sigmund turned around. "It's fine. If your report isn't exaggerated, then that is indeed a highly impressive evaluation." A close-up showed Sigmund's face with a calculating look in his eyes. Sigmund walked over, placed a hand on Raymond's shoulder, and lowered his voice. "For your sake, I think I can humoring that child's wishes for a while." He changed the subject, his tone becoming more casual. "It just occurred to me, it's been a long time since we had a drink together. I recently came across a very fine wine. Would you care to have a glass with me?" Sigmund continued to introduce it. "It's the premium vintage you always enjoy, so it should suit your palate perfectly." Raymond smiled. "Grand Duke, you will definitely regret those words soon." Then the two walked into the room together. He added, "Because a single night won't be enough to hear the full story of this mission." The scene shifted to a beautiful morning, with bright sunlight filtering through the lush green leaves and birds chirping throughout the forest. Lucian's group was riding on horseback through the woods. Lucian's narration echoed. "We headed straight for Kelheim after completing our mission in Vestra." Lucian rode at the front, his expression calm and his eyes focused ahead. Flashes of memory crossed his mind right after his battle with her had concluded. Felicia had lost consciousness due to exhaustion from over-circulating her mana. An image showed Lucian catching Felicia after she fainted. To help her recover in peace, I moved Felicia and her maids to the nearest town. An image showed Philip Logan kneeling on the ground with a panicked expression. That brat, who still showed the deeply rooted arrogance of a noble up until the very last second. Philip's muttering, "No, I'm definitely going to be expelled from the family. My father will absolutely not let me off." Philip Logan looked up, his face filled with terror. "I forced him to use his own two hands to dig the grave for his subordinate." An image showed swords driven into the ground under the night sky, serving as the tombstones for those who died in the line of duty. Under the cold moonlight, Philip Logan knelt before the sword planted on the grave, his back trembling. Lucian watched from a distance with a blank gaze, hoping the boy would understand the weight of a life that had just snuffed out. Back in the present, Lucian closed his eyes, letting the gentle breeze caress his hair as he enjoyed a rare moment of peace. Suddenly, Philip's screaming shattered his peaceful moment. "Hugo, you bastard! I will absolutely not let you die easily. How dare you think you can just keep living after daring to betray us?" Lucian opened his eyes slightly, glancing back at Philip Logan, whose hands were tied as he was led along behind them. He wouldn't stop shouting, "Young Master Lucian, I demand to be treated as an official prisoner of war. How can you treat a son of the Logan family this horribly?" His face was flushed with anger, his eyes wide with resentment. "Do you really want to make an enemy out of us?" Lucian clicked his tongue and turned his face away, thinking to himself that the guy still couldn't grasp the magnitude of what had transpired last night. He coldly threw a piece of advice back at him. "Let me give you a word of advice." Lucian tilted his head, flashing a menacing half-smile. "If you want to keep breathing for even a single second longer, you'd better start watching your mouth." Hearing this, Philip Logan broke into a cold sweat, completely speechless. Lucian added, "This is a land where even that arrogant father of yours would never dare set foot. Welcome to Kelheim, the heart of the Valdek family." A bird's-eye view showed a city. Before them lay Kelheim, a massive, bustling, and magnificent city that symbolized the power and prosperity of the Valdek family. The massive city gates slowly swung open, a brilliant light pouring out from within. Lucian proudly rode at the head of the group, stepping through the city gates. As soon as they entered, both Lucian and Hugo couldn't help but be amazed by the sight unfolding before their eyes. Thousands of citizens had gathered along both sides of the streets, tossing flowers, waving, and cheering wildly. "Lord Lucian, the third young master, has returned. He crushed the despicable plots of the Logan family and successfully captured the ringleader alive." Radiant smiles graced everyone's faces as they vied to call out his name. "Lord Lucian, please look this way." A woman holding a child in her arms watched the procession with pride in her eyes. "The Lion Lord has returned, the proud line of the Valdek family." Hugo, walking alongside him, was still in absolute shock, stammering, "Young master, what on earth is going on?" Lucian sighed and explained, "It's true that I sent a letter requesting a chance to expose the Logan family's cruelty. But," the corners of his mouth curved up into a smile, "it seems Father decided to grant us his absolute backing without a single hint of hesitation." He turned to look at Hugo, his gaze resolute. "Hold your head high with pride and accept this welcome, because this is the very first great achievement that you earned with your own hands." The procession continued to move forward through the sea of cheering people. The roaring cheers echoed across the sky. From the highest tower of the castle, Grand Duke Sigmund and Chief Butler Edwin were quietly observing everything. Sigmund let out a soft sigh. "I think I'm starting to get old and soft, throwing a whole triumphal procession just because my son asked for a chance." Edwin smiled and replied respectfully, "But didn't he do something truly exceptional and entirely deserving of it? I believe this reception is a perfectly fitting reward for him." Edwin continued, "Furthermore, young Master Lucian's letter wasn't merely an attempt to consolidate his own position. This is also a strategic move to demonstrate the iron will of the Valdek family to the people in our territory. At the same time, it serves as a stern, powerful warning sent to the royal family and the Logrand family. And the Grand Duke himself saw that clearly, which is why he approved of this happening in the first place." Sigmund looked into the distance with a solemn expression, knowing that any destabilizing moves aimed at the Empire would soon become a warning bell. The image of the cracked crown below showed that the family crest was being shaken. He prophesied a turbulent future, where even that sun, which seemed like it would shine eternally, and the lion's claws, which seemed completely unbreakable, would also soon begin to inevitably show their cracks. Directing his gaze toward his third son, he continued, "It's just that to avoid being swept away by that ruthless current, we will need to hone our own strength to be sharper than ever before." After a long, exhausting day, Lucian finally got to return to his familiar, luxurious room. He threw himself down onto the soft bed, breathing a sigh of relief. "Ah, I finally feel like I've come back to life. Who would have thought that I'd miss this taste so much just because I've grown too used to the high-class lifestyle of the nobility?" He closed his eyes, relaxing his muscles, since the Grand Duke specifically set aside time tonight just to listen to my private report. I think I'll still have a little free time until then. But inside his head, he couldn't stop calculating, More importantly, this mission actually yielded many great results that far exceeded anything I'd ever planned for. He recounted the achievements made, rescuing Felicia earlier than expected, along with the mental image of Lucian supporting Felicia. The triumphal parade also instantly blew away all the nasty impressions that had clung to him for so long, creating an image of Lucian and Hugo being cheered by the citizens, which became a massive source of motivation for Hugo's next steps. There was a close-up of Hugo's determined face, and most importantly, he was even able to establish a connection with the Black Lion. The scattered puzzle pieces had gradually linked together to create such a perfect, solid springboard. Lucian stood before the throne, a smile playing on his lips. Everything is going exactly according to plan. He remembered his past life, the moment he sat by the fire with his comrades. If they were to see the current him right now, they would definitely be scared out of their wits. Lucian bounced up from the bed and stretched. All right, I've thought enough about those things. Should I go ahead and prepare for the next step right now? A scheming smile appeared on his lips, knowing he needed to make the absolute most of every resource at his disposal, including Hugo, who was practicing relentlessly day and night. Such as started to rack his brains to see what else he could squeeze out of the Grand Duke. Under the brilliant light of the magnificent chandelier, the atmosphere in the room seemed to become significantly more formal. Lucian and Sigmund were sitting across from each other at a long dining table, and with a calm expression, Sigmund spoke up in praise. You were truly very lucky on your first mission. After cross-referencing the sources, we have confirmed that the child you capture alive is indeed a descendant of the Marquis family. You could say we have the most concrete evidence in our hands. Well done. Gently lifting his fork and taking a bite, he continued, while Lucian smiled faintly upon hearing this, looking a bit smug but still maintaining a humble attitude as he replied, You flatter me, father. He continued in a somewhat flattering tone. Isn't it all thanks to you lending me that sharp sword called the Black Lion, father? Then Lucian changed the subject, his curious eyes turning toward his father. However, what will happen to Philip Logrand now? Sigmund leisurely took a sip of red wine, his gaze distant. You don't think the old Marquis will just sit idly by and watch, do you? Not while his own flesh and blood is being treated like this. He smacked his lips, his voice dropping lower. We'll just have to wait and see. He is a venomous snake. He is a man who is willing to put his family's survival on the line against the lives of his children, with the image of a scale symbolizing family interests versus his own flesh and blood. Sigmund's eyes flashed with a cold light. Just one child to succeed him is more than enough for him. Hearing those ruthless words, Lucian couldn't help but gulp hard. The atmosphere in the room instantly grew heavy, with only the swirling motion of the red wine swaying inside the glass. Breaking the silence, Sigmund spoke up to reassure him. You don't need to trouble yourself with what comes next. You've already done an excellent job with your part. Now tell me, what reward do you want for this mission? You went to the trouble of sending me a letter, so I don't think you're simply asking for a victory parade. With a close-up profile of Lucian's face looking slightly surprised because his intentions have been seen right through by his father. Having his true thoughts caught, Lucian scratched his head with a forced smile. Father, hearing you ask so bluntly like this makes me a bit embarrassed. But if you've already brought it up, I'll take the liberty of making a request. Flashing a bright smile, he said, That's right, this should be given top priority. It's for Hugo, who made a huge contribution this time. But before he could even finish his sentence, a bucket of cold water was dumped straight on his face, making it clear it was a no-go. Sigmund casually cut the meat on his plate, not even bothering to look up at his son, while Lucian stammered, Father, I haven't even finished speaking yet, to which Sigmund coldly replied, Weren't you planning to ask me to knight him? He looked up, his gaze stern. It's true he played a part in this, but we cannot overlook his past collusion with the Marquis family. If you hadn't caught him, he would have played along with that crowd to the bitter end. Lucian quickly spoke up to defend his subordinate. Father, that's purely hypothetical. The undeniable fact is that he fully cooperated with me and made a huge contribution this time. The blade in Sigmund's hand flashed, reflecting his cold eyes, as if to say enough, Lucian. The atmosphere in the vast dining room suddenly became terrifyingly suffocating. As Sigmund slowly explained, a knight must build his own honor and accumulate illustrious achievements that no one can refute. He stared intently into his son's eyes. Do you truly believe he has proven himself worthy of that yet? while Lucian thought to himself, I anticipated this, but it seems to be a flat-out rejection. Sigmund maintained his cold tone. If he wants gold coins, I can give him a whole pile, and, if necessary, I can even prepare a new identity for him. However, he cannot become a knight, because this is just not the right time. Knowing he couldn't argue with his father, Lucian could only sigh. I'm sorry, Hugo. We'll have to wait for the next opportunity. And then he looked up, replying obediently. What you said is very true, father. It seems I was a bit too impatient. Seeing that his son understood, Sigmund softened his tone. Then ask for something else, and don't pick something so outrageous this time. A sly smile spread across Lucian's lips. Then I'll just make a very small request. Lucian's eyes flashed with an ambitious light. Please allow Felicia to meet the Sword Saint. This unexpected request left Sigmund stunned, breaking into a cold sweat as he couldn't believe his ears. What? The scene shifted to a gorgeous garden with a large fountain, behind which stood a magnificent castle. Two guards stood on duty in front of a large wooden door, their spears crossed, revealing that this place was a special detention facility. In the chilly prison cell, Felicia sat huddled on the bed, her eyes filled with deep sadness. She thought to herself, this isn't a regular prison, but a special facility meant for nobles. Not only did they put a lowly maid like me in a place like this, but they're even providing food and medical treatment. What on earth is his goal? There is a close-up of a plate of bread and a pitcher of water on a wooden table, accompanied by her thought, maybe it's better this way. Felicia sat on the bed, crossing her arms over her chest with a look of resignation, her gaze turning completely vacant and hollow. At least in these final moments, the painful memories of her days of brutal abuse came rushing back to haunt her, showing a blurry image of Felicia being violently dragged by her hair and beaten by a man, as she thought. At least I escaped from that hellhole. She buried her head in her pillow, exhausted and desperate, thinking, it would be so nice if I could hold a sword just one more time before I die. If only I could be a little more greedy, just a little bit more. The image of a broken sword tip clattering down onto the wooden floor flashed through her mind. She recalled the moment she tightly gripped that broken sword, panting heavily with a panicked face covered in sweat as she faced Lucian. A match she had been confident she could win easily. It was the moment she collapsed from exhaustion right into the arms of Lucian, the third young master whom she had only just met for the first time. Deep down, she desperately wished she could cross swords with him once more, but then she mocked herself. Of course, that's just wishful thinking. Suddenly, a clicking sound rang out. The cell door swung open, and a familiar voice spoke up. I heard from the attending doctor that although your mana circulation is experiencing some issues, Lucian said as he stepped into the room and looked at Felicia, your malnutrition and exhaustion are also quite severe. Has your condition gotten any better? He crossed his arms with a gentle smile. Surely you're well enough to swing a sword again, right? Lucian's sudden appearance made Felicia jump in surprise, stammering, young Master Lucian. No, more importantly, what do you mean by me holding a sword again? Lucian leisurely paced around the room, hands clasped behind his head. Well, were you planning to stay here forever? Surprisingly, it seems prison life suits you quite well. Then Lucian casually picked up the loaf of bread on the table, took a bite, and his tone grew more serious. But that wasn't my purpose when I went to the trouble of bringing you here. I'll give it to you straight, Felicia. Lucian's gaze locked intently onto Felicia. Do you intend to let your swordsmanship talent go to waste here? I have absolutely no intention of letting you be just some mediocre female swordsman. I am going to recommend you to be the disciple of the Sword Saint, Lord Eisen. Felicia's face clearly showed utter shock, and she bit her lower lip, feeling as though she were being played with. Are you insulting me right now? It's already ridiculous enough for a maid and a woman like me to be a swordsman, let alone becoming the disciple of the Sword Saint. She dropped to her knees, her voice trembling with intense bitterness. My status may be lowly, but I am no fool who doesn't know her place. Looking at Felicia's reaction, Lucian thought to himself that he had been a bit too hasty, realizing her reaction was only natural. Even though she carried the Marquis's blood, because she was an illegitimate child and a woman, she couldn't even hold a sword, let alone study it, and instead had to endure the jealousy, envy, and persecution from her own siblings, which eventually resulted in the appearance of the demon swordsman Felix, who fled the Logran family, showing the back of Felicia disguised as a man in her role as a mercenary. Understanding her pain, Lucian softened his voice. I get why you can't trust me, so take your time to think it over carefully before making a decision. While Felicia looked up, bewildered, what do you mean by that? Lucian turned and walked toward the door, leaving her with his parting words. It means I'm putting the freedom of choice into your hands. Pausing at the door, Lucian glanced back at Felicia and continued, Oh, you might be leaving today, so I'll just say one thing. Don't ever give up on the sword. When she heard these words, Felicia's eyes seemed to light up, as if the dark corners of her soul had just been illuminated, because she was most truly herself when she held a sword in her hand, and hearing this left her dazed because, deep down, this was exactly what she secretly desired. Lucian's words kept echoing in her mind. Am I most truly myself when holding a sword? When even her own blood relatives had stripped the sword from her hands. Lucian's words kept echoing in her mind. Am I most truly myself when holding a sword? When even her own blood relatives had stripped the sword from her hands. As if snapping out of it, Felicia suddenly stood straight up, calling out after him, Lucian-sama, do I really have the right to do that? With tears welling up in her eyes, she choked out, Can I really just focus on the sword without being bound by anything? Lucian turned back, his gaze unwavering. If that is what you desire. Lucian and Felicia stood facing each other in a pure white space. As Lucian solemnly declared, I swear it in the name of Lucian Valdec. It brought back Lucian's memory of a day in the forest, when Jack once asked her, Come to think of it, Felix, what is your dream? The others say their dreams are to live comfortably and show off, but I feel like you're different. To you, becoming a knight isn't that big of a deal, whether it's a knight captain or maybe a noble title. It showed a panoramic view of Felix and Felicia sitting with their backs against a tree root, where she merely caressed her scabbard gently and replied, A dream? I've never thought deeply about it, but if I could achieve just one thing, I want to dedicate myself entirely to the sword without being bound by anything. Just that would be enough. As Felicia back then flashed a radiant smile while talking about her dream. At this moment, Lucian, Felicia, and Hugo had arrived at the training hall. Just as they stepped inside, Lucian's gaze suddenly paused when he spotted someone. It was because the person standing ahead of them right now was none other than his father. He wondered what brought his father all the way out here, to which Sigmund replied, I came here to join you in preparing for the meeting with the Sword Saint. Did you really think I would be absent from such a major event? Then he glanced over at the two people walking behind his son. Lucian prompted them, and they immediately bowed their heads to greet the Grand Duke. Sigmund looked toward Hugo and spoke up. So you're the one I've heard about. I heard you performed quite well in the recent incident. However, what you achieved is still overshadowed by the weight of your past mistakes. Hugo replied with a hint of remorse. My lord, that is indeed an undeniable mistake. Sigmund continued. But even knowing that full well, your master still earnestly requested for you to become a knight. My son even accepted giving up his own reward just to help you. Hearing this story made Lucian a bit embarrassed, thinking, why did father have to bring that up here of all places? While Hugo was completely taken aback, thinking the young master sacrificed that much for me? He really is determined to keep his promise to me. So keep dedicating yourself and accumulate more achievements. When that time comes, I will personally be the one to stand forward and guarantee your honor. His eyes narrowed slightly as he continued. I very much look forward to that day coming soon. Hugo responded with absolute determination. I definitely will not disappoint you, sir. Then he turned to the girl beside him. Furthermore, this is Felicia, correct? Felicia bowed her head and replied, Yes, that's correct, my lord. He expressed sympathy for her situation, saying, Since you were born and raised in that place, you must understand better than anyone what kind of stakes Lucian had to wager for your sake. Even though the battle for succession is far from over, if you cannot prove your true worth, the world will laugh at my number one as a pathetic fool blinded by desire. Answer me. Do you have the confidence that you are worthy of what you've received? To which Felicia could only bow her head and stammer in response. Before she could even finish her sentence, Lucian stepped forward and stood right in front of her, saying, I will answer on her behalf. Of course she does, father. Not only that, but her qualifications are already more than enough. Right now, everyone might doubt me and call me a fool, and even Felicia herself probably doesn't dare to be entirely certain. But all of that ends today, because everyone will soon come to realize the truth that she is a diamond in the rough, held back only by prejudices of gender and status. Felicia just stood there rooted to the spot, so Lucian turned around to prompt her. "What are you doing, Felicia? Hurry up and make it clear that you are full of confidence." She thought to herself, "This is no longer my imagination. The Grand Duke really stood waiting for us just to witness firsthand the vanguard his son chose. He hoped that his child's first training session would have a little extra wind beneath his wings. That is the exact reason for his presence here." Sensing his son's determination, Sigmund stepped forward and continued, "If you are that certain, we will put it to the test right now." He then turned to leave, saying, "Brace yourselves to face the Sword Saint." Lucian bowed his head in response. "Thank you for your permission, Father." Lucian bowed his head in response. "Thank you for your permission, Father." Not long after that, the Sword Saint arrived at the arena. Seeing everyone fully accounted for amused him a bit. Not only the third young master, but even you personally came out here, my lord," Sigmund replied. "After all, this is a major event for our family. As a knight myself, I couldn't suppress my own curiosity either. Don't worry about my son's reputation. Just judge that girl as strictly as possible." Lucian chimed in from the side. "That is my wish as well, because only then will the promise made between us years ago truly hold meaning." The Sword Saint then recalled the promise Lucian had made back then. He then offered his input. "If you both agree to that." Looking toward Felicia, he made his decision. "I will conduct this test with the utmost seriousness." The two of them then stepped out into the center of the arena, amidst an incredibly tense atmosphere. Felicia felt a bit terrified deep down, thinking he is the real Sword Saint. Just standing in front of him, I can feel the surrounding atmosphere completely shifting. After regaining her composure, she spoke up. "It is an honor to meet you, Lord Saint. I am Felix." Before she could even finish her sentence, he turned around, and drawing a wooden sword, he channeled mana into it, saying, "Your name doesn't matter. Let your sword do the talking first." Then he tapped the sword firmly against the ground to remind her, "Pull up that wooden sword. It won't be too late to state your name after that." Lucian and his father watched from above, thinking to themselves, the challenge begins at this very moment. He had compressed mana into the tip of the wooden sword and plunged it twice as deep into the ground as usual. It would be very difficult for Felicia if she relied on raw strength alone, but if she knew how to circulate mana, it wouldn't be an issue. Felicia was still immersed in her own thoughts, thinking, "This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I must be extremely careful." She focused mana into her palm exactly the way Philip used to do, and instantly, she managed to gather the mana into her palm, subsequently pulling the sword up with ease. Looking at the sword in her hand, she rejoiced. "I did it. I pulled it up without a single hitch." Then she happily reported, "I've pulled the sword up, sir. What I need do next?" The Sword Saint stood there lost in thought, contemplating for a few seconds before replying, "That's enough. There's nothing more to see," which left Felicia completely stunned as she asked, What do you mean by that, sir?" He replied, "It seems you still don't realize why." To which Felicia stammered, "That's true. I simply pulled the sword up as instructed." He stepped closer and grabbed her arm, saying, "The reason is glaringly obvious. Your internal state shows that you've bypassed mana circulation out of fear of pain, and the way you distribute mana completely ignores your own limits. This is a classic result of the arrogance commonly seen in those who rely solely on raw, innate talent. Because you carry the Black Lion's blood in a female body, you certainly have talent. However, aside from that, your unteachable nature is the real issue. Is that explanation enough for you to understand? So go back and reflect on the teachings of the master who has guided you all this time. The first thing you need to learn is how to listen properly." Felicia replied sadly, "I don't have a master, sir. I've never had the chance to be taught by anyone, and I am deeply ashamed to admit that I don't understand what you were talking about. I don't even know what mana circulation or mana distribution is. I only did what I've seen before. I'm truly very inadequate. I beg you to teach me." These words of hers surprised the Sword Saint even more. "Are you saying you figured all of that out on your own? Just by watching Without any guidance whatsoever? That's impossible. Didn't you just use mana circulation to pull that sword up? She stammered out an explanation. I only copied what my brother showed when he fought, sir, because I could feel the weight and speed of the sword changing whenever the blue energy inside him began to vibrate violently. The sword saint then looked up at Lucian above, thinking to himself, what nonsense is she spouting? Innate mana isn't something that can be seen with the naked eye. Even I can't sense it without direct physical contact. Moreover, how can a human release mana, which is essentially like a sixth sense, through sheer force of will like that? While Sigmund, catching on to his bewilderment, was thoroughly amused, saying, didn't I tell you that I would bring you someone with incredibly astonishing potential? A true masterpiece of swordsmanship talent. As she subsequently moved around the sword saint at a dizzying speed, her silhouette fading away into the air. The sword saint closed his eyes to track her every movement. The moment she found an opening, she sprang forward, launching a straight attack toward the sword saint's back. A massive collision took place immediately after. The sword saint began to critique her movements, saying, too much waste. That strike is completely lacking in sharpness, and your will is far more tentative than that. Is your desperation only capable of producing such a mediocre result? These words made the corners of Felicia's lips tremble slightly. She followed up by unleashing more attacks toward the sword saint. She pushed herself to the absolute limit, yet her blade couldn't even graze the edge of his clothes, while the sword saint didn't even need to shift a single step. So this was the highest realm of the path of the sword, a massive abyss separating them that she had no way of measuring. Her gaze was incredibly focused at this moment, and during the battle, she began to analyze, however, I absolutely refuse to surrender or give up this easily. She immediately used her sword to carve a few slashes into the arena floor. Right after, a block of stone, sliced from the ground, flew up into the air. She instantly dashed straight forward, pouring mana into her blade. A small spark of light appeared right at the point of contact between the sword and the rock. Instantly, the boulder seemed to be injected with immense power, hurtling toward the sword saint. He still stood there completely calm in the face of this oncoming attack, evaluating an unyielding fighting spirit, even when facing an insurmountable, towering wall. Groundbreaking thinking that isn't shackled by past experiences. But that much is still not enough, Felicia. Draw out every ounce of your power, every last bit of the force you've kept suppressed deep in your heart for all this time. As he spoke, he calmly reached his hand out forward and stopped the charging rock dead in its tracks. Then, with a gentle wave of his hand, he sliced the boulder in half, right as Felicia was charging in with a direct downward slash. Facing the torrent of power rushing right at her made the girl feel a bit terrified, as a massive pressure resembling a ferocious lion manifested before her, causing her terrified eyes to narrow tightly. Confronting such a giant wall, she was still filled with absolute determination as she charged straight ahead. She let out a loud shout to express her resolve, then aimed her sword tip straight forward and continued to plunge ahead. This piqued the sword saint's interest, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his lips. A massive collision then occurred between the two, unleashing a blinding flash of light that enveloped the entire arena. Watching from above, Lucian and his father were incredibly focused on the arena below. As soon as the dust settled, Sigmund remarked, Lucian, do you understand what makes a true swordsman someone I can rely on? Without waiting for his answer, he explained, it is someone who has engraved the cost of grueling training into their very soul. Basic skills honed through tens of thousands of repetitions to the point of mental numbness. Experience built on the battlefield, where a single minor slip-up costs you your life. Though it is a brutal journey, that is the true root of a master swordsman. I only accept people like that by my side. Yet in this day and age, there still exist those who cross an entire mountain of effort in a single step. Individuals who shine as brilliantly as a dazzling sun, possessing an overwhelming innate talent that commands respect from anyone, like a tsunami sweeping away everything in its path. Exactly like that girl. You made a very wise decision, Lucian, he replied. Father, If you hadn't put your trust in her and given her this chance, that light would have surely been snuffed out long ago. This world is never short on geniuses, but they remain buried simply because they lack a springboard to shine. Returning to the battle below, Felicia's sword was now resting firmly in the Sword Saint's hand. He narrowed his eyes, observing Felicia. She now wore an incredibly firm and determined expression, prompting the thought, this girl was born to be one with the sword, no matter what hardships lie ahead. The most important thing was that she had actually managed to reach it, breaking through all the limits of conventional rules. A gentle breeze brushed past, making the atmosphere even more tense and quiet, as he remarked, reaching infinity on the path of the sword. Let me hear your name one more time. Today, you use your own sword to reaffirm your worth. From now on, no one will dare doubt your name again. These compliments left Felicia incredibly flustered. She then drove her wooden sword into the ground and repeated, I shall say it one more time, Lord Sword Saint. My name is Felicia. I wasn't allowed to take my mother's last name, and the family of my father, the Marquis Logran, also refused to give me theirs. Felicia is the only name I own. The Sword Saint sympathized with her situation, saying, I see, so that's how it is. You've held up remarkably well. From this moment on, you shall bear the last name Breitner. Today, I officially adopt you as my daughter. I will teach you everything, from the essence of swordsmanship to noble etiquette. The journey ahead will be extremely brutal. There won't be a single moment of leisure. Are you mentally prepared to face that? He continued to remind her, I'm just a conservative old man after all. And just as he said this, she dropped to one knee to pay her respects. Just as he said this, she dropped to one knee to pay her respects. And he walked over, placing a hand on her shoulder as he continued, I was too quick to judge you and spoke too harshly. There will certainly be days when my ego and old-fashioned views clash with your free spirit. And at times like those, will you use your sword to convince me? I will also open my heart to feel your sincerity through this sharp blade. Though the paths we choose may differ, our hearts beat as one for the way of the sword. So from this day forward, let's walk firmly on this path together, Felicia Brayton. The image of two swords placed side by side appeared ahead, symbolizing a bright future. The scene shifted to a certain basement, proving that rumors always stem from those closest to you, as two strangers exchanged a letter, saying, take this and deliver it directly into the hands of the clan elders. The future of the Delito family rests entirely on this, so move it quickly. The other person tucked the letter away and replied, Sir, what do you mean by that? The first man replied, I heard the Sword Saint just took on a disciple. He has always maintained a neutral stance in power struggles, but his disciples might not match the masters. If this kid is backed by the Sword Saint and picks a side, it's only a matter of time before the Valdek family situation gets turned upside down. He looked outside and continued, if the ship named Geordie that we boarded is no longer strong enough to carry the Delito family any further, then it's best to jump ship before it completely sinks. Let's switch to the play that secures both a major achievement and brings in the Sword Saint's disciple. Switch to the target named Lucian Valdek. The scene shifted back to Sigmund's office. At this moment, Edwin the butler walked in to report. Just as you predicted, not only the elders, but even the maternal relatives of the young masters are constantly sending letters expressing concern. I have measures in place to handle it, but they definitely won't sit idly by and watch. Wouldn't it be better if we made a move before things get worse? Sigmund remained silent, gazing out the window as if lost in thought. A long while later, he replied, once they want to push their own child to the head of the house, they're willing to use any underhanded tactic regardless of the consequences, even if that action is actually destroying the children. He turned back and ordered, Butler, summon all the children currently in the territory to a family dinner. If any of them are unsatisfied, I just need to give them a fair shot, right? A real man must carve out his own path in life, and if they carry Valdek blood, they must prove it through actual results. Let's see who truly possesses the lion's claws. Another day passed, and that evening arrived at the estate of Duke Sigmund. Lucian was currently being guided to the banquet by a servant. When they saw him, the maids were a bit surprised by his presence. They then bowed their heads to greet him. Say, young Master Lucian, he happily replied, you've all been working hard. Don't worry about me, carry on. But they still bowed respectfully, saying, Greetings, young Master Lucian. You really look like a grown man now, young Master Lucian. As he walked, he smiled and thought to himself, not just in the separate annex where I stay, but even here in the main mansion where my father lives, the servants' attitudes have changed so fast. This proves my standing has risen significantly. Before, I thought becoming a successor disciple was already a huge success, but now I'm getting even better treatment than that. Plus, with Felicia just being taken in by the Sword Saint, I can't even imagine how overpowered she's going to be in the future. He stepped up to the massive doors full of confidence, thinking, all right, I guess it's time to get to work. Right after, the doors to the room opened, revealing a very warm atmosphere inside. Looking at the faces of his two brothers inside, he evaluated, look at those faces. Just as expected, everyone looks completely miserable. He then walked over to the chair a servant was pulling out for him, sat down calmly, and spoke up. It's been so long since we've all gathered like this. It really is wonderful. It's a shame we brothers don't get to meet like this very often. Isn't that right, Brother Geordie? Geordie gently caressed the ring on his hand and shot back. Lucian, you seem pretty smug after what just happened. Do you think that luck will follow you forever? Nothing has changed, so you'd better watch your mouth. Do you think that luck will follow you forever? Nothing has changed, so you'd better watch your mouth. Haha. As expected, you're the one who cares about me the most, brother. How did you know I've been feeling a bit too hyped lately? I completely understand where you're coming from, Brother Geordie. Even if your words are a bit harsh, I know it's all just for my own good. Like that mess at the training grounds, you straight up kicked that Hen guy out, showing the true style of a leader. And regarding the money that the former butler Jenny embezzled, you not only paid it back, but even gave her a handsome sum to send her on her way, which made Geordie incredibly furious upon hearing these words. Clenching his fists so hard they shook violently, Lucian continued to taunt him. How could I not understand your kindness, brother? Oh, kind of think of it. Is Jenny doing okay these days? After all, I went pretty easy on her back then. Hearing this almost pushed Geordie to his absolute limit. He gritted his teeth and spat out, Lucian, you dare. Seeing that things were about to spiral out of control, Jose grew incredibly anxious, thinking, if second brother is just going to let himself be helplessly led by the nose like this, he'd be better off staying quiet. He's just serving as a stepping stone for Lucian to show off. I can't just sit here and watch. With that thought, he bolted upright, slammed his hand on the table, and shouted, Brother Lucian, you're crossing the line. Second brother just wanted to remind you to restrain yourself to avoid making mistakes. Is it really necessary to use that sarcastic tone? Why are you talking to Brother Geordie like that? Apologize to him right now. He thought to himself that he was merely trying to ease the tension in the room. Contrary to his expectations, Lucian replied with utter coldness, Man, it really is impossible to be nice to you guys. This left Jose a bit frightened, as Lucian lightly rubbed his chin and reminded him, If I knew this would happen, I should have connected with you a bit more physically that day. Look at you, little brother. You haven't learned your lesson at all. Hey, don't you know how to read the room? Since you're the youngest, I let it slide. Now you think you can sit on my head? Do you want me to give you a real taste of fear? These words caused Jose's entire body to freeze up as he stammered, Be brother. Right after, the dining room doors swung open and Sigmund's voice rang out. It seems you boys have so much extra energy that you can't even control yourselves. Seeing him enter, all three immediately stood up and stepped forward to greet him, saying, Greetings, father. He replied in an incredibly cold tone. Even during a rare family dinner like this, you still have the peace of mind to raise your voices at one another? Fine. That aggressive mouth of yours is necessary anyway, because I was planning to drag you all out to the battlefield regardless. The moment these words left his mouth, all three of them were completely stunned.